What's up, everybody? Welcome on back to Simland. This is the first of a half dozen Madden simulations coming your way during this Dream Stream day. And, of course, with Christian D'Andrea, I am Adam Kaufman. We are your self-proclaimed favorite announcing duo and thrilled to be here with you for, of course, the Bills and the Jets in the rain. It's a wild weather Wednesday. How you feeling, big guy?
Well, I was feeling a lot better until you brought up the Jets part of this equation. Not only do we get Sam Darnold, we get Sam Darnold in the rain. I mean, there's some games that you know are going to be bangers and others that are going to go in the exact opposite direction. And maybe this one will surprise us, but I have low expectations for this one call. Not low enough that I rostered the defense, and that might come back to bite me, but low enough that I was like, you know what, Chris Herndon, captain, why not? It's going to be a weird day. Koff, what does your lineup look like for this one? And who are you fading in the wild weather of northern New Jersey?
Sure. Well, for this, the nooner, the get a load of these Madden juggernauts free roll, I went with, as I typically do when the Bills are involved, Josh Allen in the captain spot. Is it chalky? Of course it is, but I feel like you're going to need to do it in order to win this thing. He is about 16% owned in our smaller, more modest free roll in that captain slot, and people just really didn't fade him in general. He is 85% owned overall. After Allen, I have Le'Veon Bell. He is sort of the only must-play for the Jets for me whenever the Jets are involved. Jamison Crowder is here. Chris Herndon, your captain. We'll find out. And Tyler Bass, the kicker, is something of a punt play. No pun intended with the feet and all, but play.
Lately in his last sim, barely registered until the final few minutes of that loss to the Ravens. So I didn't put him in the circle of trust. I basically just paid down on everyone besides running backs. I got Herndon in the captain spot. I got Josh Allen, Le'Veon Bell, Devin Singletary. Hopefully they're wearing the extra long cleats today to get a little bit of extra carriage on the surface of that MetLife Stadium field. But behind them, John Brown, Rashad Perriman, whatever they give me would be nice. But I have no expectations. I looked at this lineup, and I hated it from the get-go. And also what I hate from the get-go is Zach Moss starting things off for the Bills. As someone who is among the 36% in our free roll who rostered Devin Singletary, not ideal to see the RB2 get the first carry of the game.
So there are a great many comments already in the Chat Kings conference room that I would like to acknowledge. DJ saying, "What's up, Sim fan? One love." We've got my favorite time of the day. Who's on the first sim, says Jamal. Of course, you got the two of us here on a wild weather Wednesday. Someone wrote, I lost who. Oh, here it was. Solomon. What a miserable existence to love the Jets. You know, see, now you guys are getting to know the inner workings of Kenny Ducey just a little bit better. Jamal sees us, says the best duo. Really appreciate you. Robert says it's coffee time with Adam Kaufman. DJ, hey, Koff, hey, D'Andrea. What do we got here? Smash that like button, courtesy of the freak of nature. It's true. Let's get to 50, maybe even 100. Let's go wild. Hit that like button. Hit the subscribe button on the YouTube page if you are watching on Twitch. Obviously, give a follow there, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Burt Macklin, FBI. Good morning, you handsome devils. Thank you. You're too kind. DJ also says, Koff, thanks for finally letting me win a head-to-head NBA last night to end the losing streak. I assure you, I did not let you win. You beat me fair and square. But you know who didn't? Ducey. Nope. First time I played Ducey head-to-head in NBA, Christian, the man sent me a $20 head-to-head last night.
Oh, no.
And I went, and I don't usually play for such lofty coin. And I said, am I really going to do this? Does he know something I don't? I'm feeling a little scared right now, but I played, and it was ugly for our friend Ducey, unfortunately, for him. Fumble. And who's got it? Bills have it. Wow. First you punt, you get the ball back, and a defensive touchdown. What a start.
Wow. So after a horrible 3-and-out, the Bills still escape with points as that punt, not muffed, because you can't advance a muff, but a fumble from the punt return unit there, puts it on the turf. Tyler Matakovich, the linebacker, picks up the Crowder fumble, runs it into the end zone, and we got ourselves a 6-0 ball game in northern New Jersey. Things going great for this Jets team.
My goodness, what a start, obviously, for the Bills DST. We got a booth review. We'll see if it stands, obviously, but at this moment, impressive. And the people, they are excited about it here on a WWW Wild Weather Wednesday.
That looks like it was coming out.
So,
oh, maybe not.
That's a tough angle on that one right there. I mean, all right, don't take our memories away.
Come on.
They wiped it out.
Ooh.
What a bummer. Come on.
Right,
that kind of excitement for the nooner?
Well, the Jets get the ball, and they also flip the field, so now they're going in the same direction the Bills were just going in.
Freaking Nature says, feel the energy upon us. Such a glorious day for a sim. Well, it felt that way initially.
Yeah.
And then, boom, you strip away a touchdown. Just like that.
I'm sad, and I'm sure the multitudes out there who rostered that Bills defense, like, you know what? Bills should be able to destroy Sam Darnold. They don't get the touchdown, but here we had to see Sam see some ghosts and get smoked in his own backfield for a loss of 8. So a good start for that Bills DST, even if they don't get a fumble return and a touchdown.
Gator says we're getting trolled this early, huh? Yeah, apparently. I mean, I guess one way or the other, whether you felt you were getting trolled by the DST or trolled by the thing getting flipped back the other way. But we remain scoreless. Couple minutes gone by. Christian DeAndrea, Adam Kaufman, producer Madison, Drew, our technical director. We got Cobra K, Tate, and Game Ops holding down the fort. Great to have all of you here with us. Good to see Johnny Heist here back in the chats. Has just got back from beautiful Arizona after going through DK withdrawals for 8 days. He's right here. He's right here back in Simland. You love to see it.
Nice. Must be nice and tan after spending some time out in the desert. I very nearly moved to Phoenix, Club. I had a job offer out there back in like 2013, maybe
right?
2014. Yeah, it was real close. It was a good job. But I had just bought the house up here in Madison, and it's like, let's stick it out up here in the Badger State a little while longer. Which is probably a good idea for me, because I don't know if you can tell, but I'm a very pale man, and living in Arizona my skin would be leather by now.
I've never been, but I understand it's beautiful.
The coolest thing was I went down for an interview in it was middle of February, and afterward I just went for a hike through the desert and in a t-shirt and shorts on February 15th. Incredible.
Yeah, it sounds pretty good, especially when you're from New England, you're in Wisconsin. The idea of of having shorts, tee, hike in February, that's all right.
Yeah.
Auntie Social says, Koff, why is your mic always so quiet? Can you switch mics with Ducey for the next time? Because we can sure as hell hear him. Christian sounds fine, though. So, I mean, I don't think it's that my mic is quiet. I think it's one of two things. It's either maybe we need to jack up the volume on it a little bit, and to your point about being quiet, maybe that is the case. Or I just don't sit close enough to it, which is entirely possible. Sometimes I do that to avoid the popping of peas and getting all drowned out when I scream. But yeah, I can maybe move it a little closer to me if I'm really quiet. I'll let the crew tell me about that too.
Ooh, my God, this game. 3 and out, and on the brink of another one here as two very, very awful, bad, no good drives start this one. Although Allen in range where if he gets a little breaks contain. No, yes, he is going to break contain for the first. Okay. Looked like for a minute there he's going to get sacked for the one. Instead, breaks free for about 15 yards there. So if you captained Allen, our biggest point scoring play of the day there so far is a 15-yard scramble on a busted QB spy up the gut. So there you have it. This game going exactly like we thought there. Oof, Johnny Heist stays at the Edgewater Hotel in Madison, too. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, they renovated it. It's awesome. I had a buddy get married there not too long ago.
Nice.
When I first interviewed for a job up here, that's where they had us If you interviewed with Epic Systems, you'd stay downtown Madison at the Edgewater. And absolutely beautiful, right on the lake, as you'd imagine. And really nice, like Art Deco-y kind of place. Very cool.
Midwest Heather says greetings from Wisconsin.
Oh, hell yeah.
Shout to you right there.
Yeah. Dude, Wisconsin is a great, great state. I love it. Just so many good things about Wisconsin until the winter. At which point, the winters are absolute garbage. But at least you like have fun stuff to do in the winter. Like you can go out, play some pond hockey, little broom ball.
Mm-hmm.
But like as soon as it gets nice, as soon as it's like 40 degrees, everyone's outside grilling, finding ways to sneak alcohol into normal backyard games that you play with your kids, things like that.
Yeah, to that point, Steven says people from Wisconsin and Minnesota wear shorts year round.
Yeah, that is true, dude. You will see the people out there with like it'd be like 15 degrees out, and let's go shorts and let's walk around like nothing's wrong. And like, granted, they have the layer of natural insulation. This is the state of Wisconsin. We're not a svelte people, but at the same time, it's like, guy, come on, like. It's 15 degrees out. Why are you wearing cargo shorts and Crocs? Why are you wearing your dad uniform outside today?
Uniform.
It's freezing.
Bucky says, let's test the mic there, Koff. Just lean into it real fast and talk. We can see. All right, so this is where I normally sit. Now, if I were to get a little closer to the microphone, it would sound a little something like this. To me, because I don't have headphones on, it sounds exactly the same. But to you, does this sound better? Should I be closer to the microphone?
It sounds a little better.
A little better? Is this a little better?
I think you're fine. I think you're fine wherever you are. I think maybe my hearing's been too damaged by those Kenny Ducey primal screams that maybe I prefer a little bit quieter, more dulcet tones than a Ducey broadcast.
I'm just out here, giving you that elevator sound. Trying to give you that commercial voiceover feel. 2nd and 6 from the 46. We're still scoreless. About 90 seconds left here in the opening quarter. Killa, no. I have not received that Bledsoe card yet. Not because it didn't arrive. It very well may have. But I haven't been to the office. I haven't been to the office in many months. So I'll be on the lookout for packages when I get there for sure next time around. Although Glash told me he sent me I don't know if he's talked about this on a sim or not, so I won't go into too many details, but he sent me a picture the other day, or a couple weeks ago maybe at this point, of someone who was in the office sent him a picture of like all the packages that have arrived for him, courtesy of people presumably who listen to the Dream Stream and these Madden sims. It was just this collection of, like, to Brendan Glasheen, like care of DraftKings, to Brendan Glasheen, care of like just this line of packages that is just waiting for him next time he is in the office. And so I can only imagine what you guys have sent along. I'm a little concerned, actually.
I mean, if it's been long enough, it's going to be like a wide range. I got to imagine a lot of those are going to be eyebrow sculpting kits.
It's true.
Whose greatest sim triumph?
I mean, I know the collection of Jingle All the Way DVDs that was opened by someone in the office, because when I was there, however long ago, I saw that stack. So here, take one. If you'd like. No, I already own it. It's on the wall. I'm good. I've got Jingle All the Way, because who wouldn't?
Ooh. Cough. Midwest Heather brings up a great point, and I know what it is, not just because of Wisconsin, but because of Rhode Island. But if I say the word bubbler to you, what do you think of?
Like a water fountain?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it turns out that, like, there's a water fountain company who called their product the Bubbler, and it was like distributed in Rhode Island, parts of Massachusetts, and chunks of Wisconsin. So like the vast majority of America calls a water fountain a water fountain. But like growing up, like you didn't go to the water fountain if you needed a drink of water. And
you went to the bubbler.
Yeah, you go to the bubbler. And
yeah,
like
that's a very New England thing. You go to the bubbler.
Yeah, to the bubbler. I think they even have like a display on it at the Wisconsin Museum. It's Chris Herndon, second catch of the day. So doing a little bit of work, getting some action here. He has been pretty much a non-factor in a lot of sims, to the point where even at 11 points per game, his flex price went down to 5,800. Hasn't had double digits in nearly 10 sims, but did have a 22-point game not too long ago here in this stadium against the Giants. So possible he shows up and shows out. We get a 0-0 score here, Koff. It's been exactly what you'd expect in the wild weather Wednesday sim involving the Jets. And Josh Allen's inability to stretch for a first down on 3rd and medium has resulted in 4 punts and a bunch of garbage to start this game.
The Bills are not obviously in Simland what they are in real life, but even with that in mind, I feel like we are seeing Josh Allen and company play down to their competition right now. This scoreless game through 1, Allen has not even thrown for 10 yards to this point. He has, he's done little on the ground. Our receivers, Herndon, that's your guy, 3 for 38. After that, 1 for -5. You've actually lost points practically with Lee Smith. Who was the other one? Stephon Diggs that has a catch for a dozen yards, not even. So it's been quiet goings here, obviously. Yeah, 1 for 12 by Steph Diggs. That's it. So we'll hope for more offense in quarter number 2. We had the defensive excitement stripped away from us. That was sad. Really got us off and running on the wrong foot, I'm afraid. Hit the like button. Let's try and make us all feel better. And if this is still a problem, guys, if this is still an issue, if we're still like 0-0 or 3-3 or 7-3 through, 2 quarters, we're going to have to talk to Drew about the stink button and see if he can investigate if that is on here early on a Wild Weather Wednesday.
Yeah, I don't know why we would set all the sliders to stink. Normally it's, set to cheat however we can, your rosters out there. But today we just put them all down to nothing. And that's on us. We made a mistake there. As Jerem over in Twitch, DK says finally got back to him about those anniversary plans. We had the announcement come out yesterday.
Oh, do tell. What do we got?
So we should have a $15 70 max entry contest coming up in the next 2 days. So we should be able to get that going, and it should be a decent amount of prizes on the line for our 3/28 Patriots Day. Also, the 1-year anniversary of our Sim family coming together. This Sunday coming up, we're gonna have some special contests ready to go, and when as soon as we know more here, because obviously, Koff and I are just the pretty faces of this thing. We're not the brain trust behind the scenes, but as soon as
we're barely even that, if we're being honest.
That's fair.
Yeah, David had said there needs to be a National Sims Day, pay day off to everyone who plays Sims all day. Well, I think we, since you have a National Everything Day, right, Christian? There's National Bobblehead Day. There's National Puppy Day. Wasn't that yesterday or the day before? There's National Everything Day that you can possibly imagine. There should be a recognized National Sims Day or Dreamstream Day or whatever, but I think we all know what day that would be, and that is, of course, coming up on Sunday. Like you said, March 28th, the 1-year anniversary of this thing. And I will tell you, for that large prize pool that is expected for the late Classic contest, we have got some games coming at you, man. It's going to be good. So listen to this. 6 p.m., of course, the happy hour sim. You've got the Niners and Patriots. Jason Rossi will be on the call with Matt LaMarca. And then at 8, I'll be with you for a Super Bowl rematch with the Bucks and Chiefs in virtual Tampa Bay. It'll be me and Tom Carroll, Tom Ace. And then I can't imagine wrapping up your late Classic with a ton of money on the line better than with this game in this tandem. You have the Saints and Texans, Madden After Dark, with Matt LaMarca and Tom Carroll. Oh. You're going to tell me that's not going to be a fun time? That's going to be a fun time. I might tune in.
It's Sunday night. What else are you going to do? The Simpsons hasn't been good in years. Bob's Burgers will be over by then. Family Guy, your mileage may vary. I still watch it. It's clearly, I don't know. I can't remember. For me,
I can't quit you.
Yeah, exactly. But at the same time, it's like, all right, did I, that first run of Family Guy, did I love it because I was a teenager and it was set in Rhode Island? Or did I love it so much more because it was actually that much better?
It was better.
It was better. It did lose its fastball after coming back from cancellation. And, there have been some decent episodes since, but, it's kind of in that Simpsons string where it's just cranking out, playing the hits, and it's fine. I don't mind it. It's not something I'm going to actively seek out, but if it's on, I'll watch in the background, or if I'm bored, I'll fire up Hulu and go through some, season 15 episodes I might not have watched. As Sam Darnold, is he going to do it?
Sammy D!
Is he going to do it?
And he falls on in, rolls off the back of a defender for the first touchdown of the game. Sam Darnold rushing score.
Wow, putting the wheels to use that we did not think existed maybe so much. Although he did average nearly 6 yards per attempt last season when he was healthy and feeling good. Darnold with the scramble there, not a designed run, but pretty solid scrambler in real life, even though we may not think of him that way. He doesn't scramble a lot, but last year 26 scrambles, nearly 8 yards per scramble. So when he does pull it down, he finds some space, and that's exactly what happened there as the Buffalo defense loses its O, and the Buffalo Bills offense now asked to respond.
So I'm catching up back in the chat here from when I leaned into the mic, some of the comments. Solomon, you're doing a good job with the broadcast. The tone feels like you're about to list the side effects of some medication. Playing the dream stream too frequently. Wait, let me get closer. Hang on. Yeah, as someone said, imagine cough sounding like elevator music. Floor number 1, floor number 2. Bass pops. You sound like a pro up close cough. Deep, authoritative. But yeah, to Solomon, what would it be? Playing the dream stream too often results in a loss of relationships, seeing your family less, being way too invested in Madden simulations, but only if you're here 42/7.
Unironic appreciation of one cat's Ducey.
It will result in doing poor imitations and character voices.
Ooh,
Several hours a day. Out to midfield. Josh Allen starting to rack up some yards. That time to John Brown, who is #team always fade for me in real life as well. He disappoints me anytime I ever roster that man.
He just like fluctuates so wildly, and like he's a very good wide receiver. He's a veteran presence. I think he's going to have a very nice year in Las Vegas. I think the Derek Carr John Brown combination makes a ton of sense. Two guys who are typically solid, but maybe a little bit underrated and overlooked. So I'm excited to see what he can do in Vegas. But yeah, last year was tough for him. Injured, had some decent games, but that leg injury cost him a lot of time. And when he missed those games, the Bills kind of proved they could chug along without him. So became a casualty this year. Emmanuel Sanders can take his place as that wily veteran wideout alongside Cole Beasley. And the Bills are going to be good again, but the AFC is going to be just a slugfest this year. I'm very excited. The one team I'm possibly more excited about than any other, because they're building the right way, Cliff. The Cleveland Browns. The Browns.
Really?
Yeah. They are going after their biggest weaknesses. They addressed the line. They got the offensive skill players last year. They got the head coach to bring Baker Mayfield back up to speed, and it worked out well for him. But the defense was awful. Passing defense was bad, and they needed some help up front. They needed a good counterbalance to Myles Garrett, that especially now that Olivier Vernon is a free agent. And they went out and they got some good guys. They addressed the secondary by bringing in John Johnson, who was great, and getting Troy Hill on a dirt cheap deal for what he can provide. Now, Denzel Ward doesn't have to do everything in the secondary. That's awesome. They don't have to ever look at Andrew Sendejo again, who is just a nightmare of a safety. And then up front, Tack McKinley, give him a chance to reclaim his value. And who is the defensive tackle they have? They brought some veteran in to replace Larry Ogunjobi, which I'm sad about. No more Larry. Larry is one of my favorite players. I think he's going to have a nice, very solid year in Cincinnati. But they went out and they replaced him with Malik Jackson, former Pro Bowler, only 31 years old. So another guy who can really do some work in that 4-3. Is we're going to get a Tyler Bass field goal attempt from 53 in the rain. I don't feel good about this one, Paul.
I need it. My lineup needs it. Hit it, Bass.
Oh no. Bounced about 5 yards.
Close. Wasn't even close.
I think I saw Glash kick one of those when he was going up against Emerson this winter.
So we remain 7-0 here as we're a little more than midway through this second quarter. Again, wild weather Wednesday getting the best of us in the rain so far. Then again, the two teams that have been involved in this one, I think, have definitely played a role.
Ooh, Edward Pride. Gabriel Davis is really talented. Absolutely right on that one. Davis is going to be in for a bigger role. The rookie out of Central Florida last year, the only good Central Florida grad, was a great playmaking threat. I mean, averaged more than 17 yards per catch, and he wasn't even that high up on the pecking chart. They have between Davis, Isaiah McKenzie, Stephon Diggs, Josh Allen has just a wealth of guys to throw to, a wealth of talent who can carry him over the line there as the Bills about to step back on the field here after that Sam Darnold interception.
So many things that I've just been furiously copying and pasting the comments that I wanted to acknowledge in the chat as we've gone off on little tangents here. As Josh Allen rushes for a first, already up to 39 on the ground. So the rushing bonus is certainly in play for him. We'll see if he's able to get there, but he's pacing in that direction. So our guy, Cobra K in Game Up says, someone wake me when you actually need some stats. Bucky, Koff, have you read all those books behind you? No, those are DVDs, but I haven't watched them all either. I assure you. Can you imagine if I had that many books? I am not that cultured, folks.
Nerd.
I am, but not even that. I'm not that. I wish I could tell you I was that sophisticated. Richard Riley, haven't been here in a while, and holy hair, Koff. I mean, holy hair, I think, is for Christian with what's going on that mop. But it's true. I have not cut my hair in a little bit. I need to do that. Executive sessions, Koff, you trying to grow back your beard on the down low? No, this is just laziness, my man. But it maybe I do miss the mustache. Not going to lie to you. Johnny Heist, not for nothing, Koff. Really liked the borderline loved the last blockbuster Netflix documentary. If you haven't watched it, make sure you do. You won't regret it. I have not seen that. Have you seen that?
I haven't. I've seen it come up on my recommendations a few times. I might save it for the weekend, but although I'm going to be watching basketball this weekend, save it for like next week. Save it for that dead zone after March Madness, but before baseball becomes just an absolute time suck for me. So I'll get to it. It does look cool.
There's some really cool Netflix documentaries in general that I haven't watched that I've heard good things about, whether it's that one or the movies we loved. Yeah. Or the TV shows that shaped us, or whatever the thing is called, or different versions of that. I'm also pretty excited that 2 days from now, on the 26th, you will have on Disney Plus the new Mighty Ducks TV series dropping. So welcome back, Gordon Bombay. I'm pretty pumped about that.
Gordon Bombay, a terrible head coach. Let's just say what it is. I mean, it could have been better. I feel like he gets more credit than he deserves as the head coach of that Ducks team. Just shenanigans is what he instilled in those youths.
Somebody had to get those kids in line, though, and to buy in. Look, that movie, all of them, especially Mighty Ducks 2, I could spend an entire sim without acknowledging a second of football dissecting the problems with Mighty Ducks 2. However, nostalgia, man, they're just fun. Although I was reading an article on The Ringer last night about how this new series is really flipping the movies on their head. Now the Mighty Ducks they've become the Hawks. They're the powerhouse. Yeah. With the all the attitude and the jerks and the ingrates and now it's this collection of new misfits that are coming to dethrone the Ducks. And they will be coached by Gordon Bombay eventually once he, buys in and accepts his love of hockey again. So This is going to be, quite a thing. And there are all sorts of cameos from original Ducks coming back. No Pacey, no Josh Jackson just yet, and no Goldberg, even though obviously, his life in real life, it kind of spiraled there for a while, but he's a year sober. He's put all the weight back on that he lost from obviously when he was, on the downward spiral. So he is hoping to be part of the series maybe in coming seasons. So I'm excited. Averman and Banks and we got to get like Wu is in there. We got to get Julie the Cat Gaffney, Fulton Reed. I mean, let's go, baby. Let's bring it back.
Yeah, I did see. I marked out a little bit when I saw that cast photo. I think Emerson retweeted it with something like all caps when you got Filton and Marguerite Moreau and Haverbrook.
Right.
Yeah. It's been a while since I watched him, but for a while there, like I was like, all right, I can go back to this. This isn't going to get old for me. And
Bearded Mage says, I thought the coach in the new series is going to be the kid from Letterkenny. So he is it's true, but he's coaching the Ducks. Bombay is coaching this new group of misfits. But yeah, the dude from Letterkenny is a coach in this, which I didn't realize that. I can't remember his actual name, so I apologize. But his dad in real life is an NHL coach.
Really?
Yeah.
That is an extremely Canadian thing. We got a touchdown there.
A touchdown.
And it's the tight end, Lee Smith, a guy I faded because I couldn't fit him on my lineup over Brashad Perriman. And as always on a Wild Weather Wednesday, stacking the tight ends, paying off. Josh Allen to Lee Smith for 6, and we're about to have ourselves a tie game.
That's what we're looking for, folks. Offense, interest in the rain, no less. Bearded Mage says, yeah, he's from a hockey family. Yeah, his dad played in the NHL or played professional hockey outside of just the NHL as well for, I don't know, a decade or something like that. And he was even an NHL head coach, and now he's on the NHL coaching staff and has been for years. But I think he coached Calgary for part of the season. It's just, I don't know, kind of funny, little dots that we connect with help from Wikipedia and other sources, obviously. Smash Lana, I'm on vacation, took a week off starting today. I'm going to watch Sims and then go to the beach. That sounds pretty good. As long as you're not taking a vacation from Simland, we're good. Freak of Nature bought a Zion Williamson graded RC Auto rookie card autograph with my with my stimulus cough. Was that a smart investment? I don't think that's what that's designed for.
Hey, whatever. As long as you're jump-starting the economy, man.
Yeah. I don't think that's the point. That being said, I'd love to see the card. I bet it's great. Yeah. Lindenbaum, focused on the anniversary coming up on Sunday, says no Glash for prime time on the anniversary, but freeze pops instead. Weak. Well, one, we love freeze pops. That should go without saying, which is why I almost didn't say it. I think we all know that. As far as Glash, I actually just don't think he's available. I think he's got other stuff going on based on the puzzle that producer Madison always has to put together with all of us commentators and, who fits where when. I think Glash is on earlier in the day and he's not on in the evening, but I am sure he will make his presence felt, not to worry.
I mean, maybe the guy just wants Sunday off, trying
but it's not even that. He's doing a couple sims earlier in the day.
Oh, okay, so that's what it is. I mean,
yeah.
You can't overwork the man. You can't overload Glash's circuits. You know how excitable he gets. You gotta give him some cool down time, or else he's just gonna explode on stream, and it'll just be a mess of shaved eyebrows and pizzas and costumes. Or Sarah,
Tate is feeling a personal affront. We're not even talking about him, and he is offended. He says, "Whoa, freeze pops and Lamarck is fantastic. I can confirm. I told you, I'm excited. I mean, no, like if it were like Glash and freeze pops or Glash and Lamarca, I've heard that before. I don't need to tune in for that." But Lamarca and freeze pops, I haven't been there for that party, and I think I might need to attend.
I'm intrigued.
Matt says we had them together for the first time last Sunday. She said I was laughing out loud so hard. All caps on the so you know she means it. I believe it. I bet that's a great time right there.
Yeah, Matt is not the kind of person who would just write LOL and not mean it. So.
No, she's not just going to throw those out you. Hey, speaking of, by the way, that took me down a different place. So I know, and everybody's different with how they emoticon or abbreviate or whatever else with their text messaging. Everybody's different. Everyone has a different demeanor, tone, approach, what have you. You and I have never texted. I don't know what kind of texter you are. Babysitter Billy, for those who remember him. May he rest in peace. Don't worry, he's still alive. I just mean in Simland. Babysitter Billy. Well, he's one of those guys that LOLs you to death. Like he will write LOL at the start or end of almost every text he sends. And maybe he's just a happy giggly guy, which I think he is. But beyond like it's like LOL overkill. Yeah. But what I do, because nobody's perfect, I will never write LOL. You will never see me write LOL. If I'm writing LOL, I'm mocking somebody more than likely. But what I will do, a fair share, it's not a rare occurrence. I don't think I overdo it. But what I will do, whether we're talking in Slack, text, maybe the occasional email, just to really show emotion, I will write ha or ha-ha. Or if something's really funny, maybe a ha-ha-ha. It could be anything, right? My wife, for whatever reason, cannot stand it.
Really?
I will say something to her, and I will write "ha" at the end, and she'll be like, "What? Like, what's the deal with the ha? Why the ha? Why it's like, why are we doing this right now?" She's like, it's awkward, it's weird. Stop haing me. Like I don't know. I'm just kind of showing you how I feel. I think it's funny, but like a little funny, just funny enough to give you a ha.
Yeah. I mean, you can escalate it like ha ha, medium funny, ha ha ha, very funny. Yeah,
Right.
I'm on board with that, man. Like
there are degrees of ha. I think we all know that.
Yeah, and LOL, like you're not literally laughing out loud most of the time. You are not LMAOing. Your body is still fully intact. We're gonna take some pride in your technique. All right, own up to it. Be accountable for the things you write. Because if you're not actually laughing out loud, don't write LOL. You think it's something funny? Oh ha! Or hey, that's funny. Even that funny is a weird thing to write out. But ha! Oh, captures that emotion in fewer letters than LOL.
Right. You know what I might occasionally do though? This is rare. This is every once in a while. If I really am laughing out loud, if I find something that funny, and that happens on occasion on text messages with your buddies, right? Like someone will say something, it takes you back to a place where it's just really funny in the moment, and it's good. I might definitely go opposite everything I just said in the overkill direction, right? Like ha 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 ha, ha like 10 of them, you know, and I'll send it, but then I'm still laughing, and I'll just do it again with even more ha's. I'll keep going with the ha's. I'll ha you to death.
Special occasions, because you aren't really using LOL or LMAO, and they're like, oh my, I hit a home run with that.
But that is my way of showing you, man, that was like genuinely funny. I am on board with that. Yeah. Smash Lana said it's kind of like the number of Y's that you use in hey, like hey, you know, one of those. Anyway. That's not really me though. I've never really been the hey with a whole bunch of Y's guy.
We've clearly triggered the chat based on the number of LOLs and Rafflecopters and LMAOs I've seen.
I got to catch up in the chat.
Yeah, and also I accidentally ate a little bit of tinfoils. Okay, that one's new. Didn't see that one coming, but
yeah, first time playing Fortnite, says on Twitch. I just stick with the crying, laughing face. Yeah, I'll send that from time to time. Absolutely.
Chris Boyd, I say and do as I please. Exactly. Don't let us limit you. Just understand that if you're in a text chain with Call for I and you use LOL,
we're judging you.
Exactly. We're not going to think, oh man, you're actually laughing out loud. We're going to think this person is a fraud.
You are a fraud. Robbie Noble says, LOL, you do use, I'll do me, LOL.
Cough. How you feeling about Syracuse?
I mean, I feel like they've already exceeded expectations. This is very. I'm sort of upset with myself for not. I had Syracuse win one round on my bracket. I should have probably had them win 2 or 3 because this is what they do. Any year, and it's like the years that Syracuse has a dominant regular season and into the conference tournament, they get there and you feel really good about them. They're probably going to win a round or 2 and then they're going to be done. It's the years that they don't even belong there and they're a bubble team and they surprise people and then everyone's angry when they ultimately get in, selected by the committee, that this is that like Sweet 16's automatic. You know, Elite 8 is likely, Final 4 is possible. Like that is where we are at. But like Buddy Boeheim and Jim Boeheim taking over the world now. Like Saturday night I think is when they play, folks. If Syracuse goes out and wins that game by 15, I'm not going to be the least bit surprised because this is what they do when everyone dismisses them. And it's really, I'm surprised I didn't buy into it myself.
And this is the Syracuse team that barely held on to beat Bryant University earlier in the season. And yet here we are. Anytime you are frustrated or annoyed with Syracuse, that's the time to advance them in your bracket. As soon as you start taking them seriously, that's when you know, like, they're probably done here. They're only gonna have a good season and not a great one. There's no Carmelo Anthony to lift them above the fray, or Hakeem Warwick. Dude, Hakeem Warwick was so much fun to watch. That dude was awesome. Anyway.
Oh, I mean, my favorite Syracuse player ever.
Dude was like 6'9" and weighed like 170 pounds. Awesome.
Shame he didn't. I really thought he was going to do okay in the NBA. Not, just like journeyman, be around for a little while, have some decent years. Never thought he was going to be a star, but he really was barely even that. He wasn't around very long.
I feel like he got like 5-6 years. Well, I'm going to look it up now. I gotta
look it up.
I feel like I had Keem Warwick played 2006 to 2013, and now he played in China in 2014. So he put together a decent NBA resume. Averaged 13 and 5 for the Grizzlies in 2007.
Who's this again?
Keem Warwick.
Yeah.
Not bad. I mean,
but how many years?
7 years.
That's longer than I would have thought.
Yeah. 8 years. 8 years in the NBA.
8 years.
8 years. Made more than $21 million in contracts. Good for you, Keem Warwick. And he also got traded at one point for Josh McRoberts. So 2 legends going in opposite directions there.
Well, you know what? I can take it back then. That's a respectable journeyman career. That's probably about what I would have put him at coming out of college. Bruce says he's got an all-time highlight with that block. I can still picture it in my head when I close my eyes. You know who doesn't like that? Our guy BK, Brandon Cristal, Kansas guy.
Oh no, BK.
That was a tough day for him.
I mean, you had the time. You could have done the shot fake. Warwick was in the air. You could have even pulled off a 4-point play, but instead, you let Keem Warwick jump to the moon and swat you so embarrassingly that Kansas basketball is never the same.
I let my 6-year-old. So I didn't do a money bracket this year. I just kind of, I don't know, ran out of time. The tournament didn't have the same hype going in for me this year, and I think that's true of a lot of people, as it typically does. And too bad, because it's been an incredible tournament. It's been really, really good. But what I did do was me, my 8-year-old, my 6-year-old, we made brackets within the house here just to compete against one another. And my 6-year-old, out of foolish loyalty to me, I think, picked Syracuse to win the whole thing. But now look who's feeling pretty good. Kid couldn't be more excited when Cuse goes out and has a good game.
Did he have Oral Roberts anywhere?
So the funny thing about that Oral Roberts is the one that upset Ohio. No,
Ohio State in the first round.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's what it was. So I've told this story before. So to tell it very quickly, we're doing the bracket. Of course, he doesn't. He's not paying attention to seeds or he doesn't know if who's good, who's not. My goodness, safety territory. Ball down at the 1, 7-all. Let's see what we get here.
Oh, Sam Darnold too. He might run out the back of the damn end zone. Oh.
So he's doing his thing, and let me see if we get a safety here first. Oh no! Not even close. No. In fact, is Le'Veon Bell gonna go? Zigzag, man, zigzag.
Serpentine!
From the 1 all the way to the other 42. Huge pickup. 92 on the ground now for Le'Veon Bell.
Oh, we were so close, Goff.
Could have had a 99-yard rushing score. That would have been fun.
Oh, that would have single-handedly redeemed this game. Instead, Bell with a pathetic, middling 56-yard run instead. Get him off my team.
But so he's doing his bracket, and I'm just I'm reading him the options. Gonzaga, Oklahoma, Creighton, Ohio, USC, Kansas. Now this is the round of 32, but you get the idea. Right. And he's just picking who he thinks it's going to be. And so he had picked Oral Roberts against Ohio State. That was the 15-2 game. Yeah. He picked Oral Roberts, and that was the one time I interjected, and I just said, just so you know, like 15 over 2. I mean, it's not impossible. Probably not going to happen. Like that generally doesn't happen.
It's like the Olympics. It happens once every 4 years.
If even that often, honestly. And the poor guy, he listened to me, but 2, he then overcorrected and put OSU like in the Elite 8.
Oh, so this is all your fault.
It's really, like if he loses to his brother, he loses to me. It's pretty much on me, is what I'm telling you, which is a shame. I have to live with that now. And therapy bills are not cheap.
Go make him construction paper metal that just says on the front, like, bracket winner, and on the back in very small print, Dad failed you.
Yeah, like Edward says, cough, and he said this before I even told the story, but he's heard me say it. It says, cough, you cheated one of your kids. And I'm not sure there's any other way to look at that. I did. I need to be better. A better dad. I'm going to cry now. 2nd and 9 from the
Herndon.
Gets the 26 5-yard pickup for Herndon.
Herndon had an awful drop on that first drive. Didn't wind up costing his team anything but a little bit of field position. And now, well, the good news is the Jets are in field goal range. The bad news is their kicker is still Sam Ficken, who not reliable in the real world, not reliable here in Simland. From 43, you got to think he'd be pretty good, but it is a wild weather Wednesday. So why not make this a moot point and sling yourself a touchdown past Sam Darnold? Or you know what? Let's run for 26 and into the end zone. No, not 26, but enough for a first. So this drive will continue.
Nick says, well, time for work now. Second day back at work, just part-time for now until I work my way back to full strength. Good luck, everyone. Thanks for all the continued prayers. Have a blessed day, everybody. Nick, again, our best with you, my friend. And
congrats on the recovery.
Yes, and thanks for dropping into Simland for a little bit of a distraction for a few minutes.
Yeah, so I'm sure you were on the DM with Tommy Freeze Pops about his bracket group.
Yeah.
I joined. I
didn't end up jumping in. Did you?
I joined at the last second. I looked at my bracket that I unjoined, and it was the absolute right move because I'm in like a for fun 25-person bracket with like a bunch of grad school friends, and I am currently 25th out of 25. I barely batted 500 on my first round picks. Like all my upsets were wrong, and all my chalk picks were terrible. I had Illinois winning the title, which. You know, that's on me. I like a universe where the Illini are chaotic and fun. It happens. It's like the cicadas. It happens every 16, 17 years.
Sure. 2nd and 8 from the 18. 7-7 still. A couple minutes to go, third quarter. CDA, AK, Mads, Drew, Tate, all here with you. Jim says, I did that with my wife years ago. We went to the horse races. She picked the 3 longest shots on the board because of their names. I talked her out of it, and well, you know the rest.
Yeah, brutal. I mean, to be fair, you probably only put like $2 down on this, but yeah, that's one you're never gonna live down.
How about Team Up 2000? Hey, first time, boys. Hello, Team Up. Welcome. Thanks for being with us. Welcome to Simland.
Rush Perriman in. To the 5-yard line. So 1st and goal coming up. Perriman 4 for 71 now. So quietly having a good game, making me feel better about choosing him over Lee Smith. And we'll see what we get here. Big formation up front for the Jets. So it looks like it's going to be a bell run. It is, and he does not lane, but he does hit the bonus. Yep. For now, can still get hammered behind the line of scrimmage. This Jets offensive line, despite the amount of free agent cash they infused to make it better. Not great, and obviously that Bills D-line, pretty solid, if you ask anyone other than Kenny Ducey. Kenny Ducey hates the Bills with every ounce of his being, and you love to hear it. You're going to get, yes.
Oh, wow.
Touchdown, but the PPR point, too. So if you have Lev, rejoice.
How about that authoritative kneel down, too? He just gets in and boom, I'm here, my house.
He planted his flag. Get in and stoink. Right, just barely over the plane, too. That's something we saw a lot of from Le'Veon Bell in the real Jets lineup. In fact, last year, let's take a look at the numbers. Le'Veon Bell had 0 rushing touchdowns and 0 receiving touchdowns. He only had 22 total touches in his 2 games with New York last season as his standout with Adam Gase. Ended with him winning an AFC title, but not winning a Super Bowl with the Chiefs, who have spent the offseason getting rebuffed quite a bit, Goff. You'd think that these free agents they're asking to come in and maybe take a little bit of a pay cut to play for Patrick Mahomes and play for a title every year would be all in on it. But they have been in on like 4 guys, brought them to the facility, and then lost them, including Simland All-Star Josh Reynolds, who went to the Titans, and today, Kawan Williams, one of the better one of the better deep ball corners out there, decided he wasn't going to be a Chief. He signed with the Niners instead. And kind of a rough offseason for Brett Veach and the Kansas City Brain Trust, although you got Patrick Mahomes, you're going to be fine. I mean, let's face it, they're still going to be the preseason favorites to win the AFC, barring disaster.
Are your favorites to win just right now, knowing obviously that we are quite a ways away from having to declare anything, but your feeling based on free agent moves, some trades that have been made, that sort of thing, your contenders, your true contenders, your upper echelon teams, either conference, have they changed in the last couple weeks based on all the moves and everything that's happened from where they were at the close of the season, and initial odds come out and you're just feeling how you feel?
I mean, they're not enough, but I will say that the AFC South is a bit of a mess and mystery to me. So I wouldn't trust anyone from that division just yet. I think it's going to be just up for grabs as it always has been, even with Carson Wentz. Even if he can restore his value, then the Colts are a great play. But who the hell knows? He looked irreparably broken last year. Mm-hmm. I like what the Dolphins did this offseason, and if Tua can give them even just league average quarterbacking, they're going to be a problem. Like I said, really like what the Browns have done. So I think the Browns are going to come out of the North. I think unless very Browns things happen to them, they're going to be the team standing atop a packed AFC North. And then on the other side, I hate to say it, I like the Cowboys with a fully refreshed Dak Prescott, but I think the football team, especially with the moves they've made, bringing in Fitzmagic, reinforcing that baller defense, I think the Washington football team is going to improve. I think they're going to be a playoff problem. And then other than that, man, Bucks. I mean, why would you ever count out touchdown Tom? This whole
they're bringing everybody back too. Have they even had a significant loss?
Like, they're going to have to make some sacrifices. They're pressed up against the cap. No, the cap is a Ponzi scheme. It doesn't matter. You can just have everyone once they get into the meat of their contract, they convert everything to bonuses, and it doesn't count. And you just push it on to the future. So Bucks are going to be good again, man. I think your two favorites are going to be a Super Bowl rematch, but I think a lot of teams are making moves where they look good and parity rules in the NFL. So I'm excited to say the least. Look at that, Josh. 50 passing yards.
50.
Quarters.
50. That's it.
0.
Randy W. in the chat pokes Diggs with stick. Come on. Do something. Seriously. Stephon Diggs has been on the milk carton here for this one. Le'Veon Bell's hit the bonus. 103 on just 9 carries. That's it. Sam Darnold has rushed for a touchdown, 2 for 18. Josh Allen is a threat to get to the rushing bonus, nowhere close to the passing bonus. That's not going to happen. But 8 for 79 on the ground for him. As far as the pass catchers, Diggs is 1 for 12, just as he was at the end of one quarter. 6 for 29 for Bell, a touchdown in the air. Perriman 4 for 71. You have 3 for 4 for Lee Smith, but with a score. Herndon 5 for 56. Singletary has lost yards in the air. So it has been it's been a weird game, statistically speaking.
Just nothing going on for that Bills offense. I mean, it's been Lee Smith with the touchdown, and then everyone else has been just kind of low-key awful. Josh Allen has a passing touchdown, has some rushing yards, but still under 14 points in the flex. John Brown has done very little. Steph Diggs has done very little. Devin Singletary, it's a rain day. You're a running back. Go do something. Lev Bell's doing something. But Devin Singletary, just about 3 points in the flex right now. 0.4 in the receiving game, which is, not ideal. Bills got to get something going here. The good news is they have the ball. Bad news is they're looking at second and long, and the Jets defense has been better than expected. I mean, the Jets defense was the only thing you could kind of sort of rely on last year, unless you were hoping for them to beat the Raiders in the fourth quarter of a close game at MetLife Stadium. Maybe New York holds on for you, or maybe Josh Allen finally comes alive. And that's a good start, as it's going to be Lee Smith again. His third catch of the day gets him up. He had 1 receiving yard before this. I mean, good news was he did have a touchdown, but Lee Smith, not a terrible play today. Up into double digits, I gotta imagine.
Carter says, I was legit stoked for my lineup. LOL, worst I've had in a week. LT, fading Diggs, always such a chalky move because he always disappoints, and recently I've been starting him thinking he's due nothing but a disappointment of late. LOL. Taking a look at our leaderboard right here. Out of 168 entries, I am 68th, which is not good. We have three-way tie for first currently with Le'Veon Bell in the captain spot, where he is heavily owned, about 23%, has 42 points. Allen, Darnold, Smith, Perriman, and the punt play of Tyler Wesco, Trayvon Wesco, pardon me. He's so important here in these sims that I couldn't even get his first name right. Wesco, 2.4% owned, goose egg, but this trio of lineups winning with 5 spots instead of 6. You show-offs. Trey Nyland here in 39th.
For a minute there, I was sniffing top 10, and then that John Brown, Devin Singletary combo just absolutely sinking me right now. But maybe Singletary will get something done here. It's just Bills pushing into field goal territory. Steph Diggs finally starting to give you something as Josh Allen has decided to flip the switch from bad at football to good at football, much like he did in the real world heading into his 3rd year as a pro. What an amazing rise he had, and credit to Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott for creating a space where he could really thrive. Strike to the outside there is John Brown, who's solid, especially for John Brown. He's having a solid day. A guy who only gave you about 7 fantasy points per game. I believe he's up over that average now as 1st and 10 coming from inside the red zone.
Jim says, hey, Koff, how many points did you get in B-ball last night? Glad I didn't get in your contest. You would have destroyed me. Last night was, I will tell you, let me pull it up. Last night was pretty good. Wasn't a crazy night or anything like that. I had 263.5 last night, led by James Harden, who went for about 63. Ingram went for about 48. Had some fire for NAW. RJ Barrett was great, about 38 points. Harrell was the one who disappointed for me. He was the only snowflake. Allen slides down at the 2. Come on, Josh. No one gets hurt in Simland. Bust your way through.
Yeah, for everyone rostering him, that could have been the difference between a good day and a typical Josh Allen performance. Instead, slides down. The good news is, holds on to the ball. On a wild weather Wednesday, you are always worried when the quarterbacks tuck and run with it because they are going to fumble way more often in the rain than they do normally. So instead, it could be Singletary time. Could be Zach Moss time. Let's see who that is in the backfield. And
a pitch. Singletary lost yards.
Lost about 5 yards on that one. Good Lord. Why the toss sweep? It never works.
Haven't even thought about tonight's NBA yet. I'm gonna have to look at that a little bit later on. I don't get to brag often, but I'm just happy that I took down Ducey, as if he was finally willing to play, crushed him, and then Lamarca had sent me a note during the day because he was upset that I went up 4-2 on him. He said, I'm bringing my A game tonight.
Was he not bringing it before? Or was he just
apparently? But all I know is I edged him. It wasn't dominating or anything, but it was a victory, and that is a cause for celebration. Devin Singletary, after losing yards, picks up enough right there to even up this game, at least after the extra point. Touchdown, Buffalo.
I was surprised to see a run play after losing yards, 2nd and goal from the 7, but Singletary pretty much untouched up the gut. We are an extra point away from having a 4th quarter tie. As this game, well, it's going to finish better than it started, but that's pretty much because it has to. It was a grim 1st quarter, and now we get to see what Sam Darnold can do with the game on the line. Which is a real sentence I just said and immediately regret.
Bucky said, we got up over 500 people watching. Smash that like. Let's go. Hit the like button, folks. We got about 115. Let's get ourselves to 150. 150. One big push. Smash that like button right now. Let's all do it together. Get us there. We appreciate you. Yeah, Horton Tucker was a disappointment last night for the people. I see you guys in the chat. I had him in a dummy build earlier in the day and fortunately took him out.
LeBron loves him so much.
Well, someone's got to score and get some fantasy production with LeBron and AD both out.
You know what I got coming up that I'm not prepared for in the fantasy world? Tomorrow
The next
night.
sim?
No, I'm always prepared for these sims. I don't have to get ready because I stay ready, Paul, when it comes to sim night. No.
There you go.
I got my keeper baseball league fantasy draft tomorrow night where you keep, it's an auction draft and you keep 6 guys and then you got to throw down on the rest of your roster. No idea who is good or not, who the rising prospects to keep an eye out outside of Wander Franco are. And if they didn't play for Vanderbilt, I probably don't know how good they are as minor leaguers. So it's going to be very interesting to see if I can identify some young rising talent or if I just get real lazy and default to A, guys I've heard of, B, guys in the NL Central, and C, guys Yahoo likes.
Well, I hope you've been keeping up with our weekly division previews that I have been hosting with Steve Buchanan and Gary and Thorne, because they have been giving you all sorts of knowledge on what fantasy plays you need across all teams in Major League Baseball this year. We've been running those the last 6 weeks here in the Dream Stream, Christian. That's where the insight comes from.
Gonna have to go back and find them all and give them a good watch through. I got like 30 hours before my draft, so I can make sure I can process that information before then. It's Darnold gets rid of it in time, and Lev Bell runs into traffic instead of running for the first down. So a frustrating play there. Darnold makes a great decision to get rid of that before getting sacked. And Lev Bell, all he has to do is run to the sideline, and he can easily outgain Ed Oliver, as athletic as he is. Instead, cuts back inside and very easily tackled by the much larger D lineman. Jets going to have to punt here. Bills in position to take a fourth quarter lead despite being awful for the majority of this game.
I know the overtime X factor might be blinking here. We'll see halfway through the fourth quarter, 14 all. And as you said, a punt coming up here from the Jets. What is your gut feeling? Is this one going to extra time, or are we going to decide this thing in regulation?
The way this game's been going and the way the Madden sims like to drop misery on us all at once, I am going to say, yeah, overtime feels right for this one. And maybe 2 overtimes in the rain, and some turnovers and some fumbles and whatever it takes to destroy Noah Moon's roster, because that's what we do here in Simland. We figure out exactly what he has put in as his 6 players, and then we dismantle it piece by piece behind the scenes. That's for you, Noah.
2nd and 8 coming, 3:44 to go, and the clock ticking here in regulation 24. See what you got, Josh Allen.
And Allen creeping towards the bonus, so if he can pull one down and run for about 10 yards here, that would be huge. As is Lee Smith again. So Smith's solid day continues. Obviously, the touchdown helps with 5 catches now for him. He's well into double digits on the day.
Tater Hater here is dreaming big. Says, I'm going to need Josh Allen to hit Beasley on a long touchdown. Then I need Stephon Diggs to sub in at corner and get a pick 6.
Yeah, Beasley. Beasley seemed like one of those guys who'd be a good play, sure-handed kind of possession-type receiver, but we have not seen him, maybe not at all today. If we have, we've not called his name. Devin Singletary's awful day continues. Just nothing going on the ground outside of that 7-yard touchdown run. And as previously mentioned, he has negative receiving yards, -6, which takes some effort.
Mind if I do something crazy? Hit you with some real football news?
Oh my God.
I'd love your thoughts on this. It doesn't really have a fantasy impact, but I think it's noteworthy. The Cowboys, according to Edward or ESPN, have informed pass rusher Aldon Smith they've decided to move on from him after 1 season. After being reinstated last season following a series of suspensions, Smith had 5 sacks playing his first NFL game since 2015. He is a free agent.
Listen, if Jerry Jones is giving up on you and you can still play football, that is a terrible, terrible sign for what's going on off the field. Because, this is the team that gave Greg Hardy his second chance. So I can't imagine that means good things are coming down the road for a guy like Aldon Smith. Hopefully, the NFL is better when he is healthy. He has his mind right. He is playing well. But if the Cowboys don't want you, it seems like it might be the end of the line for him. But you know what? If he can go out there and provide decent pass rushing value, maybe someone will take a chance on him. I don't know. Smith is a guy that always, since his breakthrough in San Francisco, has made himself much more of a headache than he's worth. So,
why don't I give you another that could have fantasy impact then, as we get another punt, this time sending it back to the Jets past the 2-minute warning. And where's this one going to land? At the 1-yard line, safety territory again. Could we get it, baby?
Or is it going to be Le'Veon Bell finally getting that 99-yard touchdown?
There you go. Ian Rappaport, very quickly here. The Bears have agreed to terms on a 1-year deal with former Super Bowl hero Damian Williams. A lot of familiarity, knows Matt Nagy's offense from Kansas City. He was with offensive coordinator Bill Lazor with the Dolphins, obviously an opt-out player last year after his mom stage 4 cancer, but now he is back in the NFL playing and in Chicago. How do you like his fit with the Bears? I think our guy Christian's frozen up on us. 14 all. Oh, he's back. Damian Williams to Chicago. How do you feel about it?
Kind of an embarrassment of riches for them at running back now. It doesn't really seem like the thing they need, but having a good 3-man rotation is pretty nice and gives you a little bit of extra insurance if Tariq Cohen can't come back from that torn ACL all the way. But it's going to be tough to provide week in, week out value if you're rostering any of those running backs, just because we know Montgomery didn't really shine until Cohen was sidelined, and he came on very strong at the end of the year. But, I mean, first off, if you're a Bears running back, everyone's going to key in on you anyway because your passing game sucks. B, just it's great. It's a great platoon, but that's going to negatively affect Montgomery's value. It's going to negatively affect Williams' value. It's going to negatively affect Cohen's value. It makes the Bears better, but from a fantasy standpoint, it's very frustrating, especially if you're in a keeper league and you're like, David Montgomery, you finally paid off for me. Let's go. Well, he may not continue that hot streak on which he ended 2020 as the Jets drive goes nowhere. The Bills have successfully flipped the field.
For the people clamoring for the safety dance song, I know, wanted to give it to you, but we can't just do it to do it. You got to have a safety, and unfortunately that didn't happen. We have 68 seconds remaining in regulation. Can the Bills do something they have basically not done all day, and that is produce some reliable offense in a short period of time? 1st and 10 from the 47. Already not far from field goal range for Josh Allen, who is barely over 100 passing yards here in this one. Allen drops back. He's going to do what he's been more successful with, and that's take off, but instead only got back to the line of scrimmage. Man, how do you run into the one guy who's available to tackle you?
This has been just an immensely frustrating sim for Josh Allen owners. He is standing there at the precipice of extra points. He can make this a great day. All he needs is 7 rushing yards. And what does he do there? Runs in the one guy who could stop him from gaining 10 plus. What the hell? What is this? Oh, we are definitely going to overtime. The sim gods have seen this, and they're like, no, you guys don't get to escape this game that easily. You need to sit and observe as Cole Beasley gets his first catch for 2 yards, and it's absolutely stupid.
Our man Jeff, formerly of Game Ops. This game might not be amazing, but Darnold's hair still looks amazing in the rain. Chicago Sports 82, currently first in the Big Free Showdown, winning $1.83.
Another play where Josh Allen could have tucked it, run with it. Instead, it's a check down. It's good news for Lee Smith, who gets another PPR point. He's got 6 for 43 now. But, maybe the Bills get bold here and go for it. 29 seconds left, 4th and 3. No, they're just going to punt it away. And we are a 99-yard Le'Veon Bell touchdown run away from overtime. That's a terrible punt, too.
Awful punt. What
it is a 15-yard punt. 15-yard punt. You know, I'm beginning to think that my internet was dying on me just in an effort to protect me from watching the end of this game.
Hit the like if you like free football, because that is definitely in play here. 2 timeouts available for the Jets still. They're going to need to use one, assuming that is a completion. No, incomplete. 2nd and 10. Couldn't quite hold on to it. Jim says, overtime's okay. It's more time to spend with you guys and more time to hit that like button. You know, that's why I appreciate Jim. He's able to, you know, turn those frowns upside down.
A true optimist.
That's right.
The anti-optimist.
Oh, 6
okay.
overtimes, Christian.
Okay,
timeout.
Oh, no.
We're still not in field goal range, though.
Yeah. You need to gain like 20 more yards before you feel good about that. And, hey, Chris Hogan on the board, so congrats to all of you who threw him in there as your punt play. He's now got 3+ points in the flex. All right, Sam Darnold, let's see it. 20 yards before I feel good about a game-winning field goal. You do have a timeout. Just can't afford to check down here or else it's going to be nothing but Hail Mary now.
Sam, my goodness.
Oh, he got rid of it. He got rid of it.
Wow.
Wait,
the clock's still going. The clock's going.
Oh, what happened?
Timeout. I'm like you. I thought he was able to release it.
I was briefly proud of our large emu boy, Sam Darnold, but no.
Okay, well, it's going to come down to a Hail Mary then from the 49. 2nd and 15, 5 seconds left. Jets are out of timeouts. So it's either win it here or overtime on the horizon. Darnold, he's got some time, he's got some space, and now he's launching to the sideline into traffic. And incomplete.
Why?
Time expires anyway. I don't know why. I don't know why. What I do know is we are going to go straight to overtime. For those commenting, by the way, on the 6 there in the first quarter for the Jets, or for the Bills, rather, I don't know why that's there. Those things happen from time to time, but as we know, it is 14-all. And we'll see which way the coin toss goes here. Again, Christian DeAndrea, Adam Kaufman, it is going to be Jets ball. Ultimately, the Bills are going to kick. Producer Madison, Drew, our technical director, Cobra K, Tate, and Game Ops. And you guys should know how this works by now, but if in fact you do not, if the Jets can score a touchdown here, game over. Field goal, Bills get an opportunity to tie or win. Obviously, if it's a punt from the Jets, any points win for the Bills. There are no ties in Simland. We will play as long as it takes, and we have had triple overtime before. Many times, for that matter. I don't think we've ever hit 4. Hopefully today's not that day. Would like to grab a snack between Sims.
Yeah, CJ, I do not want overtime. I wanted this game to come to its merciful end. And you know what? Now we're relying on Sam Darnold to get us there, so I have doubts.
Robbie Noble, you can't stop Adam's overtime superstar trait. It's true, man. It was Emerson in Madden 20. It's me in Madden 2021 here. There's no doubt about it. I feel like I don't even know how many overtime games I've seen in Madden 21, but it's a lot. You know what I noticed, too, in my little file of notes that I keep for each and every game? For anyone who thinks I don't do any prep. It's either the next sim here with you at 2 o'clock or it's one that I have tomorrow. I can't remember exactly what the count is that I saw earlier. But one of these upcoming broadcasts is going to be sim number 300 for me of Madden 21.
Wow.
I got to imagine you're probably around that same number, or not far off anyway. We've all done quite a few of these things.
Yeah, and I mean, no complaints there until we get a game like this. But yeah, no, it's been awesome, man. Thank you to everyone, the DK Sim fan, that's been following along and watching, because obviously we wouldn't be able to call this a job without you guys not only watching but playing, partaking in the dream stream. So yeah, I don't even know.
We're coming up on, producer Drew looked this up yesterday. We are rapidly approaching, like only a few away from 1,000 sims for Madden 21. So I guess I've done basically a third of those, which makes sense based on, we've got these things pretty well distributed amongst the whole crew of commentators. And it's nuts that we are done like 1,700 or something of these, 1,600 between Madden 20 and 21.
Yeah, absolutely wild, but awesome at the same time.
And the 1-year anniversary on Sunday.
Well, good news for Bresh Perriman owners, but bad news for anyone wanting the Jets to gain a first down or find the end zone and put a merciful end to this game. Third down coming up for Sam Darnold. He did connect on the last one. He got it to Jamison Crowder in a similar situation. Looks like they will have no, they won't have numbers to run up front. They are a man down. Sammy. The blitz not picked up. The screen does not go through thanks to a swatted pass at the line of scrimmage. Jets will punt, but it'll be one of the better young punters in the game, Braden Mann. So I have a modicum of hope that we can pin the Bills deep and maybe, just maybe, get the walk-off safety we so richly deserve for having put up with it.
Give us the walk-off safety. It's happened in these sims before, but very rarely, as you would expect. Would love to see it.
Going to be pretty tough to do it from the 12, especially with Josh Allen. Like rookie Josh Allen, I would believe he could run 13 yards in the wrong direction or try to lateral to someone and the ball goes in the end zone and the Bills have to dive on it. But I don't believe the Jets are going to get their two-pointer here. The good news is, for the Bills, they only need a field goal to win it from here. And it's going to be more of that guy, Lee Smith. It's like his 7th or 8th catch of the day. Been pretty solid in the flex after he's been coming and going in waves, really.
Freak of Nature says, smash the like button if you feel the energy in the sim. Base pops cough. What's the jackpot for the Sunday anniversary sim? So it is it's the late classic, so it's not a singular sim, which is important to know, obviously. The late classic 30K prize pool coming up on Sunday. Look forward to being there with you. It should be a good time. And we are just a few likes away from 150. The sim will not let us leave until we have reached 150. There's a chance it won't let us leave till we get to 200 if you want to play it safe. We got about 600 people watching on the YouTube. Let's smash that like button, folks.
Well,
First and
this
10.
Continues for the Bills, and they have yet to really get a big, healthy dose of Devin Singletary. He goes for about 4 there, so better than he's been, but still not great.
Second and 5 from the 28 coming up.
For Lee Smith again, and doesn't put it anywhere near him. Probably would have gotten stopped short of the goal line to make anyway. But a big third down coming now for the Bills. And if the Jets want to flip the field, they are going to need a stop here. One thing they got to worry about is that Allen can pick this up with his legs and get some room. Still stuck at 93 rushing yards, and he's going to pass it to no one. And this game will continue. The Jets now will have a chance to win this with a field goal.
Tate just writes pain in the chat. That's the thing. Like I like overtime sims. I do. When they're good games that it's like, man, I don't want this to end. Let's keep going. When you get the sims like what we have had for the past hour and 18 minutes, like, I mean, it's like sucking the life out of you, the underperformance of these two teams, which is why I feel good about the free roll name, the check out these Madden juggernauts. I knew when I wrote that sarcastically last night, I knew exactly what we were going to get here in the rain between these two teams.
Just nothing doing right now, and not only for this game, but Sam Darnold on that throw right there, about 5 guys in the vicinity, and no one even put a finger on it. I mean, could have been worse. Could have been a pick 6. Well, it would have been worse for him. Would have been better for us and the mental health of the DK Sim fam overall. But 2nd and 10 coming up. We'll see what the Jets can do here.
Like how Brady here in the chat feels personally afflicted by the results of this sim. Darnold taking off, fleet of foot, gets himself to the 40. He's not run for much, 30 yards here in this sim, but good enough to get a first down. 14 all still. Tater Hater says, I like the bad sims to go longer because then it's funny to see the commentators get frustrated. I respect that. There's a Schadenfreude element to it.
Fair. As Robbie Noble pointing out that I'm getting a little hangry right now. I do have a bag of trail mix next to me. I'm going to eat a little bit before the 2 p.m. sim, but
you're going
there's a chance. There's a chance. No, dude, I just like trail mix in general, man. Like sometimes, like you got to get like the healthier ones, like give you that little boost of energy, some good almond, walnut, some dried fruit in there. All the ones I get have pumpkin seeds in them, I'm not a fan. Like those, the ones I pull them out and eat those just to get them out of the way. Otherwise, the tail end of the bag is gonna be nothing but like pepitas and little seeds. And I'm not a bird. I don't need seeds.
Kind of related to that, you know what I've been on a little mini kick of just noshing on are pistachio nuts.
Oh yeah, good name. A, delicious. B, a challenge. Yeah.
Hadn't had any though in like years, and now I'm just consuming them by the bag.
Oh, delicious. Pistachio ice cream too, top notch. Been a while, but like I always thought it was like super gross because A, it's like a salty nut in your ice cream, and B,
sure.
Like why is it that color green? That's baby poop green when you make pistachio ice cream. But pretty solid. Been a while since I had it. I might have to get some pistachio ice cream when I go to the store later today.
Guys, I really am starting to think that unless we get 200 likes, the Bills and Jets are going to refuse to score. I just want to tell you, you should hit the like button.
Oh no. Cool. Well, we do get a completion from Sam Darnold to Le'Veon Bell. It's 3rd and 10, and they connect on a 3-yard out route that had no chance whatsoever of being turned upfield. So we're about to get a Corey Bohoquez punt here, and another chance for Josh Allen to hit that rushing bonus. He never will because we are now in football purgatory, but the Bohoquez kick goes into the end zone. Bill's going to take over at their own 20. I'm sorry, Braden Mann. Bohoquez is the Bills punter, and my brain is broken based on how awful this sim has been.
We are all Noah Moon right now. 1st and 10 from the 20. Bills with the ball. What are you going to do, Josh? Long pass, incomplete. Too long.
Cool. Good start.
Heck of a start to a Wild Weather Wednesday we have here, folks. Christian and I will be back with you in about 5 minutes for the Madden Matinee.
Yeah. I mean, the good news is we're setting the stage for...
nowhere to go but up.
Yeah. Well, also, I think this sim's going to convince Andrew behind the scenes just to hammer the X button and get us through the next sim in about 37 minutes. So. Like we put in our time. Get us the hell out of this. Oh my God. Adam Gase trying to convince his team, trying to figure out ways to torture the sim universe even more than he already has. And so you're saying if I run a tight end jet sweep right here. 3rd and long coming up for the Bills. Minute 20 to play in our first overtime. First of 6.
Josh fumbles. Jets get it. They're in field goal range. They might not need it. Touchdown, New York.
Oh, please don't review it. Please don't review it. Let this end on the fumble 6. Let this game die the glorious death it needs to die.
The Bills coaching staff cannot believe it. Josh Allen with the fumble. You got to protect that ball better, baby.
No, that's definitely a fumble.
That's it. That's it. Jets win. Jets win. For the love of Kenny Ducey, the New York Jets have won.
That Jets defense coming alive when it counts, carrying its team to a 2014 victory. The Bills leave Northern New Jersey in shame in a game that had 300 total passing yards in 5 quarters.
Wow. Jets DST owned in about 8% of flex lineups in the larger free roll, by the way, and we'll take a look as stats are being updated in our smaller one. So Darnold, despite the overtime and almost 5 quarters of play, goes for 201 passing, a touchdown, and a pick. Josh Allen only 126 in what has to be one of his worst sim games that we have seen here in Madden 21. He did at least, he would have rushed for the bonus with if he had just held on to that football there. But instead, 96. He had a passing touchdown, costly fumble there, end of the game. Darnold 3 for 30 on the ground with a score. Singletary, he had 46 on the ground, a touchdown. Bell did go for the bonus, 15 for 115. We'll look at the receiving numbers as well, but no great stats here in this one in general, really. Let's see here. Look at the pass catching numbers as we have a projected Matty N 773 victory by about half a point, with Wesco, by the way, in his 4 rushing yards in the lineup as well as a punt play. So Bell goes 8 for 36 in the air with a touchdown. Lee Smith 7 for 51 to score. 5 for 56 for Chris Herndon. Perriman 5 for 76. Stephon Diggs very quiet, 2 for 27. John Brown 3 for 52. Jamison Crowder, woof, 2 for 10 for him. Chris Hogan 1 for 23. Yikes. Beasley Cole 1 for 2. Just disgusting. I mean, it's hard not to give the entire sim the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award, obviously. But who do you have for your award winners? Why don't we start on a happier note? Who stood out to you?
First of all, Le'Veon Bell, 32 points in the flex. Worth it, earned it. High salary, high performance. Basically doubled his typical per game production.
Sure.
Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award, man. There are both wide receiver ones eligible for it in this one, as Jamison Crowder and Steph Diggs put up eggs. But you know what? Steph Diggs, at least he can be excused because Josh Allen was awful. Yeah. Jamison Crowder shadowed by Tre'Davious White all game in the middle of a decent Sam Darnold day, only getting that one catch. Now he's got to go. Jamison Crowder, you are today's Babysitter Billy Not My Kid. I don't know her award winner of the Nooner Sim. And, we started the sim, a mere 3 hours ago. So let's get the hell out of here. We'll come back at 2 p.m. for a game that hopefully will be better, except it's Giants Jaguars in the rain, so it probably.
I had a buzz cut when the sim started. Yeah. Look at me now. Le'Veon Bell in the captain spot goes for almost 50 points, Josh Allen about 17 points in the flex. Darnold goes for 20. Lee Smith 18. Great return on value for him. Perriman 12.6, and then Wesco the 0.4, and that is your leading lineup and projected winning lineup, barring any stat corrections, obviously, for the Nooner Sim, as Christian mentioned. So, on the way here, folks, you have got the two of us back with you for Giants Jaguars in about a half hour. It's another rain game, so we'll see, and some news out of Jacksonville that we can give you for that one as well that we'll get to. Broncos Bengals in the wind. Brendan Glasheen and Zach Thompson will be together for the 4 o'clock. That is, of course, the early bird special. After that one, NBA pre-lock, you will have Sharad Hira and Julian Edlow, hashtag full-time Felix, coming on in. Those two together to take you up to pretty much the start of the late classic and get you prepared for tonight's slate in the NBA. At 6, happy hour sim, Saints Seahawks, another rain game with Glash and Kenny Ducey. Make sure you ask Kenny about our NBA game last night. 8 o'clock, primetime, Titans Steelers in the snow, Jason Rossi and Tom Carroll. Tom Ace. And then those two together again, Panthers Packers, another snow game for Madden After Dark. That's what we've got ahead of us. Reminder, if you can't see Wilson from Home Improvement in front of you on the other side of your screen, subscribe to postroute.substack.com. It is appreciated. For Christian DeAndrea, I'm Adam Kaufman, Mads, Drew, Tate. We will all be back with you coming up in about 25 minutes. Talk then. you like Wild Weather Wednesday and you're into Madden simulations in the rain, you've come to the right place. Welcome on in. It is sim number 2, the Madden Matinee. Christian DeAndrea, I'm Adam Kaufman. That was my salesman voice. It was just ever so slightly different than my actual everyday speaking voice. We have ourselves the Giants, the Jaguars, the rain. How do you feel about it, CDA?
I feel exactly as happy about it as I did when the Jets were involved in the first sim of the day in the rain. I mean, 2 bad Madden teams in bad weather. All I can hope for is that this game doesn't go to overtime. That maybe we get just some brief glimpses of competence. Maybe Gardner Minshew goes nuts. Maybe Daniel Jones runs for 150 yards. I don't know. But based on how we started the day, it's going to be a 3-0 game before the Giants get a game-tying field goal at the buzzer, and then we go into 6 overtimes, and you slowly get to hear Koff and I lose our damn minds live here on the Dream Stream.
Again, even if it goes to overtime, fine. Just make it a fun game.
Yeah.
Don't give us the slog that we had for the nooner that at least ended in such fitting fashion with that Josh Allen fumble return for a touchdown by the Jets. What's your lineup look like for this one?
Going back to the last sim, it's Wild Weather Wednesday. You got to stack them tight ends. It was really tough for me to choose between Evan Ingram and Tyler Eifert in the captain spot. Ultimately, Ingram provides a little bit more value because he is a little faster. He can't get those yards after catch that Eifert won't. So I went Captain Ingram, roster Eifert, and then Saquon, Chris Thompson, Golden Tate, Darius Slayton. Stacked up more Giants than I would have liked, but the prices were right. What about you, Koff? Did you go heavy on running backs, heavy on tight ends, heavy on defenses?
All of the above. So here's what I did. Believe it or not, I didn't play. I faded Gardner Minshew.
Ooh.
We'll see if that burns me here because I know that Smash Lana saying hoping Minshew has the best QB performance today. I've got Saquon Barkley in the captain spot. Daniel Jones is part of the flex along with Sterling Shepard, Tyler Eifert, Chris Conley, and Darius Slayton. So kind of a pretty balanced build after obviously Saquon up top, who is going to be very, very popular today. He always is, but especially in a sim like this. In fact, to tell you what his ownership is here for the Madden Matinee, the Giants, Jaguars, why don't we just go see an actual matinee free roll? He is 30% owned, 31.4 to be exact, in our small free roll with 175 entries and 92% overall ownership. So people that opted to fade him today, that is a differentiation play above all else.
Yeah, clearly the problem here, I'm looking at, I captained the wrong guy. Ingram a little chalkier than Tyler Eifert, 7% captain compared to 5% for Eifert. But glad to see you guys going out there, stacking up those tight ends and getting those running backs heavily involved too, because not only Saquon way up there as far as ownership goes, but Chris Thompson clocking in at 74% in our free roll.
We got a 1st and 10 from the 30. First play from scrimmage. It belongs to the Giants. Saquon. The run picks up just 1.
Yeah. All right. Good start to this one. Same energy as the last sim. If you'll recall, Koff, that first play ended in a Zach Moss 1-yard gain. So already cutting a fine mold for this one in the rain in lovely Jacksonville, Florida, TIAA Bank Stadium, home to one of the greatest matches in AEW history, the Stadium Stampede, as Daniel Jones, big strike there to Sterling Shepard, the erstwhile wide receiver 2 for the Giants. Now they have Kenny Galladay holding things down at the top spot.
Germ says, whoa, it's Koff and Train Island? I feel like it's been tens of minutes since I've seen these guys. It has been. Only a couple of tens of minutes, too. We didn't even get out of here until about 1:30.
I know.
It was a quick turnaround.
And the good news is I got my trail mix in. I got the mega omega trail mix with the dried
the bag just sounds tasty. That was just a nice sound.
Yeah. Good. Got those almonds. Got those healthy proteins coursing through my veins. As Saquon, one broken tackle away from about 20 yards there. Instead, stopped for no gain. 2nd and 10 coming up. Giants on the happy side of the field, but need to put some distance behind them if they're going to get into Graham Gano field goal range here.
Brian says, "Hey, Koff, you mind if I smash that like button?" Brian, I'll tell you what, I'd be offended if you didn't. So I had teased Christian at the end of our last sim while we were busy teasing the sim. I teased some actual news related to these Jaguars.
Oh.
According to Tom Pelissero, it is a 2-year deal for C.J. Beathard, who I affectionately, or not so affectionately, called C.J. Beat No One. C.J. Beathard, a 2-year, $5 million deal plus incentives with the Jacksonville Jaguars. So I'm curious as to what you believe, since we all know that it's a matter of time, days, weeks, until Trevor Lawrence is a member of these Jags as well. What does that mean for Gardner Minshew?
I don't know. This deal doesn't make a ton of sense to me because Beathard, not great, but I don't see him as an upgrade to Minshew as your backup quarterback. Minshew is cheap. He's affordable. He knows your system. He knows Jacksonville. He's a local hero. But now the suggestion seems to be coming in that the Niners are in on maybe a trade for Gardner Minshew, which I guess he does hit that sweet spot of worse than Jimmy Garoppolo, but better than Nick Mullins. But just why, I don't know. It's a situation that doesn't make a ton of sense to me. But we already know Urban Meyer's stance on free agency. He doesn't understand it. He doesn't like it. He doesn't get it, which is exactly what you want to hear if you're a Jaguars fan, that your head coach is terrible at free agency because he thinks it's just like recruiting. Koff, I have no faith in the Jaguars. The Jaguars are going to be a nice team. They're on the rise. But Urban Meyer is Jaguars head coach. So far is starting off the same way like Nick Saban, NFL coach, or Bobby Petrino, NFL coach, did. It doesn't look like it's going to end well, which, to be fair, is a tried and true tradition in Jacksonville, Florida.
Well, look, this is not supposed to be a good team next year. Obviously, this is a build. You're bringing in Trevor Lawrence. Still somewhat irregular circumstances in the world. We'll see how normal things are come the summer, off-season, OTAs, mini camps, preseason, all of that. If it really does return to normal, that'll depend on certainly the health of the world and vaccination progress and so on and so forth. But if we even do get back to a normal place, 2019 and prior, it's not like Trevor Lawrence is expected to come in and turn this thing on its head. Rushing touchdown easily for Saquon Barkley, the quad father, staying up on those legs and marching on in for the first points of this game halfway through the first.
Beautiful run there. Not looking at all like the guy who only gained 1.8 yards per carry before leaving the season with a torn ACL. Right up the gut, gashing that Jaguars defense, and we are already off to an immensely better start to this sim as the Giants convert a handful of third downs and then find their way into the end zone in hostile territory.
Again, Barkley, the larger free roll is owned in 30% of lineups in the captain spot, 82% overall. So we do have a bit of a discrepancy between the larger one and our smaller one. Captain spot, very similar, but again, about 10% more ownership overall in our smaller free roll. The people that are hashtag team always here, the people that know, as far as I'm concerned. But going back to Jacksonville here, and Tater Hater is big Beathard fans. Didn't realize you guys woke up drinking the C.J. Beathard Haterade. CJB is the man. In fact, he says Gardner Minshew, Trevor Lawrence, C.J. Beathard. Beathard's like the coolest QB in the room. You bring up an interesting thing about Minshew being flipped in, sort of independent of this, but related to this, to San Francisco. And I agree, it does sort of put him in that sweet spot of between Garoppolo and Mullins. I don't know. It larger picture for San Fran, we can get back to Jacksonville. I'm still not sold that Jimmy Garoppolo's the starter week 1 there. I mean, how can you be?
Yeah, the thing is that they're basically saying, listen, if we have to go into the regular season with Jimmy as our quarterback, we'll make it work. So they're saying the right things to keep him happy, but they're secretly going behind the scenes and trying to figure out ways to make this work. They were able to get Trent Williams extended without having to release Jimmy Garoppolo and create that extra $23 million in cap space for the upcoming season. So the fact that they haven't released Jimmy G so far suggests that they aren't going to. A trade is still on the table for sure. Tater, I mean, Beathard, he had a nice little limited sample size last season, but did look like he did improve. Didn't throw a single interception in 104 pass attempts. Got his passer rating up. Looked like a competent backup, but that's exactly what Gardner Minshew is right now, a competent backup with room to grow. It's not a move that makes a ton of sense from the Jaguars' point of view unless they want to carry 3 quarterbacks throughout the season, or if they're trying to unload Minshew, who, again, is cheaper and younger and possibly a little bit more projectable than a guy like Beathard, who has struggled in the past in ways that Gardner Minshew maybe has not.
Also, our guy CJ, go ahead.
No, I mean, take a look back. And part of this, too, is because the Iowa of it all. But, man, CJ Beathard, in college, he was a good Iowa quarterback, but I don't think there's anything in his makeup that really suggested any kind of projectable NFL future going forward. So he's got a lot of work to do. And, his final season at Iowa, 13 games, 1,900 passing yards. Ugh. That is some Big Ten nonsense right there.
Michael, by the way, says, what happens if I smash the like button there, Coffin Christian? Well, Michael, happy to tell you. For starters, you are showing your appreciation of the Dream Stream and all the people involved, the production crew, game ops, commentators, not only us, but those who come after us throughout this entire Dream Stream day. So there is that. But also, I like to believe, Mike, can I call you Mike, that you just feel better about yourself. It just makes you feel good. It's good karma, you know? I mean, do unto others as you would want done to you, or however that goes exactly. You know, good things will happen to you if you reward, and it's the simplest thing you can do. I mean, truly, the easiest thing you can do, at least if you're watching on YouTube, is hit the like button. Costs you nothing, takes basically 0 effort, and we get to see that thumbs up increase by 1. And then we see it increase by 1, by the dozens, by the hundreds.
Heartwarming.
Sometimes by the thousands. It makes you feel great inside. So, Mike, that is really your oral history of the like button. It's Derek. Says, I committed to taking both Chris Thompson and Saquon, but I faded Bernard. If this was a regular day and not Wild Weather Wednesday, I would have taken Bernard over Chris Thompson. Obviously talking about the classic here. Warren Sharp, our pal CJ sent this to me. Warren Sharp from Sharp Football tweeted out fittingly related to what we're talking about. This came out last night. Says, Blake Bortles will save the Jaguars. No, Leonard Fournette will save the Jaguars. No, Gardner Minshew will save the Jaguars. No, Nick Foles will save the Jaguars. Woo! No, Trevor Lawrence will save the Jaguars. Maybe it should be Zach Thompson's cousin Chris to save the Jaguars because he just got a 33-yard score.
Stacking up those running backs on a Wild Weather Wednesday, paying off here as well. So 2 drives, 2 long rushing touchdowns caught. This game is already light years ahead of the nooner, and I like that very much.
Amen. Robbie Noble says, Adam minored in salesmanship. Steven says, I just hit the like button. I'm feeling all tingly inside. LT, Koff would be a great self-help therapist. Madison seems to disagree with that statement. Mads, you don't view me as a life coach? 7-all. About 40 seconds to go opening quarter.
You see the foreboding notification. Producer Madison is typing.
Yeah, exactly. She says the guy who won't eat pizza for the principle of it.
Wait, I'm sorry. You won't eat pizza?
No, I'm not a pizza. Are you new to that? I'm not a pizza guy.
Yeah, it's the first time hearing of it.
Yeah, everyone's got a little bit of crazy in them, and that's mine.
All right. So like not even like a Rhode Island style pizza strip?
Nope. No pizza.
Is it just a sauce thing, a cheese thing?
It's a long story thing. It's not a cheese thing. I love cheese. I'm not a sauce guy though. Just in pretty much general, I really don't have very few items that I eat have sauce on them. I'm not really a sauce guy. I'm not a tomato sauce guy,
Okay.
which obviously is integral to pizza.
Terrible.
But as both Mads and Drew are saying, it's the principle. It's a spite thing.
So pizza.
No,
really
see, Mads here. I disagree with this, Mads. Mads says for the fact that he can say he doesn't eat pizza. Nope, that is not a part of it. That is not any sort, because I'm never the one to bring this up. I don't care that I don't eat pizza. It seems to bother some other people, but it's
it is concerning.
It's concerning.
I feel like I knew you, and now I gotta reconsider this. Oof.
Matt says, but you enjoy the reaction you get out of people. Admit it. I really don't, and here's why, Matt. And this is very simple. I can't tell you the number of times that I have been burned, evidently by myself, because, like you said, I'm spiting myself by not eating pizza. But the number of times as we get through one quarter, 7-all, that I have been burned because, you're at you're at your office, your management orders food, or you're at a party, they've got pizza. It's like, it's always pizza. And I'm the guy going, well, cool. Internally, I'm not going to walk around complaining, but internally go like, all right, well, I got nothing to eat here. Like, this sucks.
So do you like get to eat the crusts afterwards? Do you have anything against fresh baked bread?
No, love bread.
Okay,
I don't make it a habit to go up to people and say, hey, when you're done with that pizza, are you going to eat that crust? Could you just cut that off for me? I'll eat that. I feel like that would be a little strange. That would be like our guy Freeze Pops going up to somebody in a gas station asking if they can download Twitter on their phones. This is the same kind of thing. Hey, could I eat that crust off your pizza? Would that be odd?
Can I have
fresh baked bread? I'm on board. Love bread. I can eat bread every day.
So it's a sauce. So like, are you like a beef stick guy? Like, are you eating just pepperoni? Like,
I enjoy a beef stick, sure.
Okay, so it's just the sauce is the issue, or maybe the
sauce is the main issue. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So like, do you do pasta? Is it just like Alfredo all the time in the Kaufman household?
Love pasta, but I won't have it with sauce. I'll have like buttered pasta, put salt on pasta. It doesn't have to be like dry, plain nothing on it pasta. But Matt says, I think you need to tell Christian the origin story. He deserves it.
Yeah.
I mean, are we really doing this again? I mean, I guess it's not Christian's fault he hasn't heard it. Let me just real quick with the chat. Frank says, all right, Coffee, talk me into it. I'll smash the like button. Coff is a life coach. Evokes the phrase, physician, heal thyself, says Steven. Kicking Club, so hang on. Is this SimFam a cough cult? I mean, it might be, I guess, if I were all of your life coaches or life's coach. However,
are you going to set up like a sign-up page for that? What would you charge for Coff's life coaching?
Well, I guess if it's, take our guy Cobra K says, Coff takes your money like a life coach, except in his NBA DFS game. So I guess I take $5 a night.
Okay, all right, that's pretty reasonable for that.
Yeah, I mean,
imagine. I don't know how much a life coach actually costs, but I got to imagine that seems like a pretty reasonable deal.
I mean, you got to think any therapist, right? I mean, it's billable hours, hundreds of dollars. Insurance has to get involved.
Yeah.
So here's what it is. Here's the bullet-pointed. Tater says Cough might be a robot. MMFL 101 says, yeah, it's a little weird, my guy. Love pizza.
Yeah. Awesome. Pizza's delightful.
Look, I'm not going to sit here and say it's a common thing to not eat pizza. I will tell you, it saved me a lot of weight gain in college, probably.
Sure.
Not getting off there and packing on the pounds. The bullet-pointed origin story is this. I'm a stubborn jerk, Christian, is really what it comes down to. Always have been. And so my grandfather, who lived in Hawaii, would come to visit a couple times a year. And he, when I was a kid, loved pizza. It was probably my favorite food for all I remember. Loved pizza, ate it all the time, always get takeout. He'd come over, he'd make pizza, like a big pizza guy.
Yeah.
Loved to come into town, cook up some pizza for the fam. And I'd eat it. Let's go. Let's party. Let's have some pizza. But there was this one time, and I was young. I don't even know, 6 years old. Who knows how old? I was young, whatever it was. And he came in, and he said, there's pizza for dinner. And that night, I wasn't feeling it. I said, I don't want pizza. He said, well, as a parent typically does, by the way, or a grandparent in this case, we've all been there, pizza is for dinner. you can either eat pizza or you're not going to have dinner. Like there's no dinner for you. Lord knows I've pulled that move, never works. And so I said, fine. I'm not eating pizza. I'm not eating dinner, and I'm not eating pizza ever again. And
so you live your life based on a code made when you were 6 years old.
This is pretty much what I'm telling you. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right. I feel like I know you better now and respect you less.
Yeah, I mean that seems appropriate.
Yeah. Bizarre.
It is bizarre.
Yeah, again, I was kind of the same way with some of the stuff my parents made, but I also would go back and try them later and be like,
maybe you grew up and got over it.
Yeah, like I can get down with stuffed peppers now. Like I hated mac and cheese when I was little growing up, and that would always be like, oh, what's for dinner? It's mac and cheese. Now I'm into it. Like now, especially like boxed Kraft mac and cheese. Oh, wow. What a great play from Daniel Jones right there. Where did that come from? Anyway, having another touchdown for Saquon. One on the ground, one through the air, 3 drives, 3 touchdowns in this game. The weather just making the running backs awesome.
See, Tate gets me. Tate says that's honestly pretty hardcore, Koff. Mad respect. Jim says Koff sticks to his word. I am a man of principle, if nothing else. PhD, Koff sticking to his 6-year-old self-values. Yeah. I wish I could remember if I was actually 6. Maybe I was 8. Whatever, I was a kid. That's the bottom line here. Ed Zone Dan says Koff has problems letting things go, apparently. Yeah.
Man is furious. Still furious about not getting the mac and cheese when he was forced to eat pizza.
Ricky Robbie, stubborn Kaufman holding a grudge for life against his grandfather. That's sad. And may he rest in peace while we're at it. You would think it's some sort of tribute. I'd eat pizza graveside. That's Salty Koff, says Chicago Sports on Twitch. Koff loves attention. That's why he chooses the profession that he has, and also why he doesn't eat pizza, says Gerb. Look, the pizza thing notwithstanding, because I never bring up the pizza thing. You guys bring up the pizza thing. The attention-seeking thing, and how dare any of you accuse me of that before Glash? First of all, but second, as Mad says, you guys are in the profession you're in for a reason. That's just true. Like who of us doesn't have some element of an ego? Who is a front-facing, like whether you're on camera, on the radio, like you're in this field, or you write. Like Christian obviously is a writer first and foremost. Like the comment sections exist, people. Like anyone who puts themselves out there offering any sort of commentary. And I mean, we put ourselves out there on these streams in ways unlike I ever would have anticipated a year ago at this time. But I thought we'd just be showing up and doing wall-to-wall football talk and Madden play-by-play. And here we are, offering our innermost secrets and grudges. But who of us doesn't have some semblance of an ego? You have to. You have to have a thick skin and a want, or at least a willingness for attention to even do this in the first place.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. You got to be able to trust your own instincts in a situation like this and not be rattled by the tremendous online hate, which part of the game. All part of the game.
MMFL, LMAO, live and die by the code, no matter the code. Kareem, behind closed doors, Koff scarfs down a large pepperoni pie and probably cries tears into a Coca-Cola.
So my question now is then, in college or anything late night, when people were getting pizza, what did you do? Did you put in an order for wings? Or you just didn't eat? Or...
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, one or the other, like you said, either I'd eat an alternative, like wings, certainly, or I just wouldn't eat, which I wouldn't starve myself. If I was hungry, I'd get something. If I wasn't, but I was never just kind of, how often in college or in life, but certainly in college, did people just eat pizza at 2 a.m. just to eat pizza? You weren't even really hungry. It was just you stumbled out of wherever you are. And, I'm going to go eat something. And you just how many people crush pies at 2, 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning just because? wasn't out of desire. It wasn't a hankering. It was.
Oh, I disagree. That's you are soaking up some key.
Put something in my face.
Yeah, you are setting yourself up to avoid failure the next day when you eat that pizza at 3 a.m. That pizza is doing the Lord's work. It'll be coursing through your veins the next morning. If you don't eat that pizza, you're going to feel way worse than if you do throw down 1,200 calories of grease and cheese. We have our first punt of the game. Comes courtesy of the Jaguars after Minshew takes a bad sack on second down.
Choker said, we're a big dysfunctional family. Thanks for it all, Cough. Whereas Bucky says, Mama always said we put the fun in dysfunctional. Base Pop says, eat a slice on air, get 3K likes, Cough.
Yeah, how many likes would it take you to eat pizza on stream?
I mean, sure, 3K. Good luck.
Okay. So if we're not doing you could cheat your way through that and get a pizza that doesn't have like tomato sauce on it. You can go get a mac and cheese pizza.
Right.
You can get like a barbecue chicken pizza or a buffalo chicken pizza.
Right.
That's basically, there's no tomato sauce. Oh man, Daniel Jones, back-to-back sacks. Josh Allen, garbage in the first game when he played for the Bills. Pretty good here in the second game as he is going to force back-to-back punts in this one. The Jags going to take over with about 2 minutes left here in the first half.
Tate says, pizza looks and smells so good, it takes superhuman restraint to not have eaten pizza this long. This is crazy impressive.
Ooh, okay. Muhammad Al-Hindi will smash the like button to get you to eat pizza bites. Like I'm assuming we're talking about Totino's pizza rolls, and that would be great. That would be or like a pizza bagel. Mini bagels?
Drew says, you heard it here first, folks. 3K people, let's go. As he currently creates thousands of email accounts. 4th and 21, 2-minute warning. 14-7 Giants, couple of Saquon Barkley touchdowns. Don't want to let this one go. From best of the best. Might have just cracked the top 10 of dumbest things ever heard.
I
don't know. Have you heard the Forrest Whitaker story?
I would say we say something dumber than that at least daily. Depends on how often we get Glash and Ken together. Really.
Which, by the way, they'll be together a little bit later on today. D says, why are you guys supporting this? That's troublesome. He's a grudge holder. It's not good. It's no bueno. You must forgive them for that. You must let go and start eating pizza now. I just figure I've come this far in life, folks, where I'm perfectly fine. Hopefully, right? Halfway-ish through my life. I like to think that that I'm not, hopefully not farther along than that. And there's, I don't feel like anything is missing from a food perspective. I'm good. I'm good here.
I mean, if you don't like it, you don't like it. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just unusual. It just seems like it's such a staple, such a tent pole of the delivery business.
Jared says, my roommate freshman year worked at a pizza shop in Amherst Center, Antonio's, amazing pizza by the slice, and would bring home many extra slices at 3 a.m. Dangerous.
That sounds awesome. I would just like that. So just move real dense.
Base Pops, it'll be bigger than Glass shaving eyebrows, Cough. No kidding. Gotta let Glash have that. I don't want anything to ever trump that moment.
You just don't want to eat pizza. That's fine. But what about, as Meager points out, what about mozzarella sticks dipped in marinara? Is that something you'll do, or is that?
No, that's sauce. That's still effectively the same sauce.
Okay. So what about?
I realize I know Meager's trying to trap me into some sort of double standard here because he brings up grilled cheese dipped in tomato soup. It's all the same. It's really all the same.
Okay. So just anything just tomatoes in general, or just tomato sauce? Like, are you getting a grinder with tomatoes on it, like sliced?
I'm out on tomatoes.
Okay. Saquon just barely going to breach the line there, so no safety yet. But this is still a Daniel Jones joint, and on his last drive, he got sacked on back-to-back plays. So we could be doing the safety dance here, Koff, which would save you about 16 more minutes of discussing tomatoes, pizza, and bread.
Burt Macklin says, Koff, just like how you've made it this far in life, I've made it this far with no social media distractions. Not about to go Twitter or my face anytime soon. Oh, no safety there, folks. Sorry.
Still in.
At least not yet. This is good from our guy Tater Hater. Oh, how the turntables have turned. You guys all got your cheap laugh about how I hate taters, and now look at you, aligning yourselves with a pizza hater. How sad.
I can be disappointed in both of you, Tater Hater. Like, I feel like I've been stabbed in the back by one of my best friends on stream with this pizza news. But Tater Hater, I feel exactly the same about you every day of my life. I wake up feeling nothing but disappointment in your hatred of the top and everything that comes with it. So,
as we have about 30 seconds to go in the half in a 14-7 game, Tate here, again, Cobra K, getting all philosophical on it. You can tell he's a philosophy minor in college, folks, because he says, wow, this is a crazy philosophical crossroads. What if not eating pizza has made him the person Koff is today? Or what if there's a part of Koff that has been missing all these years, and pizza is that missing piece of the puzzle? We've really delved deep here.
Yeah, there's a lot. It's kind of like the idea that, how does the man make the pizza, or does the pizza make the man?
I guess it sort of comes down to this, right? I mean, so I don't eat pizza. That is viewed, right, I think rightfully so, as odd, as weird, as strange. Isn't there one food that is probably liked by most people, if not the mainstream in general, that you don't eat? You, Christian, you, Mads, you, Drew, you, Tate, you in the chat. I mean, not everyone is like a full-on foodie. Plenty of people, like, someone doesn't eat seafood, someone doesn't eat Chinese food, someone doesn't eat, pizza, someone doesn't like chocolate. So and there's not all.
Yeah, I think people have heard of those before. I don't think anyone is going out there and like, I know a lot of people who don't like pizza. Like, a lot of people don't like seafood. A lot of people, a lot of people don't like chocolate, and then like don't like pizza. Like, that is just, it's such a small niche. There's very little overlap with that and the other things that we don't eat. It's a Venn diagram with one circle on it.
Like, Steven says, my ex sure was not big on Chinese food, and I'll miss her. But to that very point, I mean, I love Chinese food. I could eat it every day of the week. And fortunately, my wife feels the same way. So that works out that we can get Chinese, once a week or once every couple weeks or however often we get it. If she wants pizza, like, I can get a sub, I can get wings, I can, like, it doesn't have to impact where we go.
Right.
If you like Chinese food and someone else, your partner, doesn't like Chinese food, you're kind of at a crossroads at that point. Like, what is that person supposed to do? You're just kind of out of luck. Sure. That's like, not liking pizza is little more than an inconvenience.
Yeah, it's not as game changing as, say, like dating a vegan or something like that, where you make a good point there. It's not, you're not going to alter someone else's course of action at a restaurant because you don't like pizza. Although maybe you will. Maybe they're like, oh, I love pizza, but it's just me and you, and I'm not going to order a whole pizza for myself. That would make me feel like a monster. So maybe I'll just get a sub too, or I'll get some pasta or something. I don't know. There's just a lot of variables here that we haven't really considered all of, because I'm still baffled by the idea of anyone just not liking pizza.
No, you're going to hang on to this one. This is going to stick with you. You're going to be sleeping at night. You're going to wake up in a cold sweat thinking about how it's going to change your days. I just feel like we're having the Nickelback Dane Cook argument all over again. Dwayne says, Koff the tomato hater, LOL, LMAO. Mad says, for me with your pizza thing, it's not that you don't like pizza, it's the reason why you don't eat pizza. Yeah. You do like it, or at least you did like it. I mean, that look, if that wants to bother people, I get that, because you're right, I probably would like it. Although I'm not sure anyone could have said it better than this. Jared Kilgore, Koff's weird and it's fine. If you expected normal behavior from a guy that does commentary for simulated Madden contests in front of a wall of DVDs, that's on you. Well said.
So I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
Yeah, exactly. Flagrant foul. Good question. Do the little Kaufmans get to eat pizza? They love pizza. They have pizza 1 or 2 times a week, probably. Look, I will never. In fact, I have said to my kids, don't be like me with regard to food. Try everything. Hopefully you like it, or if you don't, go back to it years down the line when your palate's evolved. Like, eat stuff. Like, trust me, it will be better for you and easier for you in life. Don't be as picky as me. That's not, I wouldn't wish that upon anybody. Principle stand or just general disdain, what have you. That's I've accepted my lot in life. but these kids, yeah, like, by all means, let's get pizza all the time. Let's encourage that.
Dude, it's so maddening. Last night, like, my daughter loves cheese, loves bread. Put them together, make a cheese sandwich. No, absolutely not. Rejected it. Like, literally a 3-hour standoff where it was, you can take a bite of a cheese sandwich and go to bed, or go to bed, and she chose bed. So I fear I may have created a little cough in my house with regards to cheese sandwiches, and it's just going to make her life worse. She's never going to know the proper appreciation of a good grilled cheese. A little bit of mayo, a little nice crispy outside.
Give her time, she'll come around.
Fingers crossed, man. We will see. We will see.
Mad says, well, I've admitted how I love chocolate and I love milk, but I don't like chocolate milk. I don't think you're alone there. Germ says, or how many people don't like pizza but aren't brave enough to admit it? Ha-ha!
So do you think that we're just, our bias is peer pressured people in the chat not to say that they do not like pizza? Do we have that kind of influence?
Yeah, I mean, this is a coming out party for all of you at this point. Let's just, most of you are anonymous in the chat anyway, or at least you don't have pictures with your names. Shout something out that you've never been brave enough to admit elsewhere in a social setting with friends. Something that some deep dark secret, obviously not like a murder, that would be bad, but a deep dark secret that only your
Cough, you are rolling the dice right now.
Well, we're not going to read all of them if they're inappropriate, but I'd prefer it be kept appropriate, obviously. But something that, like outside of your partner, your husband or wife or immediate family, that people don't know, that guilty pleasure or the whatever the opposite of that is, that you have just not, this is your safe zone, all right? This is now time to speak it. Golf Rat says, I've never eaten pasta with tomato sauce.
See,
first time playing Fortnite, doesn't actually play Fortnite.
Like, I'm for
Flagrant
me,
foul. I could live without wings. I don't think I could.
Yeah, wings are delicious. The problem is wings got expensive after a while. They went from being like the garbage part of the chicken no one wanted, so they'd be nice and cheap, to like being so in vogue that they're more expensive than better parts of the chicken. Which, I love wings, but like, if you can get me a good like chicken thigh, dude, a fried chicken thigh, light years better than a wing, just in terms of taste alone. Oh.
Tate says, I don't like cold sandwiches. Tiger says, I take the cheese off my pizza and I just eat sauce and bread. Choker. Black Panther was a terrible movie. Boring AF. That is a hot take right there. I'm waiting for Tater Hater to be like, all right, guys, I haven't wanted to bring this up.
Yeah.
But I actually love tater tots. Kareem, I think s'mores are gross. I've never watched Star Wars, says Mike. I think we're on to something here. This, again, safe zone, people. We're here with you for another quarter and a half. Just let it all out. Gary, I think Nickelback's a great band.
Wow.
Lewis, I'm scared of marriage. Obi-Wan says we're not there yet, Cuff.
Dude, Germ hates peanut butter, which is another one that baffles me. Are we going to get it? Oh, down to the one. Raquel Armstead very nearly had the rare vulture from 10-plus yards out. Instead, it might be Chris Thompson getting the chance to tie this game up at 14-all. We're going to wait and see. First and goal from the one, and all those Raquel Armstead rosterers out there devastated. He was unable to go at least 3 more inches to punch that one in the end zone.
This is all these comments in the chat are so much more important than what happens here on whether we get a touchdown. Right. Reed Tees, did you know? I hate Wild Weather Wednesday. There, I said it. Matt, I've never had PB&J and no allergies. DJ, Cough, I'm a huge Sex and the City fan.
That might be the most shameful one yet.
Germ, I've never seen Wizard of Oz, and I don't like Star Wars.
Yeah. Wizard of Oz isn't good as so much as is a cultural touchstone where like so many other things reference it that you kind of need to at least be aware of Wizard of Oz.
Blood robot. I don't actually think robots have blood. Second and goal from the 1.
We saw Ryquell back in there on first down. He couldn't get the vulture going then, and oh man, horrible. So Chris Thompson back in, but unable to punch it through. Third and goal coming up. The Jaguars have lost about half a yard on each of their last 2 carries. We'll see if it's Thompson again, or maybe we'll get Minshew running a bootleg or something stupid, because that's Jaguars football, baby. Something
Jared
stupid.
says, I don't like farm salmon. Pretended to like it for my mother-in-law, but I had to stop pretending. Touchdown! Cousin Chris!
Look at that. So 4 touchdowns, 2 each for each RB1. 1 through the air, 1 on the ground for Saquon, 2 on the ground for Chris Thompson. As the running backs were chalky, and now we're seeing why.
Viper, I'm terrified of the Kool-Aid man suddenly busting through walls. You guys are great. I don't even care who's lying. These are just fun. 14 all with this extra point. 3 minutes to go, third quarter. Someone says, okay, the Nickelback comment's too much. Steven says, Koff has turned this into an Oprah episode. Sure have. And I won't stop. How about this from Varder? Afraid to take a shower with no one else in the house alone, even with the bathroom door locked. Hate taking a shower while I'm alone in the house. I think it's some kind of phobia. It's very, very hard.
I kind of get it. It's kind of like being blindfolded. You don't know what's going on. If anything's happening outside, you can't really see or hear it because you got the water running down on you. But man, I never thought of it that way. You know what's awesome? Like, and kind of messes with you. Shower in the dark. It's awesome. Love it.
I mean, I've taken an outdoor shower when it's nighttime under the moonlight, but I don't think I've ever taken a shower in the dark.
Yeah, it's something about it. I don't know. Maybe it's just like the senses heightening. It's just a little bit weird, but like sometimes it'll happen like when the power goes out, but the water heater's still on. So you take a shower in the dark, and it's like, oh, this is kind of relaxing, kind of nice. Maybe that's what you need to do to get over your fear of showering in an empty house. Shower in the dark. Just shut everything out. Just go full sensory deprivation. Eliminate the outside world.
I'm sorry. Some of these are too much. Cream, I cracked my buddy's favorite snare drum and didn't tell him. Sorry, Evan. And then the one that actually did make me LOL, for anyone that was here with us on the last sim, that actually made me laugh out loud, if you couldn't hear me snickering in the background. Luke Murphy, I turned my camera on in Zoom one time and then said here, weirdly. It's unbelievable. Here. I'm just picturing people doing that in meetings now.
So we get a fumble recovery there from Miles Jack, but instead of running it into the end zone, it wasn't Miles Jack, that's why. Okay. Jack's going to take over deep in Giants territory because Daniel Jones does what Daniel Jones does and puts it on the turf. So Jones had something like 24 fumbles his rookie season. He has another one here for the Giants. Gardner Minshew going to sling it on 1st and 10 from the 22. Yeah, psych. He's going to run with it instead. Is he going to put it on the turf? No. I'm worried we're going to get back-to-back turnovers there instead. Jags pick up 6 and, more importantly, hold on to the ball.
Flagrant Foul says, I dated my brother's ex and never told him. Well, hopefully that was quick.
Yeah.
Tater hater. Whoa, Flagrant Foul.
Is Thompson going to do it again? He makes it 1st and goal from the 7. So now Chris Thompson looking for that 3rd touchdown, perhaps. We saw a 7-yard touchdown run in the first game when it wasn't Lavelle.
D. I love watching two broke girls.
Oh, Nah, all right.
But the follow-up
That's
from
too
Luke.
much for me.
The follow-up from Luke. It was super awkward. Like 38 people in the meeting. Immediately turned off my camera and went into depression. First and goal from the 7, incomplete.
Second and goal here. Minshew with the keeper and takes it down to the 1. So, oh man, big play coming up here and in the right spot for Chris Thompson. Although we did see Raquel Armstead take a carry on first and goal from the 1 series ago. See if he gets the call here. It's the heavy formation, a lot of tight ends. If you needed a Jaguars wide out, they're not going to see the ball on this one. And it is.
Got there. Touchdown.
That is that man.
Raquel Armstead.
So the vulture touchdown finally comes through. Armstead's third carry of the game. First one went for 12. Second one went for about -0.5. And then that one there. 1 yard into the end zone. Raquel Armstead. Only cost you $1K to flex him. Only giving you about 2.9 fantasy points per game. This is going to be his best sim since, oh man, he had a 25-point explosion out of nowhere way back in Sim 89. But in the 30 sims since, never had a game as good as this one, up over 7 points in the flex for the RB2.
How about this from Danny? I leave Sims on for my wolf pup when I leave the house. My dog literally watches Sims. What, you think we're here just for humans?
Yeah. I mean, that's basically Kenny Ducey's voice can only be heard on certain frequencies to begin with, so.
How you doing in the free roll, by the way? I'm awful.
I haven't checked. I don't think I'm doing great, though.
99 out of 175 for this guy over here. We got a three-way tie for first currently.
Oh no, I moved. I'm tied for 100 for one spot behind you. There are 3 of us. So Mr. Golf and Moore and TR Philly right there. 14 points behind DK Kaufman. Ingram 10 points from that captain spot. 0 from Slayton. 2.2 from Golden Tate. 3.2 from Tyler Eifert. So the running back stack worked out great. The tight end stack much less so. But hey, maybe Evan Ingram's going to come to life. Or maybe Darius Slayton's just going to get on the board. Not that time. Good.
We've slowed down. About 30 seconds left here in the third quarter. It is 21-14. Jaguars leading this one. Giants with the ball. NBA news for anyone interesting. Adrian Wojnarowski is doing a little chatting right now.
Oh, yeah?
And apparently on ESPN saying that, of course, the trade deadline is tomorrow, about 24 hours away, actually, tomorrow 3 p.m. Adrian Wojnarowski says Boston is very serious about trying to acquire Aaron Gordon. Woj expects the Hawks to keep John Collins and not trade him at the deadline. Whereas, let's see, he also adds, the Rockets may have an offer of a mid-first-round pick for Victor Oladipo.
Yeah, I mean, Depot is in a weird place right now because apparently it's very clear he wants to go to Miami and he's going to be a free agent next year. So Miami can wait him out if they don't think they need him this year. And, yeah, you kind of know you're only getting a rental at him. So a mid-first, not a bad haul for the Rockets for a guy they're just going to lose anyway. I don't know. It'd be very interesting to watch that. I would love Aaron Gordon, Boston Celtic, but you got to imagine they're going to throw quite a fair amount of draft consideration the Magic's way just because he's one of the hotter names at the trade deadline. And they're going to have to outbid several other people. It might not even be a situation where Gordon is that good, but we know what he's capable of. He can be a pretty useful defender at the 4. He's got athleticism for days. He's been shooting a little bit better than he was when he first came in the league as this unpolished kind of product. So I would love Aaron Gordon, but we'll have to wait and see if the Celtics can do anything with that. Maybe they decide to shut it down and lick their wounds and see if this core can outperform the way they've been performing in the regular season, although it does seem like they do need a little extra oomph, and it's probably not going to come from Taco Fall, but I have my fingers crossed.
Yeah, I have a great many thoughts on that we could spend some time on, but I don't want to bore the people with too much Celtics focus. 21-14, at least when we do it with the Patriots, it's football related. Saquon 4 for 47 in the air, by the way, a touchdown. I'm just skeptical anything even gets done. Anytime the Celtics are heavily linked to a guy,
it never works out.
It never happens. Historically, it never ever happens. Danny Ainge doesn't acquire that guy. Give me the last time any Celtics fans that are out there that the Celtics acquired a guy that they were heavily rumored to be after at the trade deadline or even in the offseason. It doesn't happen.
Danny does such a great job accumulating assets, whether that's future picks, whether it's young, productive players, whether that is a $20 million trade exception, and they always just end up going to waste. They go, no, like you watch a guy like James Young burn through his value by being not very good, but also being kind of untouchable in the Celtics system. Danny he hoards assets, then he'll try one or two trade offers per year, it seems. No one is ever on board with him. Just get a Golden Tate catch there. Pick him of 6 on first down.
You want a little football news?
Always.
Well, good, because I like to hear you talk. T.Y. Hilton expected to return to the Colts on a 1-year deal, $10 million, 8 guaranteed. What do you think?
Well, that's a lot of money for T.Y. Hilton, but I get it. The Colts have so much spending room right now that it's not going to make much of an impact on a 1-year deal for that. The Colts, the biggest disappointment of the Colts offseason has been they haven't really used that cap space to beef up their roster. And now they're using it to reward a longtime Colt and T.Y. Hilton. And Hilton did do a great job. He finished off the season strong. He built that connection with Phillip Rivers. And that part of the reason I thought Rivers was going to come back was because he and Hilton connected on such a strong wavelength towards the end of the season. But I like the move. If you take a look at those, he's T.Y. Hilton inactive in week 8, week 9, 8th game of the season, comes back for the back half of the season. It puts up what would have been a 1,000-yard pace with 10 touchdowns. 511 yards, 5 touchdowns, 34 catches over the final 8 games of the season. Those are good numbers. Those are useful numbers. If he can do that again, he might not be the wide receiver 1. That might go to Michael Pittman, but he'll be a very valued member of that team. And it's Jim Irsay rewarding a guy he likes, rewarding a local hero, and kind of building some confidence through the fan base, and hopefully having a guy like Hilton back will pack the stands at Lucas Oil Stadium, assuming we can get back to that this fall.
We got a 1st and 10 from the 21. Giants down by a touchdown, threatening though. Into the red zone and out to the 12. Daniel Jones starting to pick up some yards.
Danny, we're crashing towards what could be a solid finish here. Already have more points than we did all of last sim, so not bad.
We deserved it after the last one. Handoff, Saquon, he's already got 2 touchdowns, picks up the first, he's down at the 7.
Yes, in case you're just tuning in, Saquon 2 touchdowns, Chris Thompson 2 touchdowns, Raquel Armstead 1 touchdown. This has been a game for the running backs and not much else, but kind of expected. It is a wild weather Wednesday. We are playing in the rain, and neither passing game really lighting up the sky today.
Jones, back corner overthrew him. Man, he was wide open all alone.
You got him just right, EA. This is the perfect Danny Dimes experience. The fumble in his own backfield after taking the sack, yes. The terrible throws in the red zone, yes. This is very much the quarterback we saw last year.
There's the handoff. Saquon. Does he have a lane? Not really. Gets to the 4. Picks up 3. 3rd and goal from the 4.
Big possession here. Danny's going to run with it.
Dime's going to go himself. No, throws cross body.
Oh, no.
Stopped at the 1.
Oh, Darius Slayton's first catch of the game, and he very nearly broke the plane on a broken play. But instead, stopped just shy, and 4 minutes to play, down 7. You have Saquon Barkley and his quads in the backfield. Don't kick the field goal. Go for it here. Worst case scenario, you give the Jaguars and their bad offensive line the ball so deep in their own territory. Hell yes, I like it. This should be a touchdown for the Giants. You got to figure they're going to convert this 7 times out of 10.
Saquon, easy. Rolls on in.
3 touchdowns now for Saquon, former number 2 overall pick out of Penn State. Already having a better day in Simland today, Koff, than all of real world 2020. Look at that.
Ain't that the truth? Do you expect a bounce back from him next year?
I honestly do not know. Clearly he's going to be better than he was in 2020 before he got hurt because he was just awful. But there's a lot of miles on his odometer when you consider the injury and the amount of lifting he had to do at Penn State and in that first year with the Giants. So the offensive line in New York still not great, still not ideal. I think he'll be viable, and I think because he does play such a big role in that passing game, and because Daniel Jones may need something to check down to, and there's going to be a lot more open space in the middle of the field for his wheel routes now that Kenny Golladay will be stretching the field deep. I think he's going to be good, but maybe not necessarily great. I don't know if I would take him with a top 5 pick in my season-long fantasy draft until I hear a little bit more about how he is doing in training camp and in the preseason.
$21-all. 4 minutes to go in the 4th quarter. I will ask you the exact question that I asked you this time last sim when the game was tied up. You think this one gets decided in regulation, or are you sniffing OT?
I have another feeling. I got another feeling we're going overtime. But, maybe not. But this one feels like overtime in a good way. The last one was overtime in the worst possible way, and we get punt, and then finally a fumble 6 to put it to a merciful end. I feel like this one, we're going to get a big scoring drive here from the Jags, and then a response from the Giants as the start to the scoring drive. Nice strike to DJ Chark there. 3 for 40-plus for him, is that now? He's not having a great game, but maybe showing some signs of life here for a Jaguars offense that desperately needs it.
Dean says, we've spent 3 quarters of this game talking about Koff not eating pizza, but he doesn't want to bore people talking about sports. Oh, my God. Totally fair. Look, if you guys want to go down the Celtics road, here it is. More often than not, when the Celtics are linked to a guy, they don't acquire him. They've been linked by everyone, name the outlet, to Aaron Gordon and to other Orlando players. Evan Fournier in a larger deal. Nick Vucevic. You could look at John Collins, obviously, with Atlanta. Bogdan Bogdanovic, among others. But let's really zero in on Aaron Gordon, because that's where all of the smoke is right now. From ESPN, from The Athletic, from Yahoo, from Action Network, you name it. It's Aaron Gordon to the Celtics. This thing is, they're not done. It's not even necessarily close, but this is the leader in the clubhouse. The Celtics really want to acquire this guy. Well, Aaron Gordon, and anything, negative I say, I apologize to producer Madison, who is a Magic fan. Aaron Gordon is 25 years old. Nowhere even near 26. He is just entering his prime years. He is shooting better this year from three-point range than he ever has, which is about 40%. Generally speaking, not a great shooter, especially from 2. Rebounds, around 7. It's pedestrian numbers. He's getting about 15 points per game. You would think, the way we talk about Aaron Gordon, like he's this perennial all-star, that you would pull up his numbers and see sometime in the last few years that he's given you 19 or 20 points a game on average. Not so. He's topped out at 17. His career average is right around 15. He is a good, slightly above average, not great player with a lot of potential, who Orlando is looking for multiple first-round picks for, and a young player. If the Celtics were to give up 2 first-round picks, or anybody, for Aaron Gordon, they better be heavily protected picks, like lottery protected picks, or at least top 10 protected picks, or one is top 10 and the other is top 20. Because for Orlando, with 1 year left on this guy's overpaid contract to command multiple picks and a young player, are we talking Aaron Nesmith? Are we talking Romeo Langford? We're sure as hell not talking Marcus Smart. So if that's what Orlando wants, in order to bring value back for a guy who has already demanded his way out, who has asked for a trade, who last night, sounding like a quitter, says he wants out of Orlando just because he's tired of the losing and the way that they play, and he's a fringe starter on a good team. If the Celtics, who are not even good this year, they are perfectly mediocre, they are a game below 500 going into tonight's game against Milwaukee. Aaron Gordon is not even a surefire starter on that team when everybody's healthy, nor a closer, meaning he's part of the closing 5. All of this stuff, like the way we talk about Aaron Gordon as if he is not this injury-prone, inconsistent player, goes beyond me. I don't understand it. Would I welcome him to the Celtics for multiple heavily protected first-round picks and a young player who's never going to crack the rotation anyway, like an Aaron Nesmith or Romeo Langford, because they can't stay on the floor? No disrespect to Nesmith, it's his rookie year, but Langford sure as heck can't stay healthy. I'd make that deal. Sure, let's upgrade. Let's upgrade a little bit. You're not giving up the TPE. You're not giving up the Gordon Hayward trade player exception to bring in Aaron Gordon. You're saving that for the offseason. So what in the world are we doing with all this talk about Aaron Gordon when we're just setting ourselves up, Celtics fans, for another round of, this time tomorrow, well, we got close on some things. I mean, it's amazing to me that Aaron Gordon is just held in this regard, this esteem. Fournier's a better player. Vooch, as we know, I mean, that's the guy you got to get if you're a team like the Celtics. Hell, the rumors that have been floating around about Domantas Sabonis, you give up just about anything for Sabonis. You don't give up Tatum or Brown, but literally anything else. Take the picks. Take Smart. Take Time Lord. Go. Bring in Domantas. Yes, please. But all this stuff with Aaron Gordon as if he's the savior. Does Aaron Gordon even lift you into marginal contending status? No.
It might make you the
number
4 team in the East.
Fine, great. He takes the Celtics, who should be the 4 seed alone, the way they are right now, almost a touchdown out of the 5 for Chris Thompson, tying a minute left. Aaron Gordon, great. So Aaron Gordon, if he can even stay on the floor, lifts you from an 8 to a 4. Congratulations. This team's been in the Eastern Conference Finals 3 out of the last 4 years. Bruce says, wait, Koff, this is football? I have the wrong channel? It's just... Anyway, yeah, back to pizza. 1st and goal from the 5. About 60 seconds left in regulation.
Yeah, I think unless the Celtics can bring in a difference maker big, that, the East is a 3-team competition. It's bang, bang. 4 rushing touchdowns for the Jags, 3 for that man right there, Chris Thompson. And the Giants, because Thompson couldn't stay in bounds on his last run. About a minute and 2 timeouts remaining to score an answer TD.
And Glash, I see you in the chat. I was asked about the Celtics talk. I didn't do that on my own.
Yeah.
Rich Beat says, you sound like Ducey right now, Koff. How dare you. Brian, Koff, decaf.
Well, the good news is Thompson also picked up the bonus with that 5-yard touchdown run. He's at 103 with 3 touchdowns. 31.3 from him in the flex. 33 from Saquon in the flex. So both running backs must rosters in this one. And I have them both, and I'm barely top 50%. So I also have Darius Slayton and Tyler Eifert and Evan Ingram, who between them are bad.
Someone had asked about the score in the NBA head-to-head that Ducey and I had yesterday. Let me pull that up. Happy to tell you. It was a lot for me, less for him, though, is the answer to your question. 263.5 to 236.25 was my victory yesterday against Ducey. He, like some of you, had some bad luck with Russell Westbrook, Horton Tucker, and Quickly. Those were some poor plays for him. And by the way,
bad start there. Sorry.
I'm going to be on. This is not deliberate. This is just the way the puzzle was pieced together. I'm going to be on for the NBA trade deadline tomorrow. So you think you're getting a reaction right now? 24 hours from now, when that clock strikes 3.
I think that's you and me, actually, right? At the 4 p.m.?
I think I'm with Zach for the 2 and you for the 4.
All right.
So, maybe we'll consider talking about some level of football tomorrow, but it's going to be a lot of NBA.
Beautiful.
Bucky says, where were you Monday when I wanted to talk March Madness basketball? All they wanted to talk about was football. You can always find me on Twitter. Cheap plug. Adam M. Kaufman. 3rd and 4 from the 31. Can the Giants even this thing up? Maybe.
Yeah, they got a
timeout. There it is.
It's been a very slow developing drive. That Daniel Jones scramble on first down picked up 5 yards and burned about 35 seconds of clock off. So 21 seconds, 1 timeout. Might be 2 plays left for the Giants. They need to go 61 yards, and Daniel Jones is their quarterback. So after he's strip sacked, we'll get right to the post-game show.
Flash putting in the Marty Brennan. Tom Brennan? Yeah. Tom Brennan.
Huh.
And there's a high, deep drive into left field. That'll be a home run. Anyway, back to my Celtics rant. 2nd and 10 from the 39 on the way. 1 timeout left for Big Blue. All 3 for the Jags. 18 ticks remaining. Flash says, Koff is telling you he will not be caring for any of you at 3 p.m. He will be obnoxiously tweeting about the Celtics. Do not expect your comments to be read.
That's fair.
I mean, that's not what I said, but if those are the lines you'd like to read.
Yeah, that's the subtext.
Yeah.
Ooh. All right. First
Hail Mary into traffic incomplete.
Unfulfilled, but that's what they got to do here. They got to throw a Hail Mary, catch it, call timeout, and then set up their game-tying play from inside the red zone. I don't have a ton of confidence, but stranger things have happened, and if we're talking about bad things happening to the Jaguars, there's just an entire universe. 6,
all right, Daniel,
5.
Final play. What are you doing now? Why? Timeout.
Here's the timeout. Okay, now, you know what? They were going to have to get a little closer to the end zone regardless. Not the worst thing in the world. And Evan Ingram gets the garbage point plus there for the 20-ish yard reception, maybe about 19.
Bucky says, Glash, maybe you can do the old switcheroo on The Sims and read our comments. I pay as much attention to the chat as anybody. Everybody calm down. 1st and 10 from the 42. Danny Dimes into the end zone, into traffic, incomplete. That'll do it. 28-21. The Jaguars win.
A massive improvement over the noon sim, but a bummer of a day if you rostered anyone other than running backs. Saquon Barkley, 3 touchdowns. Chris Thompson, 3 touchdowns. Raquel Armstead, 1 touchdown. That's all the scoring right there. So a bad day for defenses, a bad day for wideouts, a great day for running backs. And Evan Ingram eventually had a decent performance. Not great, but 10 points in the flex. So easy to pick well, not that easy, but your crusty cough in this one, since Saquon was so choppy, is going to go to Chris Thompson, 31-3 in the flex. Saquon, 33 even in the flex, but everyone and their brother had him in some way. And let's talk about that babysitter Billy, not my kid award in this one. I was going to go to a wideout, but there are a lot of candidates in this one. DJ Chark eventually showed up enough to avoid our scorn. Golden Tate had 5 for 44.
Did he? I mean, Chark went 2 for 21.
Pretty quiet, yeah. Chark 3 for 43. Chris Conley.
Okay, yeah, we're still updating stats.
Yeah, you know what? Let's go ahead and even if you paid way down for him, just it's such a nothing performance. Only got a target on a broken play. Darius Slayton, you are going to be the babysitter, Billy, not my kid. No, sorry, no. Darius Slayton, you're off the hook. I just saw D.D. Westbrook's line. D.D. Westbrook, my God, 1 catch.
Slayton was even worse though.
Yeah, but Slayton gives you 9.6 per game. Westbrook gives you 11 per game.
Yeah, but still, I mean, Slayton was more heavily owned.
You know what? You're right. You're right. Slayton was more heavily
Slayton
owned.
was 37% owned. Dude went for 1.3 points.
You know, yeah, Slayton, you're back in it. D.D. Westbrook, you're terrible also. But Darius Slayton, I didn't realize that you were 20% more owned than D.D. Westbrook. Darius Slayton, you are the 2 p.m. Babysitter Billy, not my kid. I don't know her award winner of this Wild Weather Wednesday.
Well, barring any stat adjustments, how about our pal Irwin saying, tied for first in coughs, giddy up.
Nice.
There you go, the hashtag cough contest. We've got Titan Twin, Casey K33, and Jay Hemini, maybe? The Hemina. They are tied for first in about a 7-point lead on the field. With, again, Saquon captained, Jones, Thompson, Ingram, Conley, and Reichwell. The punt play, like you talked about, $1,000, and he got you 7.3. Now that, friends, is returning value. Here's the deal with the rest of your Dream Stream day. As Bucky says, pizza talk, basketball talk, and Sims, not bad for a hump day. Yeah, and wild weather in the rain. So at 4 o'clock, 50 minutes from now, about 45 to pregame, you will have Brendan Glasheen and Zach Thompson, Professor Z, who missed out on Cousin Chris, but I'll tell him he said hello. A wind game between the Broncos and Bengals. After that sim, you have NBA pre-lock, Sharag Hira and full-time Felix, Julian Edlow, get you set for tonight's slate in the NBA. That will take you right up basically until the start of the Lake Classic. At 6 o'clock, that is the happy hour sim. Saints Seahawks right back into the rain. It'll be Brendan Glasheen with Kenny Ducey. Again, make sure you ask Kenny about our head-to-head last night. 8 o'clock, prime time, Titans Steelers in the snow. Jason Rossi and Tom Carroll. And then it will be Rossi and Tom Ace there, Freeze Pops together for Madden After Dark, Panthers and Packers, also a snow game here on this Wild Weather Wednesday. And have we mentioned you can subscribe to postroute.substack.com? A lot of great stuff there. Christian could probably tell you all about it.
Can I ever? In fact, we just posted our latest newsletter. It's going to be in your inboxes if you are already subscribed. But the 8 under the radar free agent signings we love, including Sim superstar Josh Reynolds going to the Titans. I wrote all about it along with my colleagues Sarah Hardy and Ryan Van Bibber. You can subscribe absolutely for free at postroute.substack.com, or just go to postroute.substack.com and give it a read if you want to see who is killing free agency so far.
Great time being with all of you. Thank you for hanging out here with us. Tomorrow, if you're looking for the two of us, Christian and I will be together for 4, and we also serve as kind of an overlap in the day because I've got you for Sims at 2 and 4 tomorrow, right overlapping that NBA trade deadline. Christian will be here at 4 and 6. Of course, Eastern time, so make sure you tune in. But as we mentioned, 4 more Sims today. You're far from done with this Dream Stream day. We are done, but I'll tell you who's not. Producer Madison, Drew, our technical director, and Cobra K, Tate and Game Ops. They are all hanging out for one more with you and the rest of the DK Sim fam. Thanks for being with us, Christian. Always a pleasure, buddy.
I will see you tomorrow, and hopefully we'll have plenty to yell about with the Celtics and possibly even the Bucks. Who knows? Anyway, we'll get there. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, here we go.
Let's do it.
See, ZT's got it going on, man. He's got the backwards hat and then straps the hat in the wind with the headphones. So the hat's not going anywhere. That's a pro move. This guy knows how to handle the weather.
Got to keep it in place. Got to be ready to go for the wind. It's going to be great here in Cincinnati, virtual Cincinnati.
Is it going to be great, though?
Let's hope so. Plenty of orange in the matchup anyway.
Lots of orange. Broncos, Bengals. What is the first step into trying to figure out what to do with the showdown here?
Yeah, so, I mean, I usually try and look at past meetings, and these two teams have played twice in these Madden 21 sims. So everybody played in Madden 2020, but then these two teams have played twice in Madden 21, and they were split, right? The Broncos won 27-11 in the first meeting, and then the Bengals bounced back and won 28-21 in the rematch. Both times it was the road team that won, and this, I guess, bodes well for the Broncos, but neither of those games had weather. And I do think the wind's going to play a big role in this. I would lean towards Cincinnati side of things just because I trust Burrow a little bit more than I trust Locke in these sims. Locke tends to be very inaccurate, and with the wind, that's not going to help his accuracy at all. I also think just whenever there's a wind game, I'm trying to find those people that are going to catch the passes that stay close to the line, right? Like whether that's tight ends, whether that's running backs, slot receivers, I like a lot. But anybody who's taking deep shots, they're going to be not impossible, but much more difficult. So instead, I lean in this case towards slot options, tight ends. I actually have both tight ends on my roster. Neither one is my captain, though. My captain is Tyler Boyd out of the slot. So that's where I went for Cincinnati. Burrow does like him, uses him a lot, and I do have Burrow in my lineup too. So my full lineup is Burrow, Boyd, Bernard, went with the Killer Bees from the Bengals, and then Fant and Lindsey from the Broncos, as well as CJ Uzomah from the Bengals to round things out. Who do you have?
That lineup sounds way cooler and better than mine. So I should have taken more of consideration the slot guys.
Okay.
So instead, I played Sutton and Ross in the flex. We'll see how that goes. But I played a lot of running backs. Got Gio Bernard, the captain, Lindsey and Gordon. Right. Played Melvin Gordon. $3,000, and Joe Burrow is my only quarterback. So.
Yeah, so I mean, you're staying out of the wind by running the ball, which is a good way to go as well. Yeah. I have both the receiving backs, right? Both those running backs that can catch the short passes. So that helps, I hope. Lindsey and Bernard, I like your Bernard play. Had one big game, one quiet game against the Broncos. Broncos defense tends to be very hit or miss. Like they can be locked down, shut down, pass rush, flying all over the place, led by Von Miller, or they can be absolutely garbage and everybody's just putting up big points against them. Very boomer bust actually for both these defenses, but especially the Broncos.
All right, so this is the final sim of the early classic. We have paid contests, the free roll, of course. We made a free roll in the DK SimFam Friends League, which is titled, let me remind myself here. It is titled
Broncos, Bengals, it's windy.
It's windy. I mean, I don't know what else to say when it comes to these two, amazing. The Broncos are a good franchise. Bengals can be better, but, they got a good quarterback now.
I was going to say, of the two right now, although historically, obviously, Broncos have much better history with John Elway and their two recent championships. Of the two, though, I think I'd rather be the Bengals right now as far as their future immediately. Yeah. Do you see a penalty? Good. Yeah, let's start with the penalty. Oh, boy.
Yep. Good old hold.
Yeah, not good. Not a good way to get things started here. Keep it on the ground with Joe Mixon. Oh, no, Gio, you're right. Gio out of the gun. There's your captain for a gain of 6.
Sam Con, New Jersey. Brendan, Zach, hey, my captain is John Ross.
All right. Don't hate that. Plenty of speed. Gets free. He's gone.
El Paso #1. We in the building. I feel good about this sim.
Good.
We need that energy. We need that positive mindset with all of the orange Navy blue and black here on display. Nice grab. Tyler Boyd, Noah Moon, cheer up, break your caps lock button. ZT's captain has a catch.
There we go. No goose egg in the captain spot. That is the worst. And I have now avoided that fate.
Hey, so we got some good news.
Okay.
Sunday, our big anniversary when we all when we all got married last year on March 28th. Our 1 year anniversary when we said I do to each other. The contest is live.
There we go. Anniversary contest. Go get your entries in there. Sunday night.
Live Sunday night, late classic, 6, 8, and 10. $30,000 in real prizes.
Cool is that?
$15 entry. It's a 70 entry max. So it is a multi-entry contest.
Plenty of satellites as well. Don't forget those satellites you can get into very cheaply. Win one of those satellites, you get an entry into that anniversary. Some people have already won because those satellites have been going on, so that the contest is live, so you can get your entries figured out. We are finishing that. Oh boy, Drew Lock taking a big sack. We're finishing that classic slate with a rematch of the very first sim ever.
Ever.
Well, ever on these. I mean, it's not the first sim ever, but the first sim ever on the Dream Stream.
Correct. The Texans and the Saints.
Correct.
Which was a Madden.
Are you on the call
20,
for that
actually.
one?
No, I think it was actually Emerson and Reed. They had the first one.
Yeah, the first one. But are you on Sunday night? Because you're usually Madden After Dark.
I am not on Sunday night. Actually, I am on in the afternoon. We will have 6 games, but the contest we're talking about relates to the late classic.
Mm-hmm. Philip Lindsay with the catch here. Yep, late classic. So 6, 8, and 10, as Glash just reminded us. And that Saints Texans is the late game, the final game, the 10 p.m. kickoff.
I see some of you, some familiar usernames are already involved. And here is the schedule for Sunday night. So the 3 games, we got the Niners, Pats. You mentioned Texans, Saints, Madden After Dark. Niners, Pats at 6, Chiefs, Bucks at 8. That's the order.
Chiefs, Bucks. Sunday night, or Super Bowl rematch. Seen that a few times. Saw that right before the Super Bowl, right after the Super Bowl. Saw it in the Super Bowl.
Tim the Man 95 on Twitch. Yes, this is a wind sim. The only wind sim of the day.
And the Broncos offense looking as one would expect them to look in the wind.
Yes.
Not so good. So instead we're going to get a punt, which is going to sail way out of bounds. I don't think that was intentional. Pretty sure that one got wind blown out at the 37 though, so not too bad. Bengals take back over. They got their first possession was derailed by a holding call. The Broncos' first possession derailed by that sack. Drew Lock took it, kept backing up. We mentioned John Ross. Somebody said he was their captain, and I think that's him there with the catch. Number 11, right? Isn't that John Ross? It is. He is now a member of the New York Giants, kind of part of their roster overhaul. Kenny Galladay, Kyle Rudolph, John Ross, all headed to the Big Apple to help Daniel Jones.
So in case you guys missed it, we'll repeat it at the end of each quarter because it's big news. It's worthy of repeating throughout the day and really all week. Joe Burrow, slingshot, engaged. Nice pass. John Ross, first down. The Madden Stream 30K 1-year anniversary special. Our 1-year wedding anniversary. Us and you. From March 28th. The anniversary is on Sunday night. It is a 3-game late classic contest. 70 total entries. A 70 entry max. For those of you that have ticket purchases from the satellites, 70 entry max, the 3-game slate, 6 o'clock Eastern, Niners, Patriots, 8 o'clock, Chiefs, Bucks, 10 o'clock, Texans, Saints. That's the lineup.
The top prize in that, sorry to cut you off there.
No, it's okay.
10K. Somebody walking away with 10K.
$15 entry
on Sunday night.
Yep.
$15 entry. Somebody walking away with $10K.
There you go.
That is very cool. Very cool.
The deal. 1 year since we said I do. Those of you that have been with us since, we worship you.
First down.
Yeah.
Burrow with a quick completion there.
Zama.
Yep.
CJ71, what are you getting me on our wedding anniversary? A ticket to the dance called Madden Stream 30K. Jerem wants to divorce Kenny. You have to accept all of us. That's part of the deal. Kenny has to come. Come on, it wouldn't be any fun if Kenny didn't come. Oh, nice play. Way to come back to the ball.
Wow, yeah, nice play there by the receiver. Checking back to Burrow's throw. A little underthrown, but again with the wind, that may have had a factor on that one. John Ross the third with another catch. He has been very busy on this drive.
So first time playing Fortnite runs my parody account. First time playing Fortnite, when I said don't at me, I was telling the Twitter universe as we get a touchdown.
Touchdown!
For AJ Green.
AJ Green.
I was telling the Twitter universe, I was telling the whole Twitter universe that you, my friend, have the best parody account in the world. Don't at me. Like, don't tell me otherwise. That was my point. Just clarifying, because he said, Glash, I won't at you in my next video of you. I'm like, no, that's okay. I'm telling everyone else that what you're doing is great.
Right. And don't argue with him, because it is. Well, I see what you're doing, and makes
it's
sense.
Reassuring the fella. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Producer Madison, I did not see all of the sirens and pirate emojis. That now I'm just seeing that part of your message. Wow, that was coming in hot.
I like it.
Yeah, I do too. Hey, what's AJ Green's ownership? Find that out. Working on it.
Yeah, let's check that out.
Well,
AJ Green, of course, also no longer with the Bengals this offseason. They've kind of lost a lot of their offensive pieces. As far as wide receivers anyway, John Ross, we already mentioned, headed to New York. AJ Green going to the desert. He'll be riding with Kyler and the Cardinals out there.
Okay, I got it. Here we go. AJ Green, 45% in the flex, just under 10% in the captain spot.
There we go. Off to a strong start to his day with the first touchdown. A very solid drive by the Bengals, their second possession. Let's see if the Broncos can look a little bit better than they did on their first. Highest owned in the free showdown, Joe Burrow at just under 80%. Cortland Sutton just behind him, John Ross third, Drew Lock fourth at 48%, and then AJ Green. So Burrow and Green both in the top five, both on the board with that touchdown. Let's see if the Broncos can answer back. There's your boy Melvin Gordon.
Yeah, the punt
Only
play.
because he's in your
No. Exactly. Yeah. No, he can be my boy. That's cool. We gotta share some love with these virtual players. So they
Look
can
at that.
respond.
There you go.
Respond to us when we give them love.
Like that first down. Big pickup for Melvo Gordo 3.
Let's see. Oh, Michael Irvin. Yeah, man. We'll see. Syracuse, the Magic, man. Buddy Boeheim's been on fire.
He has been. Yep.
Been on fire. Hey, Michael Irvin, don't ask me because I know you've been in this chat during college basketball season and can't get too far into this. But Michael, you keep asking me like, "Hey, what do we think about the Cuse?" I go, "If they can hit threes,
Yeah.
you never know. Never know in the tournament. Team gets hot. Shooters, they're getting hot and shooting the ball well. I don't know if they're going to beat Houston, but
the zone always plays well in the tournament. Always seems to play well. So people aren't used to seeing it. A lot of times in conference play, they're schemed for a little bit more. But when you're not sure that you're going to face it, and then you get a shorter notice to get ready for it, it can throw some teams off. And then, as you mentioned, when they start hitting threes, can get things moving in the right direction in a hurry, which it has so far Forticuse.
Yeah, if anything, if they were to win Saturday, Michael, the game, so in a weird way, the game to get to the Final Four would be easier because, and that ball,
at least
that's
according to seeding, yeah.
Well, that and like preparing for a zone to only have less than a day to get ready for it. That's why I think folks were like, oh, I don't know if West Virginia can get ready for the zone. Bob Huggins has seen it over the years. West Virginia and Syracuse were in the Big East forever. That's probably a bad example. But getting ready for a zone after facing a totally different scheme.
Right. I don't think it's the coach, right? It's not like these coaches have never coached against them, but it's the players. True. It's the players who maybe this West Virginia team hasn't seen a zone that is as effective or as well run as the Orange is most of the time and as it has been so far in the tournament. Looking forward to another good weekend this coming weekend. My Final Four still alive, which I feel like, yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Who you got?
Now I'm gonna have to look up. No, I have Houston, I have Gonzaga, I have Arkansas. That was my kind of
interesting.
I don't know, surprise pick. I do not follow. Okay, let me just be very clear here. I do not follow college basketball nearly as closely as I follow other sports. I was picking not blind, but without a ton of knowledge. But I have Houston, Arkansas, and then the 2 number 1 seeds, Michigan and Gonzaga. So somehow I stumbled onto surviving to this point with my Final Four intact. I don't expect that to last. I did not put in copious amounts of research. I literally researched tonight's classic slate for Madden more than I researched my bracket.
There's Locke gunning it inside the 15.
Nice response here by the Broncos. Moving the ball right down the field. Setting up a 1st and 10 from the 12.
Freak of Nature says, tons of energy in this sim so far. Oh, yeah. There's a good energy in the sim.
Always here to bring the energy for you guys because you guys are loyal to us. Always here tuning in, and we do appreciate that. That was actually a much better first quarter than I expected. How about you?
Yeah, it was problematic at first, the punting and the wind being a factor in the passing game, but
it's true.
What do you know? What do you know? Drew Lock is just dealing with the adversity.
Yeah, came around there. Did all right. Burrow 7 for 8 for 68 yards and a touchdown to A.J. Green. Drew Lock still has those accuracy issues, only 4 for 7, 41 yards. Your boy, Melvin Gordon, 2 carries, 28 yards. Gio, 1 carry for 2 yards. He is those are the only 2 players with carries, so nothing yet for Philip Lindsay or Joe Mixon. John Ross, been the leading receiver, 3 for 36. My captain, Tyler Boyd, 2 for 18. Philip Lindsay has had a couple catches for 12 yards. Judy with a catch, Fant with a catch, Green with the touchdown catch, and Uzama rounds out the stats from the first quarter with 1 catch himself.
Now that I think about it, Mixon got a carry in the first play, and then they got holding.
Oh, that's true. So he did have a carry, but no statistical relevance.
Right. Yep. Germ on Twitch. I told someone Burrow over Minshew earlier. Can't remember who now.
How was Minshew earlier?
Good question. This is my first sim today, so I don't know.
Mine as well.
Okay. I'm here for the next one with Ducey. It's 6. We do have NBA pre-lock after this sim.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Good. I need to set my lineups for tonight. Is a giant slate.
2nd and 3.
So many options.
Melvin, get in, Melvin.
Lindsay!
There you go. Oh! Come on!
Lindsay, not a touchdown, sorry. On the 1, 1st and goal from the 1. Melvin Gordon is the power back. So that if they go to a power formation, expect another opportunity for Melvo Gordo 3.0.
There he is.
And it is big formation.
Oh, don't give it to the fullback. Don't give it to the fullback.
Andy Janovich? Nope.
Here you go. Melvin. There we go.
Melvin! So cheap.
$3,000.
And now he's got a touchdown. And a dance to go with it.
Mm-hmm.
Tie game. Well, it will be. once they add on this extra point.
Melvin Gordon punching in the rock. Owned
It is what he does.
12.6% of lineups in the free showdown. 10,236 entries. It's up to 34 yards rushing.
And the score. Gotta love it.
CEH 1300. I just woke up. Hilton re-signed. Yeah, your boy T.Y. Hilton got $8 million. $8 million. 1 year contract.
1 year.
Prove it.
Stay in Indy. I think he will be much better this year than he was last year. I think it will help him having a quarterback who is not Phillip Rivers. That's my analysis.
And you know something, too? If I remember correctly, Hilton did not have a good first half of the year, but he came on okay at the end. Like, it wasn't brutal in the second half of the season. It got better.
Correct. Yep, it was really bad early on. And then he did have some nice games coming down the stretch. He and Rivers had a little bit of chemistry towards the end, but I think the big thing is Rivers used those tight ends so much and checked the ball down through shorter passes more. A lot of Naheem Hines out of the backfield, much like we see in these sims. Whereas now Carson Wentz, we know he likes to throw that deep vertical pass, and I think that might be a better fit for T.Y. Hilton.
Let's see. Joe Burrow back to throw, drops it off. Gio
Checking
Bernard.
it down. Oh, throws him down.
Gio.
Nice stiff arm there. That was a Derrick Henry level stiff arm. He's playing tonight, by the way.
Yes, Titans are on in the late slate.
They are against the Steelers.
Is your write-up on the playbook yet?
It is. It is. And guess who the picture is of?
Who?
Derrick Henry in the snow.
Oh, no wonder you remembered so easily.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good matchup for him. The Steelers, while they do have a strong defense, have given up 3 pretty big games to Derrick Henry. So that's one of my favorite plays for the night. Obviously, he's expensive, but actually he's only the 3rd most expensive running back on the slate, which is unusual. Normally he's the most expensive. You don't even I did a double take when I saw that there were 2 running backs on the slate that were more expensive than Derrick Henry.
Cater in the YouTube chat. Cater the touchdown, AJ Green for the Bengals. Denver's touchdown, Melvin Gordon.
Correct. Tyler Boyd with the catch there for the first.
How about this from Nathan Olson? My phone wasn't working yesterday. A day without Sims was lame. Got it fixed.
Lame.
And back with you guys. I don't hear that word as often as usual. Lame. That's really lame. Dude, why are you so lame? You don't like Sims, man? You're lame. I don't know. It's throwback.
It does feel kind of throwback, yeah. Very, I don't know, like 2018.
I think of like 2010. So lame.
Really?
Yeah.
I want to put it quite that far back, but all right.
I mean, you coach Little League. Are the kids these days saying lame?
No. No. Epic is the word that gets way overused right now. Everything is epic, whether it's epic or not. Like everything is epic.
Or the other one too is like, yo, are you woke?
Woke. Yep.
I'm so woke right now on this sim.
Yeah, that seems to be more for like serious conversations, quite honestly. But like on the Little League field, everything is epic. Every catch, every throw, every hit.
Dude, that grounder you fielded was epic.
That was epic. It was epic. I hit that to the outfield. It was epic.
How about that bunt? The way it rolled up the third baseline? Epic.
Epic.
3rd and 7 for Burrow.
You see Burrow roll out, run for the
run
first down? Epic.
Good word here by Cater. Totally. That's another word.
Yep, that's another one. You can do totally epic, totally lame too. You can double them up.
Yeah. For sure. Robbie Noble. They've been saying lame for 100 years. Freak of nature.
Yeah.
This sim is so radical.
It's totally tubular.
That was rocket power right there. Oh, yeah, tight.
Tight.
That's tight. Hey, that spiral? Dude, tight spiral.
That was so tight.
Come on, Joe, run it again. You can do it.
He's going to do it. He's going to run it.
Oh, he reached. Oh.
No, at the one. At the one. Oh, he wants it. He's saying touchdown, but no.
Review it.
That'd be kind of cool. I haven't seen them review first down runs like that very much.
Yeah.
No, I don't think he got in either, so. He knocked over the pylon, but I think he was down before doing so. Oh, Mixon in the backfield. Sorry, Gio.
He's not getting in. No chance. Nope.
You're right. At the one. Von Miller on the stop. Known for his pass rushing abilities, but there he makes the stop on the ground. Rad. Yeah, that's another one.
Yeah. Rad.
Oh,
stop.
it's Mixon again.
Oh, boo. Drop back and throw, Joe. That boy.
They're going to. Oh, Mixon saved him.
Run it, Joe.
Joe.
Run it in. There you go.
He was just drawing it out for us. Just, like, oh, am I going to run it? Yeah, I'll run it. Building the drama, and then he gets the rushing touchdown. Joe Burrow puts the Bengals up a score.
He can do that, folks. He can run it in for a touchdown. He did it 4 Sims ago against the Titans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's been a fairly decent touchdown runner in these Sims. Doesn't usually get a ton of yards, but he has run for now 11 scores in 58 Sims, averaging just over 12 yards a game. So not a lot of yardage coming that way, but does punch it in those short yardage situations like we just saw there.
Yeah, as a producer Andrew says, nice 90-degree turn there.
I am running sideways. I will now turn and run straight.
Yeah, TK. TK says he was running out the clock.
There you go.
Yeah, bleed clock as we take the lead.
Didn't want to leave them 255 after the touchdown. Needed it to be 254.
Jonathan Adler, that's a good call. Everything is also lit now.
Yep, I do hear that quite a bit. I think the fire emoji has done that to us.
Someone named Bingham says we are nerds. We need to STFU. What's that mean?
I don't know. Maybe they misspelled something.
Yeah, it's got to be a typo. Glad to have us here.
Can you clarify, please?
Maybe not.
Or don't. That's fine too. Yeah, we don't care.
All right, 7-point game. Denver ball. Less than 3 to play in the half. There we go.
Hey, first down.
Judy.
And gets out of bounds. Very aware of the rookie receiver. Lots of buzz around the Broncos this offseason looking for a quarterback. It'll be interesting to see if they stick with Drew Lock. I mean, coming into last season, everybody was convinced that he was the answer there at quarterback, that they're going to build around him, drafted all those receivers, including Jerry Jeudy. Not a great year for him. Definitely some injuries played a part of that, but not a strong showing for Drew Lock.
There was some news in the last 5 minutes, and yes, it is Patriots related. The Patriots are bringing back Lawrence Guy, according to ESPN's Mike Reese, a 4-year contract.
Ooh. Pay the guy.
Yeah.
James
Couple
White
guys
also
the Pats were supposed to let go.
Yeah.
James White was one, and then Guy was another who was connected to other teams.
It's true.
4-year deal, pending a physical.
Kind of like it. As a whole, and we don't need to go down this too far because I know this is not a Patriots sim, and we talk a decent amount about Patriots, as the chat will be quick to remind us. Nice vertical throw there, but knocked away. Incomplete. as a whole, what do you think of the Patriots offseason?
I'm happy they're spending. Do I think they're all smart moves? I'm taking the easy way out. Well, let's wait and see if they're all smart moves, right? Like, I love it. I love the aggressiveness, but I'd be lying if I didn't know it's going to work. I think it's a good thing. I think they kind of had to do it. Does that make sense? I'm totally. I'm not going to sit here and say, yeah, that was really smart to sign all of these dudes.
Nelson Aguilar. Just pull one out.
Yeah, like they overpaid at Nelson Aguilar, for sure.
Right. So I would agree. But I think the big question is the quarterback position. And I think the success of this offseason will all depend on what they do in the draft as far as if they're able to land a young quarterback that they can build around. Or whether they find another way because somebody else gets somebody in the draft and then moves a quarterback after that. I mean, I don't think the quarterback musical chairs are done. I think there's still a number of moves that will happen this offseason or leading up to the start of next season, and the Patriots will have somebody besides Cam Newton as an option there. Oh, he stepped out of bounds. AJ Green had nothing but open field in front of him, but he could not stay in bounds. So instead, they just get it at midfield.
Looking at the leaderboard right now in the free early classic.
Yeah.
The first place leader is Smokey McBlunts. Nice. Very good. 176.54 points. I'm surprised DraftKings let that one slide. Three-way tie for first place in the free showdown. And in our free roll.
Yeah.
If you're Smokey McBlunts, are you in the chat room? Show yourself. Can I give you a round of applause? It sounds Irish, says Andrew. Pull pie is our pulpy is in first place in our Broncos Bengals. It's windy.
Very windy.
Beast Mode 21 on YouTube with the Philadelphia Eagles avatar says Nelson is going to have 40 drops. I can sense some spite.
Yeah, it may not be the most objective opinion. I don't know.
But there is some proof.
Yep, that is also true. It's definitely within the realm of possible outcomes.
Tate from Game Ops. Imagine being named after a bear. That's pretty cool. Where are you, Smokey? Emerson's forehead, McBlunt. Is that a new sandwich at McDonald's? That's good. That was freaking funny. Producer Madison, I'm named after a mermaid. No, you're not. What mermaid is that? I have not seen the movie Splash with Tom Hanks.
I actually have. I don't remember the mermaid's name, but it was Madison, I would assume.
McDonald's. Oh, man. Yo, McDonald's would make a lot of money on that. I'm just saying. Oh, man. Scotty DJ, 287. I'm first in the Glash and ZT contest.
Nice. Congratulations. 52 seconds here before halftime. 3rd and 6. See if the Bengals can tack on to their lead. And they do. And it's going to be a... Nope. Not a touchdown. At the one.
The owner of the Smokey McBlunts username is in the chat. Chris Scott says Smokey here. Oh! We have breaking news.
Da-na-na.
Breaking news on the DraftKings Dream Stream. Old friend of Simland, Tevin Coleman. Tevin Coleman is Joe Mixon. You dog.
I wasn't going to call your attention to it. But yeah, there's Joe Mixon's touchdown. Carry on.
The New York Jets Oh, no. Kenny's on the next sim. The New York Jets.
Oh, no.
And running back Tevin Coleman have finalized a deal per Ian Rappaport.
Mm-hmm. So they're not just going to have Frank Gore. Interesting.
Wow. Tevin Coleman, as we all know, or most of you should know, maybe some of you don't know, he was a beast in the Madden 20 simulations.
He was the 49ers RB1 and third down back ahead of your boy, Raheem Mostert, when the Raheem Mostert saga began.
Tevin Coleman to the Jets.
There you go.
Not like a rim-rocking kind of signing, but, I mean, I don't know. Tevin Coleman, I think, deserves all the love he can get here on the Dream Stream. He was important to us for a long time.
It's true. It's true. He was in
and
many,
Kenny
many
Ducey's
early
probably going to have a
Dream
take on it, so.
Of course he will. And I'm sure he will defend it loudly.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. It's the way it works.
Emerson's forehead, I'm still laughing at that, too. The sandwich. That's fantastic. Earlier on in the chat, Adam said, I am your 171st follower on TikTok. Thanks, man. Yeah, man, been talking it up. Robert Sparks, STFU. You know what that means, LOL. Oh, Robert. Well done. We have 3 timeouts here, ZT, for the Broncos.
Yep.
Down 14. Nope. They won the ball.
Yeah, they're going to call a timeout now, but try throwing the ball down the field before you call that timeout. Maybe they were thinking they could catch the Bengals napping.
Emerson Latzia has responded to my Instagram story. I was at the basketball court earlier today. I was shooting some hoops by myself at the park. Feeling cool. Trying to do the Jason Tatum sidestep thing.
Yep.
Trying to feel cool. Emerson just responded and said, I would destroy your goofy, handsome butt.
Wow, there's a lot of ways you could take that.
I would absolutely beat Emerson one-on-one in a basketball game. Absolutely. He can Peloton all he wants. The guy's not coordinated. The guy, he's tall. He's in shape. He's not coordinated. I'm not that coordinated, but I can get by him.
Tall and in shape both matter quite a bit in basketball. Just going to point that out. I'm not saying who I would pick to win. I'm just saying he's tall, he's in shape, he's good at basketball, but I could beat him.
No, he's not. He didn't say he was good at basketball. He thinks he's good, but I don't think he's that good.
Oh, I see.
You're right. He's tall. He's in shape. He's not very coordinated.
And that is an important element.
Oh.
Incomplete. A little bit of drama there before halftime as Drew Lock heaves it to inside the 5, but nothing doing. It'll be 21-7 Bengals as we head to the locker room for the halftime.
Yeah, the halftime show you've all been waiting for.
Here it comes.
Did you guys hear about the big news?
Big news.
There is no big news. I mean, there kind of is, actually.
The anniversary special.
Yeah. We'll go through the stats and we'll bring that up again.
All right. I'll go through the stats, then you can do the anniversary special.
Okay.
Highlight.
I got to prepare for this moment.
All right. You get ready. Joe Burrow, 15 of 18, 189, and 1 touchdown passing. He also has a touchdown running. Drew Lock is only 8 of 14, and he's only managed 78 yards through the air. No touchdowns yet for Drew Lock. Melvin Gordon does have a touchdown. Joe Mixon has a rushing touchdown in addition to Burrow's rushing score. Gordon is the leading rusher from a yardage perspective with 41 yards on his 6 carries. Still 0 carries for Phillip Lindsay, the third down back for the Broncos. Lindsay does have 2 catches for 12 yards. However, our leading receiver, CJ Uzomah, 5 catches, 66 yards, no touchdowns for him. The only receiving score is A.J. Green's. He has 2 catches for 24. Judy, the leading Broncos receiver, 3 for 44. John Ross has 3 for 36. Tyler Boyd, 3 for 31. That's my captain. He needs to step it up in the second half. Cortland Sutton, who is the wide receiver 1 for the Broncos, absent. Just saying. And now, with an anniversary special update, here's Clash.
Sunday, March 28th, marks the 1-year anniversary when we both said I do to each other. And we made a special bond and a special commitment. And now we get to celebrate 1 year of being together. We've been through a lot of ups and even some downs. A lot of really bad lineups, mostly bad, some good, but a lot of bad lineups you've all put out there. Now you get to put out maybe your worst, maybe your best lineup ever. On Sunday, March 28th, 2021, the Madden Stream $30,000 1-year anniversary special. $10,000 to first place. It's a $15 entry, 70 entry max contest. It's a 3-game late slate. The lineup is this: 6 o'clock, 49ers Patriots, 8 o'clock, Chiefs and the Bucks, and Madden After Dark at 10 Eastern, the Texans and Saints, which was the first ever matchup on the Dream Stream. So there you go. The contest is
launched 1,000 sims. Actually, well over 1,000 sims. But who's counting?
In terms of the free rolls, I saw some questions in the chat. I've just been told free rolls will be the same deal. Same 6 free rolls that we have in the lobby per usual.
8, actually, because there's 6 for the showdowns and 2 for the classics. Right?
Very good point. Yes, 6 showdowns, 2 classics. So that's 8.
8 free contests every day of the world. Unless there's cornhole, and then it might be less.
Emerson says, please announce to the Dream Stream that our next challenge is one-on-one hoops. And I said, I beat you to it. I already did it. He said, LMFAO, touche.
There you go.
We should do like an all-star Saturday night format. We'll do a dunk contest, three-point shootout. If I wanted to dunk, I'd have to do it on his shoulders.
I like it.
We'll do a
trampoline. Yep.
We'll lower the hoop so he can dunk. I mean, he might be able to do it on his own. Emerson can't dunk. No chance. Yeah, maybe he can. I don't know. Maybe he could. He's not that tall. He's like 6'2", right? 6'1". You could.
Having only met him here in the Sim virtual booth, I do not know.
Did want to get to this. This is a football item, and the fella here in the chat, Beast Mode 21, wants to talk about it. Loves Deshaun Jackson, one of his favorite offensive players. He thinks Matt Stafford and Deshaun can work. If Jackson stays healthy, they can be really good. Jackson will be 34 or is 34. What do you make of the signing? I mean, there's still a lot of weapons there for Matt Stafford. What do you think of that reunion? Or no, it's not a reunion. It's actually a pairing, I should say.
Yeah. I'm high on the Rams, but I got to be honest. I'm high on the Rams not because of Deshaun Jackson. I think Deshaun Jackson's a fine pickup. I think he's a flyer. Maybe he hits, maybe he stays healthy and still has some big playability. He showed last year. So I don't know that he's necessarily washed, but I don't think either of the Rams are counting on him. I think he's far enough down the depth chart that they will be just fine without him if he doesn't work out. I'm not banking on Deshaun Jackson carrying the Rams, but I do like the Rams. I think they'll be very good. However, I'm on record as saying I like the Cardinals more.
I like the Cardinals more.
Yep.
Right now, they are still they're still the 4th favorite to win that division, right?
Are they behind the 49ers? I don't think are they really behind the 49ers?
I think so, even after the J.J. Watt signing. Really? I know they got A.J. Green after Watt.
They did.
But pretty certain. I'll double check that.
Okay.
Pretty sure they're 4th, man. So, I mean, I love it. That's a good take. I mean,
Okay.
I think the Niners, folks in the chat were even saying this last night. I think the Niners' ceiling is to get to the Super Bowl, for sure. But they could easily not be good. Look at all the injuries, and who knows what happens at quarterback. If Jimmy Garoppolo can't stay healthy, you can have what happened last year all over again. And they got hurt on defense, too.
There were a bunch of injuries. And your boy Mostert was hurt. Yeah.
Mostert, yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, there's...
And then, you got the Russell Wilson stuff going on, so... A lot of drama in that division. And look, hey, I think it's going to work, but there have been a lot of positive vibes about the Matt Stafford thing to the Rams. We have to... Oh,
Phillip Lindsay.
What a move!
That was impressive. Touchdown, Lindsay, 33 yards for the score. Wes, it was Joe Mixon who got the last Bengals touchdown. That was Phillip Lindsay pulling the Broncos back to within a score. So we have rushing touchdowns now from Lindsay, Gordon, Burrow, and Mixon. The only score coming through the air was A.J. Brown, now a member of the Arizona Cardinals.
I can't confirm. Cardinals are the fourth favorite to win that division. Rams first, Niners second, Seahawks third, Cardinals fourth. Now, I know the Rams went 11-5 with someone called Wolford at the end of the season. Mostly Jared Goff, too. We have to, leave out a sliver of a possibility that it doesn't work, right? I'm just saying. I'm not trying to diss Matt Stafford. It could not work. I mean, it's not like he did a lot of winning in Detroit.
I was going to say, let's pull up his career record. And I know that's not all him. But I think you got to say there's at least a chance it doesn't work. I know everybody loves it.
Well,
but yeah, there's definitely...
The division's too good. They could all easily beat up on each other.
And he's facing very good defenses, right? Like when you San Francisco, Seattle, Arizona. Whether you hate, love J.J. Watt, whatever, Arizona's going to be better on defense with Chandler Jones as well as J.J. Watt. So that's a better defense. The Seattle defense always is good. And they've done a lot this offseason to get even better. San Francisco, we just talked about, they're going to be healthy. They have to be. So there's some good defenses. Stafford has been injured. He's played through the injuries, but he's been limited by those injuries. He could get hurt and you end up back with Wolford. So there's definitely that chance. I mean, I don't think anybody can deny that. I feel like that's true of every team in the NFL.
Wes on YouTube, who got the last Bengals touchdown? Joe Mixon.
Yep, answered that question already. But that's
you did?
Cool.
I'm sorry, dude. Who we got? Mixon.
It's still true.
Mixon, Burrow, and Melvin Gordon. No,
and
wrong
Phillip
team.
Lindsay.
Phillip Lindsay. AJ. Yep. So AJ Green, Burrow, Mixon for the Bengals.
Correct. And Gordon and Lindsay for the Bengals.
Steve in the chat. What's up, Steve? Glash, do the DK promos in your Kevin Harlan voice. All right, we'll get there.
The Lindsay touchdown helped my lineup quite a bit. I didn't realize that it was that he was such a low ownership player.
You didn't captain him, right?
No, I did not, but he is in my lineup.
Same.
My captain is that guy right there, Tyler Boyd. But I'm up to top 20 now.
Twitch fam has a question.
Cool.
First time playing Fortnite. Yes, right? We got Shirag and Julian for pre-lock. Is that right? Yep, that's our duo. Yep. Shirag Hira and Julian Edlow. Julian Edlow now can be bothered. All of his college basketball from the weekend is off his chest, so now he is available to you guys.
Hey, be careful. He was really good. He was really good.
Oh, I know. I'm busting his chops.
His picks were on point.
We were, I'll leave it there. Me and Edlow were chatting this weekend, talking hoops. So
there you go.
Good man. Monday, he couldn't come on Monday. Couldn't be bothered. He was too busy. He was in the lab. AJ Green. This is the throwback edition of AJ Green today.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see what he has left as he joins Arizona and what role they ask him to play. wasn't too long ago. He was considered one of the top wide receivers in the game, and then had that ankle injury that cost him so much time. And obviously, a year went by where he didn't play at all, and then last year kind of passed over a little bit by T. Higgins. Kind of trying to get that rookie vibe with Burrow, and then after Burrow got hurt, there was just, the quarterback play wasn't stellar, so it's hard to know if that was AJ Green's fault.
ZT, I do not hate. I'm not going to say I love it. I don't hate your take on the Cardinals. I think there's something there. It's worth looking into, worth investing. I think, looking at the Cardinals.
I think it is. I think it is.
I give you credit.
We'll see. There's definitely, to wrap this up, because we don't need to keep going on, because this is not a Cardinals thing. There's definitely a chance that things go sideways for them too. I'm not saying they're a lock or anything.
No,
but I'm saying that I think they'll be better than the Rams.
All right, 1st and goal from the 6. Don't give it a Nixon. There you go. Touchdown. Who we got? Boyd. Captain. Noah Moon, rejoice.
So my captain as well. Thank you, Tyler Boyd.
I'm happy for you. I'm not ever really happy when Noah Moon things go right for him.
Oh, you're not? No?
No, I kind of like when he's mad. It's entertaining. Whoops. There you go. Who's that voice? There we go.
Hey. Whoa, that was an Inception moment.
Yeah. We had to refresh my browser.
Gotcha. I'm up into the top 10 now after my Boyd with the score.
This guy, master of the wind, Zach Thompson.
Master of the wind. That could be taken a few ways.
True. Ashley on YouTube. Hey, Glash, could you guys do a Pro Bowl sim? Ashley, you're not the first one to ask. That would require a lot of maneuvering. But it's not a bad thought. I'd be for it, but it's definitely a good idea. Something we have discussed here at DK behind the scenes.
Ooh, way to take the people behind the scenes. That's what we're here for. Give us some more behind the scenes.
I think even Noah Moon would admit Noah Moon's more fun when he's mad too. He just won't admit it.
Oh, okay.
I think. He might say, oh, I'm actually happier when I'm winning my luck. I think he's actually more fun when he loses. Makes him unique, I think. When he's yelling at these virtual players.
With his caps lock turned on?
With his caps lock button broken. Yep, turned on and can't fix it.
I like it.
Drew Lock throwing on the run.
Yeah, not a great play. Not a great scheme there. Run that route a little bit deeper. So you get the first down. Instead, sets up 3rd and 1 for Denver.
That too. I got it right here. Was that the butt?
I think it was McBlunt.
Got it.
Oh, should have been picked off, but instead just knocked down. 4th down now for the Broncos.
Sean McGurl on YouTube. That was Tyler Boyd. Scored the touchdown, if you missed it.
It's true.
Tyler Boyd.
So Boyd and Green with the 2 receiving touchdowns now for the Bengals. Burrow has also run for 1. So a big day for Joe Burrow. Nice punt there down inside the 5-yard line, which is where Cincinnati will start this drive. Burrow's up to almost 30 points in the flex spot. He's at 27 currently, but still stats being updated live as always. Manual scoring. Joe Mixon with the carry there. Picks up 4, gives him a little bit of breathing room.
It's Derek on Twitch.
Yo.
I'm splitting $6.12 in 20 positions with myself. So he's talking about one of those paid contests. It's Derek. Loves the paid contests.
Cool. Congratulations, Derek.
Keep it up, man.
keep splitting that $6.12.
Yeah. Which 20 positions are you going to give the most of it to? Which of the 20? Come on, Joe. 3rd and 6. Final play of the third.
Got it.
Uzama.
He has been very good in this sim. Very good. Very busy.
All right, ZT. I see you in 7th place.
There I am.
There you go, dude. Nice work.
See how it holds up. Still got 1 quarter left to go in this one. Bengals in front by 2 scores and with the ball. Both teams with a touchdown in that 3rd quarter. Philip Lindsay with a nice score, and Tyler Boyd answered for the Bengals.
All right, let's let's go to the stats. The leaderboard keeps changing in the early free classic, and the usernames here are just there's something.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, stats. Uzama, 93 yards. So he's just 7 yards away from the bonus. See if he gets it here in the 4th quarter. Bengals do have the ball. We'll see if they continue to throw or if they go more run heavy. That could mean a lot of Mixon, or it can mean a lot of your boy, Bernard, depending on whether they do it out of the shotgun formation or a power formation or just a standard formation. Jake Butt does have 1 catch for 7 yards. Noah Fant also only 1 catch for 12 yards. I did not see. I think Cortland Sutton still has nothing. We got nothing for Sutton here? We do.
Oh, this helps a lot. Real quick, though. Did you say something about – I was just going to ask. So I was just going to ask this. Burrow is closing in on the bonus. You did say that.
I did say that, and so is Uzama. Uzama, however you want to say that. They're both very close to the bonus.
Okay.
93.
So the username that I wanted to read on the air, I was like, I don't think I can read that. But the owner of that username is now on YouTube, Matt Pinelli.
Matt
is leading the free early classic and leading. Matt is leading the 6K Madden stream early bird special. $2,000 to first place. It's a $10 entry. He's pumped. Nice, Matt. Hope you hold on. Offensive guard 79. No, not talking about you.
We're not. Can't confirm.
Alex Schmidt is asking what's new in the Simland Times. Chip Perkins is still missing. Skip is dead. Thank you to Christian DeAndrea and Adam Kaufman for killing him.
So he's missing now, huh?
Chip is missing. Skip is gone.
Wasn't Chip missing for like years and years and years and lots of years?
I think Chip's still out there running somewhere.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Before Adam and Christian find him and put him away. Ashley on
can't blame
YouTube
him for that. I would run too if those guys were after me.
Ashley, there's a first down for the Bengals. Ashley, in Duranto, that sounds better. In Duranto, if that's correct. Says, ever since I got the DraftKings app, I watch these Sims every day and night. You guys are funny and awesome.
Thanks. Appreciate that. We'll try to stay funny and awesome. Both. At the same time.
All right, Burrow to Uzama. Is that enough?
That's
going to
be close. It is for Burrow. 301. Is it enough?
No, he's 1 yard short. Oh, crap.
No. Is he in your lineup?
Uzama?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
I read this comment from producer Madison that she put inside the internal chat, and I had to read it a few times. Dallas, Texas on YouTube. This is Sim Football, Dallas, Texas. Madden 21, simulated football, computer against computer.
That's true.
We have the Bengals and the Broncos. It looks real. It's a great picture. EA does a great job.
Yes, but it is not real. Simulation. That was a rushing attempt by Uzama.
Justin Cravens, I have not picked up the bat yet, pal. I'm going to arrange to make a trip to the DK office. Probably should do that maybe later this week. Can look into that after the sim's over and message the appropriate people.
You could do that.
There's 2nd and 12. Burrow scrambling, throwing across his body.
All the way across the field, across his body. John Ross hauls it in. He's had a big game. 6 catches, 71 yards for the speedster, who actually hasn't had any big plays, but lots of catches. 6 of them.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that's worked out with the wind and everything.
Yeah, and that is a really high risk pass to throw in the wind all the way across the field like that because there's so many air yards there, but it worked out. Have to be extra open for that to work, and he was. That's AJ Green in motion, but instead they're going to hand it off to Gio Mixon. Not much there. He does have a touchdown though, so mostly Mixon.
All right, so we got 4 minutes left. Bengals up 14.
Mm-hmm.
ZT, Lash, Andrew, producer Madison, Tate from Ops. There's Uzama. There's the bonus, baby.
That should be the bonus. Yep. Bonus time for both Burrow and Uzama. 9 catches for the Cincinnati tight end.
Let's go.
Let's do it. Big day
Derek.
for those two guys. Yo, Derek.
Derek on Twitch. I need Uzama, Green, and Burrow, of course. But everyone has them, and they are still ahead.
How about...
Oh, boy. The sampler.
Drew
The sampler.
Drew Sample with the catch. His first of the day. Tight end 2. This Bengals drive has eaten up almost the entire fourth quarter. Been a lot of complete passes, none deep, just moving it along. Really burning a lot of this clock down. Let's see if they can finish it off with a touchdown. 1st and goal now from the 8. 2 receivers top of the screen. Handoff is to Mixon, brought down in the backfield by Von Miller.
Tee me up in the chat. Yeah, hit that like button if you haven't already. We're almost at 250 likes. Smash the like button if you love the Madden Sims. Do it.
Just do it.
You'll feel better about yourself. You'll have a better day because of it.
Does that come guaranteed?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
As long as I'm here. Yep,
That's
I will guarantee that. Because there's a good energy in the sim.
That's true. Lots of good energy here, especially for Cincinnati. They're just going to run the entire fourth quarter out with this drive. All of it. Second and goal now from the 10 after the 2-yard loss by Mixon. They're going to go back on the ground. He's going to get stopped at the 10 again. Just burning this clock. They have had the ball the entire fourth quarter. Broncos with the timeout there. Comes just after the 2-minute warning. We got 1:56 left. Bengals trying to cap this drive with a touchdown. Go up 3 scores. Gonna keep it on the ground. That's your captain inside the 5.
They'll probably settle for 3.
I think so. Yep, make it a 3-score game. Bring out Bullock. Justin Simmons with the stop there. He got paid this offseason. Broncos spent a lot of money remaking that secondary. Should be much improved this coming season. Could be one of the better defenses in the NFL. That secondary should be excellent. Von Miller, he's healthy. The pass rush should be good. really a lot of questions around the quarterback, though. It is interesting to see how teams try and counteract what the Chiefs are doing with Patrick Mahomes. Do they try and get their own version of Patrick Mahomes, or do they try and build up the defense, which is what the Broncos seem to be trying to do this offseason? It's kind of their anti-Chiefs plan. We'll see if it works. Obviously, that's a division foe for them there in the AFC West.
What did they sign Fuller, or did they add Fuller via free agency? Kyle Fuller from the Bears, the Broncos.
You just asked the same thing twice. You said, did they sign him or did they add him via free agency? Isn't that the same thing?
Sorry, I meant via trade or free agency.
I think free agency.
Oh yeah, here it is. 1 year, $9.5 million contract. Now that can get confusing because of the Bengals, or rather the Broncos and Bears color schemes.
Yep. Vic Fangio was his coordinator there in Chicago, so knows him well.
Yep.
Should be a very nice addition to this Broncos secondary, which, I mean, can only get better after last year. They struggled last year. I think they'll be defensively a lot better. Hopefully they're another team that should get a lot of players back who were injured this past season. Broncos also had the COVID issue with their quarterbacks, where they, didn't have any. So it was a rough year for Denver last year.
On 2nd and 10, a first down pickup. Noah Fant. You love to see Drew Lock still slinging the rock despite this 17-point deficit. We have the NBA guys standing by. Sharag Hira. Edlow's not here yet. Uh-oh. Someone find Edlow.
He'll be here. I
Help. Can only help. Might be finishing an article.
Going deep.
Oh!
Knocked away.
Sharag Hira, Julian Edlow, NBA pre-lock. Big slate, 11 games. So do not leave the dream stream.
Don't do it.
When this sim
Stay
concludes.
right here.
Stay
right here.
Stay here.
Still got nothing for Sutton so far in this game. See if that changes here in our last 109. Nope, just more Noah Fant, which is fine with me. He's in my lineup.
We have a little bit of news.
Nice. Let's do it.
In the AFC North, not the Bengals, but the Browns are hosting Jadeveon Clowney on a free agent visit.
Interesting. They have done a lot defensively to shore up their defense, especially safety, and bringing in some nice pieces there in the secondary. That's the third catch of the day for KJ Hamler. We don't see that a ton. He's the wide receiver 4 for the Broncos in these sims. He's got 3 catches. The wide receiver 1, Cortland Sutton, still does not have a catch. Did a good job getting his feet in along the sideline there.
The Bengals did host a player we're familiar with in Simland, because Ryan Kerrigan is the player the Bengals hosted, and he's a player who has superstar traits with the Washington football team.
Yeah, he did. He lost those superstar traits in the latest December update. But yeah, we talked about him a lot because of those superstar traits. And look, there he is.
Off the milk carton.
He is on the field, people. We promise. There he is. First catch of the day.
Oh,
Not going to be enough to get him out of the Baby Star Billy Not My Kid award unless he has a touchdown. Because that one catch, if you paid $9K for Sutton, you were hoping for more than one catch for 18 yards. You just were.
You'd almost rather him just not even show up at all. That catch right there just
Right.
rubs it in, right?
Yeah, I hear you. It does mess up his averages on his player card. Oh, the blitzer, delayed blitz coming in and taking down Drew Lock. Not great awareness there. Loss of 8, and probably the last play of the game. Joe Burrow fired up on the sideline there for the Bengals, since that sack probably finishes this one off. 31-14 final. So Cortland Sutton will finish with just that one catch. Just to let you know, he really has been out there the whole time, doing you absolutely no good if you have him in your fantasy lineup.
All right, so we know what you're going to do with the Not My Kid Award.
Yep, definitely. No question there. It's definitely Cortland Sutton, who gave you virtually nothing.
What about your player of the game?
Player of the game's got to be Burrow. 300 yards passing, plus the rushing touchdown, 2 passing touchdowns, over 30 fantasy points. He was excellent. I mean, Uzama, very good as well, 22 fantasy points out of him. But I think Burrow, just with the rushing score as well, gets the player of the game nod. Tyler Boyd was good with the touchdown. A.J. Green was decent with his score as well. But Burrow, 31 of 34, very efficient, plenty of yards, and the rushing touchdown. So Burrow, player of the game. The Not My Kid Award, as we've mentioned a few times, definitely goes to Cortland Sutton.
4 rushing touchdowns in this one. Mixon, Gordon, Burrow, Lindsey. Gordon, the high point man on the ground with 50 yards. Uzama hit the bonus in this one.
He did.
In the receiving game. Shout out to Tate, who's updating the scores. Uzama 104, Boyd 7 for 66. Uzama had 9 catches too.
Yeah, very big game for him. Very close runner-up for Krusty Koff, player of the game, but got to go with Burrow since he did run in that score as well.
All right, so before any of you
top
think
10.
About,
I finished top 10. Where were you?
Not good. Let's see.
Okay, never mind. Just go ahead.
106th. But you were curious, so.
All right.
All of you, before you go, don't go, first off.
Don't go.
Stay put. Want to tell all of you that the Madden Stream $30,000 one-year anniversary contest is in the DraftKings lobby. Go to the lobby, check it. $15 per entry, 70 entry max. The contest is for the late slate, starting at 6 p.m. on Sunday, March 28th. It marks the one-year anniversary when we started doing these Madden Sims on the Dream Stream. 3-game slate includes Niners at Patriots at 6, 8 o'clock Chiefs at Bucks, and then 10 o'clock game is Texans Saints. That is this Sunday, the late slate, $30,000 in total prizes. ZT said this earlier, $10,000 to first place.
$10K. Come get it.
So that is Sunday, March 28th, a one-year anniversary when we said I do, and you guys also said it back. And we've been here since, so check it out. We'll be talking about that throughout the course of the week. Get those entries in, 70 entry max. And I'm sure if you guys get to work on it and it fills, more will come. More will be created. So, yes, the 1 year special that we've been talking about, the contest is live. So
late slate on Sunday. I'll be writing it up over on Playbook. Make sure to check it out.
Noah Moon, I'm in, pal. Send it. But in the meantime, Noah, you want to stay here to get all the advice you can. There is an 11-game slate in the NBA.
Many options.
Very, very busy. I'll be back here at 6 o'clock with Kenny Ducey, a rain sim, Saints and Seahawks. But let's not waste any more time. There is an NBA contest, an NBA slate, rather, to get to and discuss. Sportsbook topics, also DFS, 11 games going on. We have Sharag Hira and Julian Edlow, the man who is always looking out for you if you need new furniture. Listen to his advice, and he will help you win money to buy new furniture. They are here to discuss all things NBA right now. Fellas?
Thank you, Brendan. Thank you, Zach. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Wednesday edition of Pre-Lock Live. I had to bring my boy, Julian, back into the mix. How you doing after a crazy weekend of college basketball?
Yeah, I've been locked away on college hoops for a while. It was great. It went well. I helped Glash win some money, I think, and now he's bought clothing to look like a normal human being instead of his ridiculous costumes that he wears on air. So that's a huge win. But yeah, we got some time off. We'll focus on NBA for the week and get back to the Sweet 16 over the weekend.
Very nice. 11-game slate. It's about to be crazy. Let's start at the top. We have James Harden questionable and Giannis questionable. What do you make of it? Do you say, hey, look, for this slate, we have to go and build around all these matchups that are high scoring. We have Dallas, Minnesota, 232 total. We have Boston, Milwaukee at a 230 total. Giannis questionable in that one. Brooklyn, Utah, 230 total with James Harden questionable. Or are we looking at this Atlanta, Sacramento? What are your initial thoughts about these games that are high totals or the games that are with big spreads?
I mean, my thoughts on Giannis and Harden are the main thing just being the time discrepancy, that we're probably going to know Giannis's status by lock because it's a 7:30 East Coast game. And the game out in Utah, Harden, is 10 p.m. So Harden played last night in a win over Portland, which gives us maybe an inkling that this is the one he sits, if there is one to sit.
Yeah.
Or maybe he toughs it out. Like, he's been in this situation earlier this year and just toughed it out and played without Kyrie or Durant out there and gotten wins in this situation. So I don't really know what Harden's going to do. I think both of our guess is that he's not going to play.
Yep.
But Giannis we're going to know about, and Harden we're not. So I think just building lineups where, I don't know. We both lean towards Harden not playing, but let's say Giannis is ruled out, like building something around Giannis being ruled out and putting Harden in that lineup with some kind of plan to pivot off of him if he is ruled out after. Or if Giannis plays, you roster him and hope that Harden does get ruled out like we think. Yep. And people just kind of have to panic that have Harden in their lineup and you already had Giannis going and he has a good game for you. There's a lot of different ways you can go about this.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even looking at the matchup where you have Luka in the later slot after at the 8 o'clock slot. So you have him after Giannis, but before Harden. So even if you did go to Giannis as a tournament play, you can move to Luka for $200 more and get that kind of safety there. I think that really sets up nicely. And then, Jokic coming off that monster performance, it's a back-to-back situation for the Nuggets, but he scored over 70 fantasy points in 2 of his last 3 games. And then 64 was the game that he didn't score 70 fantasy points in. And then also he has a 69, very nice one in there against Indiana as well. So I think setting up, you need 2 studs on this slate because it's so spread out. There's so many options, so many values. So I think you have to pay up for 2 guys.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty to pay up for two guys, and the uncertainty around the guys to pay up for, I think, kind of helps you on an 11-game slate. You want uncertainty so you can try and get an edge in some kind of way. In terms of the Nuggets, I think Jokic is a good play. The Nuggets are where my eyes went in terms of the sportsbook side of things this morning. Immediately, I couldn't believe this number. It feels like a trap. I jumped into the trap head first, and I'm fine with it. Nuggets -2 against the Raptors. It has since moved to 3 since I tweeted it out, predictably, because why wouldn't people be betting the Nuggets in this spot? It is the second night of a back-to-back for the Nuggets. That's the only red flag. However, they're 3-3 against the spread on the second half of back-to-back. So they've performed just about average when playing the night before. And, of course, the travel was from Orlando to Tampa. So nothing too ridiculous there. They got plenty of rest, I'm sure. Not too stressful of a win over the Magic, of course. The Nuggets are a good road team, 14-8 straight up on the road. They've won 9 of their last 11 games. And then let's just look at the Raptors, who have lost 9 in a row. 1-5 against the spread in their last 6. In the last week, they've lost to the Pistons, Cavs, and ended a Rockets 20-game win streak. It's square, but
losing streak.
Yeah, did I say win?
Yeah, you said winning streak.
Yeah, let the Rockets end a 20-game losing streak with a win. Square, give me the Nuggets.
That makes sense. I mean, I really like that call. And since the line has moved, you're going to get some closing value there. So that's really nice.
Makes too much sense. That's why I'm concerned.
Yeah. So it makes too much sense. And then what do you make of, the Raptors finding Siakam and all this? They're starting to get heated. And then there's all these trade rumors swirling around. Lowry and Norman Powell might be out the door. I think there's just too much going on here for this team to really kind of buckle down. I think they need this week to kind of pass away so that they can get back to it and say, all right, are we a playoff team? Are we going to sneak in? What are we going to do? Are we going to rebuild around these guys? So I think the fact that there's so many rumors swirling around with a bunch of guys, and then they sat OG randomly in their last game. So it's just like, it doesn't make a lot of sense here. And it makes sense to attack with the Nuggets, even though that they're playing on the second night of the back-to-back.
But the trade rumors certainly don't help Toronto. They just lost as a 9-point favorite in Houston. So just not a time that you can back the Raptors. And this is such a short number. I'm terrified, but Nuggets it is.
Yep. We have a comment from the Twitch channel. Yo, Julian, thanks for the NCAA plays. So if you guys aren't following Julian on Twitter, you need to follow him or go to the playbook, PK Playbook, and get his best bets for the tournament because it will be going on until the national championship.
Yeah, it will be. Great first 3 days of the tournament. Underdogs, the Beavers twice, Oregon State. Oral Roberts twice hit him, got the money line against Florida. Got the Ohio money line and spread against Virginia, gave some back on Ohio and Abilene Christian on Monday, regressed a little on Monday, ended it strong with USC, blowout win over Kansas. I thought that was going to be a tight winner on USC. It was sweat-free. Got to go to bed early after a long weekend. It was a Monday, but it felt like a weekend. Yeah, great first 3 days. We did great on futures, conference tournament stuff. We did great. So, yeah, resetting for the Sweet 16. You might have seen I put out on Twitter, the only thing I've played so far is Syracuse plus 6.5. It's at plus 6 now. Would still play it. Syracuse, I'm very open with how I feel about them. Kaufman's a Syracuse guy. Glash is a Syracuse guy. Not much to like about Syracuse, clearly. But when they get into the tournament, and they did not deserve to be in the tournament, that's a different argument. Their resume did not deserve to put them in, but once they're in, I've been betting on them.
Yep.
They always make a run. The zone gets it done. Buddy Boeheim is a great shooter, great scorer. Houston's a little banged up. Here's the part of my cap that I like the most on this one, and then we'll move on from college and go to NBA.
All right.
Houston doesn't play well in this situation. The last 4 games that Houston has been favored by 10 or less, they have not covered. The last one being Rutgers in that last game in the tournament, just squeaked by as a 7.5, 8-point favorite. Squeaked by Memphis twice as 7 and 9.5 point favorites, and then lost outright to Wichita State as a 9.5 point favorite in February. This is a situation that Houston doesn't play well in terms of this number, and their best player is kind of dinged up. So I'm on the orange, swallowing my pride there. And yeah, I'll have articles out at the end of this week. Plenty more March Madness plays. It has been fun, but now we have Wednesday NBA to talk.
Yeah, this big 11-game slate is on tap. We have more questions from YouTube. Starting it up, we have a question from Evans saying, hey, with 2 stars, what are the chalk scrubs that you're looking at? And then we have another question saying, hey, are you looking at Claxton tonight? So kind of tying those both together. Definitely looking at Claxton tonight. He's 4K. His minutes have been trending up. But the thing is, it's a little bit shaky because it's not like he's getting a major amount of minutes. Yes, he did play 26 minutes in his 2 games ago. But outside of that, 3 of his last 4 have been in that 22 range. So I'm a little bit worried about those minutes. His salary is on the way up. Now he's not under 3.9 even. He was 3.9 in the previous game last night, so then he moved up to 4K now. But if you're going to need him, if DeAndre Jordan starts, gets into foul trouble, or ends up in a blowout, I think Claxton really sets up here where he can get either foul trouble Jordan minutes or blowout minutes with the Jazz favored by 11 here. And then continuing on, you have to look at staying with the Nets. TLC, 3,100. He makes a lot of sense, especially if Harden ends up sitting, but then also continuing on, looking at some other values. I really like Zubac. He's been playing well. Serge Ibaka has already been ruled out. The other concern about him, not playing a lot of minutes, but 5,500, he doesn't cost a lot. And lastly, the other value that really stood out to me, PJ Dozier. he's safe at playing 22 to 24 minutes. He played 28 minutes last night, which was a really good sign. Scored 24 fantasy points. Is only 3,400. So those are kind of the value guys that stood out to me initially, and I think those are going to be more or less the chalk scrubs that you have to consider for the slate. You have anyone else, Julian?
Covered a lot there. I don't really have any names to add. Did you say Tyrese Halliburton?
No.
Okay, so Tyrese Halliburton at 5,700, mid-range guy, good matchup against the Hawks. If you want to go, I know you love narrative street, so narrative-wise, LaMelo's about to miss at least a month. Opens the door for a Rookie of the Year award that was not open before. It was LaMelo's award. And even if Halliburton gets it, guess what? If you bet on LaMelo Ball, DK Sportsbook is going to pay you, which they put that out recently. That blew my mind. I cannot believe DK Sportsbook did that. That is the best promo I've ever seen a sportsbook run. And I'm not just saying that because of where I work. I could not believe DK Sportsbook did that. That was dumb of them to do. They are giving you all free money. But
hey, you got to do it sometimes. You got to do it for the people.
But Tyrese Halliburton, the door is open for him to potentially sneak in on that award now. So maybe that comes in play late in this season in terms of him, pushing the pace a little bit for his own good. Because the Kings aren't going anywhere.
Yeah, he's locked in 36 minutes in his last game, 4 starts in a row. He's trending in the right direction, and playing against the Hawks in an up-tempo matchup really sets it up nicely.
Yeah, it's a good spot. It's a good spot for sure. It's a good narrative. And like you said, he's only been doing more and more. Claxton, I think, is one of the better values, like you said, on this slate. And I mean, really, like, you've got TLC's 3,100. I don't know why. He's already a great play, but we need to see what happens with Harden, because if Harden doesn't play, then
you have to play him and
Jeff
other
Green. Yeah. Everybody on the Nets really can work for you.
So we got some more questions coming in. So we have, who was your favorite big price guy and then favorite value? So we kind of touched on them earlier. I'm going to combine this together. Some people are coming in late. They missed it a little bit. We talked about Luka and Harden and what to do with that. So my personal favorite high price guy for this slate is definitely going to be Doncic, 11K. I'm hoping that people look at his game log and kind of get shied away from it. Yes, he just scored 53 fantasy points, but it was a blowout win against the Blazers. So that's the reason why his minutes were down. He was scoring easily 68 to 74 fantasy points. So I think Luka is the guy that I want to build around. And then another question came in asking about the other value player, PJ Dozier. He's getting more minutes with Monte Morris and Gary Harris out. So that's the reason why I kind of like him. And Will Barton, yes, he's been playing really well, but the upside is a little bit capped there, and his salary is up now at 6,100. So even though the Nuggets are banged up, I think PJ Dozier is the value option from there.
So the question's my favorite stud and favorite value?
Yeah.
Okay. My favorite stud is whoever plays between Giannis and Harden if the other one sits. I guess. Or my favorite stud play is Harden if they both play, because everybody will go to Giannis because he'll be ruled in earlier, and then try and keep Harden in there. You just have to have a plan, obviously, with the later lock. So I'm not really concerned with...
I'm not sure if I feel that. Honestly, I think Harden is just a complete fade on this slate.
I'm not concerned with, I guess, the spots, really. I'm just trying to get the best leverage on a star on this slate. And Harden might not come low owned. Like, who knows? Trying to find a way to get low ownership on one of these guys, because I don't really have a preference on one over the other. I think Doncic is fine against Minnesota. There's blowout potential there. He didn't have that many. Let me see. Doncic wasn't that great against Minnesota last time. 42 DraftKings points in 37 minutes against Minnesota. That might have been on the second leg of a back-to-back, which he plays not as well on. But yeah, I'm just looking for whichever guy I can get the best ownership on, I guess. And for a value, Value is let's see, probably Claxton for me, but maybe Halliburton. Like he's 5,700. He's not that cheap, but I like the spot a lot for Halliburton.
Definitely. Got some more questions coming in about the Bucks and Giannis. So Robbie Noble's asking, is there any news on Giannis? And the only news that we have on him right now is that he practiced last night. So he was able to practice in the previous opportunity to practice. So that makes me lean towards the fact that he's going to play. That's just where my lean is currently because of that. And then if Giannis is out, then do you go back to Jrue Holiday? Jrue Holiday coming off that monster 64-point fantasy games. His salary only went up to $7,200. He is completely safe here if Giannis ends up being ruled out. You kind of have to go to him at $7,200, playing in a matchup where he's going to have the ball in his hands a lot. He doesn't have to worry about Giannis, and you get that kind of information around the time when lineups are supposed to lock. I think Jrue makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and like you said, he's coming off a great game. The 64 DraftKings went in just 30 minutes without Giannis. Maybe he wanted to show up a little bit. I don't know how I'm falling into all these narratives, but he played Indiana. Both his brothers are on Indiana, so maybe he wanted to show up for that game. But still, nonetheless, this is no Giannis, 7,200 for Holiday against the Celtics. Celtics stink on the road, I'll tell you that. I don't care if Marcus Smart's in to put a body on him or not. Definitely a good spot for Holiday.
Yeah, definitely a good spot for Holiday. But we have another question coming in asking about how many minutes are you factoring if Giannis does end up playing. I would say, if Giannis is going to play, you need to project him to 35 minutes. Like even on blowout situations, the coach has been playing him about 35 minutes. So that's where I would put a projection at if he ends up playing. And he's not going to – the thing is about Giannis, he's only had one really, I would say, poor game in his last – since Valentine's Day, around there, he has only scored under 50 fantasy points once. So that really sets up here at 10,800. You get the safety and a possible people are like, hey, I'm scared if Giannis is not going to play. I'm not going to play him. There's a bunch of options on the slate, and that could depress his ownership.
Yeah, Giannis has been great, and the minutes have been one of the things that make him great this year because he's not playing 27 minutes a game. Yeah. So I think if he plays, he played 34 minutes last game. I think he should be somewhere in that neighborhood. And while the Celtics aren't playing well right now, 1-9 against the spread in their last 10 on the road, they're still talented enough to make this a game. And, Giannis will need his minutes, and he should be able to get his. He's played well against the Celtics. We had that game way back in December, early in the year, but still 58 DraftKings points or so in that one. Historically, he's played well against Boston. So, I think Giannis is fine if he plays. Definitely.
Some more questions coming in, but we do have some news. Colin Sexton will not play tonight. He's being listed as out due to a hamstring injury. So that kind of opens up here, maybe if Darius
Garland.
Yeah.
That's it. Garland is a great
the
play
only guy that you're looking at there?
Sexton and Garland share so many shots, so much ball handling, so much usage.
Yep.
Absolutely. Garland is going to play a massive role now with Sexton out of the picture.
What do you make of that? Because they're playing the Bulls, even though the total is a little bit low, it's because Cleveland plays a little bit slower, but Garland, 6,600, has a chance. If you play 35 minutes, you have 43 to 45 fantasy points upside here.
Oh, yeah. And if you are quick enough, you can go over to DK Sportsbook right now and bet player props on Darius Garland, who
player props
is on the board right now at 24.5 points, rebounds, assists. It's going to be gone in a few minutes. This is what I tell people on Twitter, on here. Go get it if you want to bet it.
You got to have DraftKings Sportsbook open and Control F, go right to Garland, whatever you are. 16.5 points right now, plus 102 is where it's at.
Bet it. Love it.
All right.
I'm betting Darius Garland over 24.5 points, rebounds, assists. That will be my bet tonight. I'm going to tweet it right now.
Tweet it. Tell the people. I'll carry the show while you tell the people what it is. That's a great move.
Thank you. This is people helping people. Talk for a second while I tweet.
Yeah. So get more into the questions. So Zubac still cheap enough to play. I mentioned him at the top of the show. Yes, I believe that he is cheap enough to play. They're playing against the Spurs. Spurs only have one guy, Jakob Poeltl, that's in the middle. Even if he gets into foul trouble, I don't think Zubac is an issue here. He has upside to play 35 minutes, and if he does, he's going to be able to give you 30 to 40 fantasy points, but his safety is just there now. 5,500, it doesn't scare you at all. And then moving on to some more questions, Towns seems expensive, which could make him low-owned. And I do love Towns as a play, as a run back in that game. If you expect that game to stay close right now, Dallas is favored by 8 points. You have to look at Towns. $10,000. He's taking all the shots. The only concern with me with Towns is he got hit on the wrist 2 nights ago against the Thunder. He played through it, but afterwards he said, "Oh, my wrist was hurting and I was playing through it." So there's a little bit of uncertainty there, and that could also make him low owned. But I'm just a little bit afraid that his upside may not be as viable as the other guys. But he definitely, if you think of it as a run back option, that's one of the top totals on this slate, so it makes a lot of sense.
Cavs props are closed. Hope you did your job, people.
Hope you did.
That's it. I wasn't really listening to you.
You did what you tell the people to do, and that's the reason why we're on right now, especially right now, is because news usually breaks at this 5:30 spot, and you can have it open. The other point you can look at too is at the 1:30 injury report. So 1:30 and 5:30 is when the NBA comes out with their injury reports, and if you're sitting on DraftKings Sportsbook at those times, you're usually a really good opportunity to grab something before they get taken down due to news.
Yeah, being opportunistic. That is what I preach to people, I guess, when it comes to this stuff. I was tweeting about it yesterday, I believe, that, if you want to complain about not getting player props in time, that's on you. The things that I would recommend doing are watching this show.
Yes.
Following DK Live on Twitter, following me on Twitter, turn alerts on for both of those. The news comes out. Maybe I'll tweet a play like I just tweeted Garland and you can play it. But you don't even need me. Like, you guys are smart enough. This stuff these are obvious plays. So, like, if DK Live tweets out, whoever, whatever, Donovan Mitchell doesn't play tonight, Jordan Clarkson, Mike Conley, like, those are the props that you want to play. It's reacting to unexpected news, and it's being quick, and it's knowing what you want to do.
Yep, perfectly. So coming in, some more questions. Garland, 16.5 points. That is going to be down. I'm sorry, my friend. You are not going to be able to get Garland 16.5 unless you are able to grab him right away on that news. My guess is they'll probably move it up to maybe 18.5 when it comes back, maybe 20.
I'm not going to guess because I'm setting myself up to guess wrong. So we're going to.
That's fine. All right, moving on to more questions before we have.
Well, but really quick, let me just do Garland at 6,600 against the Bulls is now like an awesome play. You want to play him, and the Sexton. I'm just looking up what he's doing. Sexton's playing 37, 39 minutes. 36 points, 29. He is handling the ball a lot, on the floor a lot, shooting a lot.
Yeah.
And all that ball handling duty, Garland's going to play a massive role for the Cavs tonight.
Yeah, definitely. We have some more questions. So our friend here has 4,300 left for a utility spot. What's your suggestion?
4,300. Let me get into that price range.
I'm going with Claxton. Utility. You have him on the late slate, 10 o'clock lock. I don't think there's a better play than Claxton at 40 in that price range, honestly.
Yeah, I might side with you there. Let's see. I'm trying to see if there's anybody that you can like make the argument for, I guess, in that range. Probably, yeah, it's Claxton for me. Everybody else is like 48, 49. Malik Monk against Houston with the ball injury. That's a guy that you can make an argument for. That's probably really the only other spot that I would consider going.
Yeah, that makes sense. We're going to bring up our injury report graphic right now for the people. So big ones standing out. We have Brogdon and Turner questionable. Last time we were on, Brogdon and Turner got the midday downgrade, and we said that was a issue. If players usually get midday downgrades, don't expect them to play. There's a chance here that they play, but I have a feeling that Brogdon is not going to play. He's been involved in a little bit of trade rumors. Karis LeVert, we mentioned, was going to be a great play. If Brogdon was ruled out, he ended up not playing, and LeVert played well. But I think due to LeVert's now insertion into that lineup, it makes Brogdon expendable, and I think he's not going to play due to that. Moving on, we have Giannis, still questionable. He did practice, so there could be a trend for him to be able to play. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander ruled out for the Thunder. This game really sets up here where we can see Point Horford as the main guy, or you have Theo Maledon, who's going to come in and start in his play, or continue to start. We could also see Pukasvetsky, who has been playing really well. I recommended him against the Timberwolves on Monday. He played 33 minutes, scored 36 fantasy points. This guy has a do-it-all. He can handle the rock, rebound, score, do what's needed. And I think those are kind of the options that you look at with the Shai Gilgeous-Alexander injury. Then moving on, we have Kevin Porter Jr., who is still questionable. I think setting up for this slate, you don't really have to look at him too much. It just doesn't set up where Wall has been playing really well. He's coming off that monster triple-double. Usage is going in his direction. Christian Wood, kind of have to skip him because his price is a little bit too expensive. Then moving on to Orlando, we got Terrence Ross and Randall questionable. So those are guys that, I'm setting up here where Phoenix is a really, really strong defensive team, and I just would kind of fade these guys. I don't really feel any viability. Their prices are all up across the board because of the injuries that have been happening already. So I'm looking to fade the Orlando guys. Then moving on, we have San Antonio, who has Lonnie Walker and Rudy Gay out. So that's kind of setting up here where Derek White, who's been playing 33 to 35 minutes, setting up as a really nice option, as Lonnie Walker will not be kind of that guard guy. And then if you really want to look at it, maybe Keldon Johnson gets a little bit of a boosted role because Rudy Gay is not going to play. And then moving on to Atlanta, that later game, we have Gallinari, who's questionable. He got injured, and he's kind of been up and down. So I think one of those guys, Kevin Huerter, could step up, maybe Bogdan Bogdanovic, sorry. And moving on to the Brooklyn situation, we touched on this. James Harden, questionable. So keep an eye out for that. Second out of a back-to-back. So if there is a chance he doesn't play, he was already questionable the previous night, ended up playing. But then on top of that, Blake Griffin will not play. He's not making a huge impact just yet, but that sets up for Nicholas Claxton to really make some noise. And then lastly, we just touched on this news. Colin Sexton ruled out. Look at Darius Garland.
Yeah, absolutely. Garland's my favorite prop of the night, favorite. I don't know if he's my favorite play of the night, but he's like must play at 6,600, especially against the Bulls, all the usage he's going to get. Definitely the biggest news so far on this slate.
Makes sense. Some more questions before we jump out. Maybe Grayson Allen coming in from the chat. Grayson Allen's been fine. The thing I don't like about him is he's really dependent on scoring. If his jump shot is not working or the usage is not going in his direction, it doesn't really work for him. But the thing about Grayson Allen, he did play over 32 minutes in back-to-back games. So the floor is safe. If you're looking at a single entry or you're looking at a double up, Grayson Allen works. But for a GPP, I don't know if I see the upside completely. Yes, he did score 36 fantasy points against the Thunder previously, but I don't know if I feel the upside there. Just the minutes are safe, though.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Grayson Allen's never a guy that's really like on my radar. No matter what the injury situation seems to be in Memphis, I just I don't know. Let me pull up his game log. I've been on college basketball for a while, so like maybe I'm missing something here.
No, it's just these last 2 games he's got this boost. So I think
32 and 33 minutes.
Yeah.
He did score 24, 27 DraftKings points. Like that just feels like his ceiling. Like if you get 24, 25 here, is that good for 4,000 when you could play Claxton at the same price or TLC for 3,100? I don't know.
That's the direction that I'm leaning in. Definitely. Do you have any other player props for the people before we go?
I don't have any props yet. Most of them are probably going to be injury news reactive. I tried to do one without injuries last night. I played Dennis Schroeder over 18.5 points. I thought it was a strong enough spot without LeBron and AD. He had 22 points against the Suns in his first game in that spot. Against the Pelicans, I thought he could, get to 19, 20, 22, 23. But shot 2 of 10 from the field and scored 15, even though he got to the line like 12 times. That's not going to cut it. So I'll wait for my spots, react to injury news for the props tonight. Outside of Denver -2, the only other thing that I'm on is Clippers -2 first quarter. I think DK Sportsbook actually just gave me the retweet on that. Beautiful. Go check it out. Check out the Trends article. The gist of that, though, Spurs are 4-17 against the first quarter spread at home.
That's and just being
slow
down.
starts.
Yeah, being down some guys too is gonna kind of work in your favor there.
Yeah, for sure. So that's 3 plays right there for tonight. Hopefully you got Garland in time.
All right, perfect. We have one more question before we jump off, but we have next coming up, Carolyn hosting a Dream Stream tonight, and it's going to be Wild Weather Wednesday, continuing with Saints at Seahawks at 6. Glash and Kenny going to be on that. Then we have Titans and Steelers with Rossi and Tom at 8. And lastly at 10, Panthers at Packers with Rossi and Tom as well. So make sure you stick around, grab that late slate Madden lineup. Make sure you hit that. But also, make sure you go to the DK Playbook and check out the content, because inside that content, we have promos for you guys. So there are really nice promotions that are still going on the DK Sportsbook. If you're making bets for these NCAA games, make sure you check out the promos or the promos tab in Sportsbook to make sure that you're grabbing everything before it gets and when you're making your picks. The last question, does the lineup with Jokic and Luka look like something that could work? And is there enough low value potential bangers? Yes, those guys work. I really like that setup. Luka and Jokic really are the safest options here. You have to look at them from a single entry or double up lineup. The reason why I say that is the GPP play is that same one, staying in that same time frame, similar price range. I say Giannis is going to be more of the GPP play. I feel people are going to be scared off of his injury designation. And if it doesn't come with enough time, it makes sense to, you get Giannis and you can plug him in to the power forward slot, whereas you have to play Jokic at the center. And we already have Claxton at center. Zubac has been playing well as the center as well. So it sets up where there's the value plays are at center. Even DeAndre Ayton been playing well as a center. So I think that the play here is, yes, Jokic and Luka as the safe plays, but look at Giannis as the guy that you want to maybe consider as a tournament option.
Yeah, I'll go the full other way and just say, Luka and Jokic are safe because they're in. We know they're playing, and we know they're playing against bad teams. Giannis and Harden, we don't know if they're in, and they're playing against good teams. But I'll play those two and hope it works out, and just have a plan in mind for pivots.
Sounds good. Any final thoughts before we jump off?
No, you have 3 bets. You have our thoughts on the slate. You have a little Sweet 16 preview. I think we're good to go.
Entertaining, big 11-game slate. Make sure you hang out because I have one announcement to make. I'll be back tomorrow doing a trade deadline show. So that's the big one. It's the NBA trade deadline show. I haven't asked Julian if he wants to come hang out with me yet.
I haven't even heard of this.
It's happening. We're going to have a trade deadline show tomorrow, breaking down everything.
What time is the show? I got to check my schedule.
yeah, check your schedule. Let me know what's up. But we're going to do a trade deadline show. I think Aaron Gordon's going to be traded. Lonzo Ball maybe traded to the Clippers. I have a feeling it's going to be a little bit active. So make sure you come hang out tomorrow with us for the trade deadline show. But outside of that, appreciate everyone's questions. It was really, really fun. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace.
What is up, people of the Dream Stream? Welcome into another Wild Weather Wednesday right here on the DK Dream Stream. I'm Tara and Zach here for the next few hours to guide you through a 3-game late slate of Madden Sims. These showdowns are all a part of the Madden Stream 5K Wednesday night special. This classic contest is $10 to enter and features 5K in prizes, including $1,000 going to first place. Since it's Wild Weather Wednesday, let's take a look at the forecast. Surprise, surprise, it's raining in Seattle for our first Madden Sim at 6 p.m. Eastern as the Seahawks play host to the Saints. Brendan Glasheen and Kenny Ducey will be your play-by-play duo for that matchup. Get excited. Then at 8 p.m., Rossi and Tom Carroll, they're going to take over to bring you the Titans and Steelers from snowy Pittsburgh. And last but not least, the snow is continuing at virtual Lambeau Field as the Packers and the Panthers hit it up in Green Bay. Jason Rossi and Tom Carroll will once again be your host for Madden After Dark at 10 p.m. Eastern. That's all coming up. At first, here's what else you can find in the DK lobby and over on the DraftKings Sportsbook. We have an 11-game main slate on the eve of the trading deadline in the NBA. Check out the NBA 400K shoot-around contest in the DraftKings lobby. That's a classic contest with a $20 entry fee and a top prize of $100K. It's locking at 7 p.m. Eastern. And then over in the NHL, we have a smaller slate with just 4 games that are all included in the NHL 50K Twine contest, locking at 8 p.m. Eastern. A $10 entry fee. It's going to get you into this classic contest, which has a top prize of $10K. And of course, the NCAA tournament, it's reached the final 16 teams. Check out Glash's talk if you're unfamiliar with who the 16 teams are. He's handing out roses over there. You can go check out the odds for those games and tournament futures right now over on the DK Sportsbook. Plus, you can check out up-to-the-minute odds and lines for the PGA Tour, UFC, NASCAR, and plenty more where that came from. Coming up, Jeff Ulrich will help us preview tonight's NHL slate. But for now, let's get into some Madden action. It is raining in Seattle for the Saints and Seahawks. Here with the call is Bozo Glash and Dungeon Ducey. Take it away, guys.
Tara Lynn, thank you very much. It's good to be with you all. Kenny Ducey. From the dungeon, the sauna. How you doing?
Good. The cabin, Kenny's cabin. Just missed that one.
Very good.
I'm doing well, Glash. How are you?
I'm good. All right.
Yeah, doing well. I'm ready to get started. I got Carlos Hyde my captain spot.
Okay.
You know, it's always sad when Tara Lynn signs off. So yeah, it's good. I'm excited about this the Seahawks stack. I'm excited to fade the Saints once again. That is my brand. I fade the Saints, I fade the Bills, and never works. But today it might work.
All right. I'm kind of with you on this whole Seattle stack. I've got Russ in the captain spot, Olsen, Hyde, and Carson. Chris Carson was 2,800. I'm like, you know what? Why not? In the rain?
Yeah.
Why the heck not?
That's a pretty good price on Chris Carson. He's definitely dropped off in a considerable way when it comes to price. 4,200 in the captain spot. He just, he's a popular option for a reason here, but since the update, it's really just been all Carlos Hyde all the time. He's like a David Montgomery. He's like a James Conner, one of these guys that better in real life than in the Sims. But I can't hate it at that price, man.
The only Saints I played were Alvin Kamara and Emmanuel Sanders.
I only played Michael Thomas and Traquan Smith. See, that's the beauty of captaining someone like Carlos Hyde. You can fit anybody you want basically in there. I didn't want to play Kamara either. I wanted to fade Kamara with you, so that's where I went. I just feel like every time I have a Saints game and I fade them, Michael Thomas always does something. So I was like, I better just roster this guy.
The guy, see, I feel that way about Emmanuel Sanders. I feel like when I don't play Manny Sanders, the one guy I did leave out, now that I think about it, is Traquan Smith. He's another one who always does something.
Traquan Smith's a good guy in the Sims for sure. He's very active on the Saints offense.
Evans in the YouTube chat says, Ducey doing NBA again?
No. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. I got killed on NBA last night. I knew what happened. I haven't done NBA in a long time. But tonight, the slate's even bigger. I don't think I can do it.
And by that, you mean like DFS, like make a lineup.
Right. I do have something up on the DraftKings playbook about tonight's games. And I'm definitely going to be interested in some capacity in these NBA games, but I don't think I'm going to be interested from a DFS perspective. Also, tonight at Miami Open, why have your eyes glued to the TV watching basketball when you could be watching Francis Tiafoe and Stefano Travaglia?
You make a great point, and that's what's great about sports. There's so many going on now these days. It's so great, isn't it?
We were just talking about how there weren't as many going on, weren't you?
Well, yeah, I guess that's how I sounded, but I meant more like, I don't know, NFL is just such a bear. Like, it's such a monster in the sense that there's just 3 days. The NFL, there's 3 days, of course. Thursday, Sunday, Monday. But you feel like each week in the NFL, there's just stuff to consume every single day. There's more meaning, of course, in the NFL. I'm not, like, to your point, neat. There's an 11-game slate in the NBA, but regular season basketball.
I like the Bucks and the Pacers to win pretty handily tonight. That's where I'm at.
Okay.
But I agree with you. I think that the NBA slate does get repetitive. I mean, so does baseball, frankly. But I don't know if it's because I'm a big baseball fan, but to me, I feel like there's a lot more. I love the grind a lot more in baseball. The other thing with baseball is that at least you get different pitchers every night, right? Like that's what makes baseball a little interesting every night as well. You'll get a nice matchup. Like, okay, I want to watch that game. It's not like a 3-game series. Every game is different. You might have one game as a bullpen game, might have one game as a great duel, and that keeps it fresh a little bit. Whereas basketball, you have different matchups, every night, but
studs are studs.
Like with the teams, exactly. You just know who's going to be good on a nightly basis. And same thing with DFS, right? It's like, well, you're usually looking at the same studs, like same guys you want to roster every time they play. So yeah,
it's a good point, right? Especially like you said with starting pitching in baseball, you've got to make sure you get the right starting pitcher. There's just so much more that goes into it. At the end of the day, for fantasy basketball, what I've come to find out, like for example tonight, right? Luka, Joker, and Giannis are 3 guys you probably should have. Like locks. There's not much of a challenge there as opposed to if there's 15 Major League Baseball games, you might get 7 or 8 aces going. You can really own, but there could be a case for all 7 or 8 aces that are on the mound that night, or 5. You have to pick carefully.
And that's why, and some of you want to go with a pitching heavy lineup, you want to spend up on pitchers, or you want to, punt on pitching basically.
True.
I think there's a good value. But I think that, baseball is similar to hockey in that way, where hockey's it's like a very, I guess it's different in the fact that it's harder to predict, but I feel like it's the same in that the slates are big, the roster, like the amount of players that you could roster is big, and like at the end of the day, a lot of guys are like 2% owned that are, your studs on the slate. Like it's never as chalky as NBA. Like you get a Nick Claxton 28% last night. Like you don't really get that a ton in baseball because there's so many guys to choose from.
Sure. There's Manny Sanders, big pickup, and the Saints are inside the 10-yard line on the opening drive of the sim. Yep, the Saints are in the rain. I think this matchup, we'd all be more enticed by the matchup if this was in New Orleans, but it's Wild Weather Wednesday. Or in the rain.
New Orleans wasn't playing. Bobby.
There he is.
Go get him.
Folks in the chat talking James Harden about being a lock tonight. I know I didn't mention Harden, those 3 guys I mentioned. I don't know, back-to-back, second night of a back-to-back and a little banged up, playing a good Utah team. I don't know. Harden, that's a...
Yeah, there was talk he wasn't going to play, but again, it's because, the Nets are reeling due to injury.
Yep. Drew Brees all the time in the world. But caught at the 1. Wow.
How'd he not get in there?
Traquan.
Who had the first catch in this one, by the way? First catch curse. Was it Sanders?
Maybe. I missed it. We were we were just getting all sporty, the both of us.
Maybe Michael knows. Michael knows everything. Michael's got a log of every play from every sim for the last year. It's remarkable.
He's like the stat portals on the websites. It was Cook. Jim from Ops tells us it was Jared Cook.
Oh, first catch curse, Jared Cook.
Is that?
Yep. Well, Jared Cook owner, sorry. Yeah, it happens all the time. It's a thing. It's a first catch curse. See, come on, we've been through this before.
I know. First time I've heard it from you.
Really?
Yeah. No, it's a good theory. I kind of believe it. Now that you say it.
Yeah, everyone in the chat saying Cook. Yeah. I just saw it in action yesterday. It happens all the time.
All right, Will Lutz kicks a field goal. Saints have to settle. They were so close to punching one in. Hi to the chat, Luke Murphy, Dwayne, Tomlinson, Cater, JL. What's up, everybody? Justin Cravens, Ricky Robbie, Lane, Evans, Shane Thomas, Jeffrey, Rossi's Fat Cat. Tara Lynn's hanging out in the chat. Love to see it. Will Lutz, 18.7% owned. So I did title the free roll, Hard to Cook When It's Raining, Russ. I still put him in the captain spot because I just think he's got the most upside because he can go mobile.
You knew he was going to have the first catch curse, didn't you? Hard to Cook.
Kenny Ducey in the chat. Hey, Glash. Sup?
Yeah, man. Hanging out. He's hanging out in the chat.
That was well done. Twitch fam is cooking. Lareezy210. Reed Tees, did you know? Yogi Dead. First time playing Fortnite. Dad. What's up? Smash Lenta.
What?
Energy.
Was that somebody else?
Must have been a younger fellow. There's the $2,800 man, Chris Carson. Yeah.
Gonna be a hold or a face mask? Oh,
illegal block in the back. A Metcalf. Out of the pistol. Carson. All right. Gain of 3. JL. Blood Robot.
There's Chris.
There's Chris. Kong win. What's up, Kong? I know, I said holding.
Why is
the
mayor of Flavortown is saying Darnold is better than Wilson? It is, guys. What is going on? What are we doing here? What's happening? What are we talking about?
Hey, meant to ask. And Stephen Boss also says,
"Oh boy,
Tevin Coleman, 1-year deal. Thoughts?" I am triggering you because I don't know how you feel about Tevin Coleman.
I'm genuinely way more excited about him than I think anyone else is. I'm way more excited about Vinny Curry signing with the Jets today.
You have any take on Tevin Coleman to the Jets?
I mean, he's fine. He's going to be fine. Not bad. Not a bad signing. I'll say that.
All right. Cool.
I'm also way more in the weeds when it comes to the Knicks news right now. I want to know if the Knicks are going to go out and make a trade as they push for the playoffs.
What's the latest? Who are they looking at?
Well, they're not looking at anybody apparently, but it could be Victor Oladipo. I mean, there's obviously a lot of names that have been linked to them, but they said I think yesterday that they're gonna stand pat. And they're going to just have they're going to stick with their core right now. They're not going to make any moves. They're going to let this team carry itself to the playoffs. Like, they don't want to mortgage the future, basically. You know what I mean?
They got a good thing going right now, right? Tibbs, has everyone bought in? What are you eating?
What? Nothing.
I just noticed it. The chat
Notice
caught you
what?
first. Your Blue Yeti.
What do you
It's
mean?
getting
The
crumbs
chat
all
caught me
over it.
first. What happened?
You chewing your food. What do you got? What do you got? Granola bar?
I'm not chewing food. No one said anything about that.
All right, dude. Fine. 3rd and 4. Hey, there's Kamara in the pass.
Like broadcaster's code. You can't call me out on that.
Yeah, but this is, why not?
This is what?
That little button, that's your best friend on that thing. That's great.
You can hear it?
Yeah, it's good. Works.
Wait,
No,
every
it was
time I
Ricky.
turn it on, you
That's
can
who it
hear
was. It was Ricky Robbie.
Really?
Jordan Lindenbaum. Yeah, Coleman is a Jet. I like it. I remember wanting him over Lev Bell. Much cheaper. He is good for the San Fran type of offense. I think it was $2 million for Tevin Coleman. Like he can earn up to $2 million, something like that.
Malcolm Brogdon active for the Pacers, just in case anyone cares about that. I think there might be some interested people in the chat.
They're not going to trade him, right? I saw now they might be trading him.
I don't know about that. I know that the Pacers will probably win tonight now.
$2 million. Tevin Coleman can earn up to $2 million. Drew Brees, nice first drive, did not result in a touchdown. 6 for 7, 67 yards. Will Lutz kicked a field goal. Alvin Kamara, 7 carries, 18 yards.
And of course, we got the first catch curse with Jared Cook as well. 3 catches for 20 yards. His day is likely done.
Well, he's caught two spins, but yeah, it could be. We'll see. Could be it for him.
Yeah. I don't really have any opinion on Tevin Coleman. I think that good job reuniting with Robert Saleh. I guess if there's going to be anything good to come out of Tevin Coleman's career, it's going to happen with Saleh. And I mean, they have little Michael P. Ryan back there. They don't really have a plan at running back. So, yeah, I think it's a fine move. I definitely don't want them to draft like Najee Harris because that's a waste of a draft pick. And I think that this guarantees that they're not going to draft Najee Harris or a running back in the first round, Travis Etienne, whatever. So in that scenario, or in that regard, this is a good move. Spend $2 million on a running back in free agency, and then let's really make our mark in the draft.
Chris B says hello to both of us. What's up, Chris?
Hey, Chris.
Rossi's
Mercedes Lewis getting another job today as well.
Where'd he go?
He's staying with the Packers.
Okay.
I said another job. He's keeping his job.
2-year deal. There it is. Yep. Tom Pelissero. Very good. He'll never stop playing, Ian Rappaport. Good stuff from producer Michael. Daniel on the 1s and 2s. Jim. Hey, Jim! From the Game Ops team.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey, man, that's his name.
It's not going to be a first down, is it? Oh, it is.
Is it Josh Hill? Tight end 2?
Yeah, the Forgotten Hill. Flash.
The Forgotten Hill. So true, right? It's all Taysom Hill, Taysom this, and it should be. But hey, don't forget about Josh.
People forget about Josh, man.
Get rid of it. Here he comes.
Oh, he's throwing it deep. All right, maybe the first catch curse is in the thing.
Jared Cook is like, yo, I'm going to stick it to this guy.
This kid's talking about curses. I'll give him a curse. Yeah, the Vinny Curry signing was much more exciting for me. I'm very excited about it.
Smash that like button if you haven't already. Great news if you haven't heard yet. Should mention this. We'll bring it up at halftime as well. The Madden Stream 1-year anniversary contest is available in the DraftKings lobby. 1 year ago, Sunday, March 28th, 1 year ago on March 28th, we made vows We said I do to each other. We started our marriage, and it's been very successful. But a lot of bad lineups, a lot of good lineups. It's been a really
lot of bad lineups.
A lot of bad lineups. But that's what marriages are about, going through the hard times.
They're about bad lineups.
We just keep showing up and making each other better. So our 1-year anniversary, our 1-year marriage here in Simland, there is a contest available. It's called Madden Stream 30K 1-year anniversary. $10,000 to first place. It's a $15 entry, 70 entry max. Sunday late slate, 6, 8, and 10 Eastern time. Go check it out. I'm drawing a blank right now. The first sim does include the Patriots. Get excited. The second one is Chiefs-Bucks, and the last one is Texans and the Saints. Texans-Saints was the first ever sim we had on the DraftKings Dream Stream. So that is why that one is also included, that matchup.
Very thrilling.
I get you the other matchup here in just a moment. There's a catch. Jared Cook makes another grab.
Yep.
Rubbing it in,
catch
Ducey.
curse, man.
Let's see. Here it is. 49ers and Patriots. So Sunday night, late classic for that big 30K 1-year anniversary contest. Niners, Pats at 6. Chiefs, Bucks at 8. And then Texans at the Saints at 10. Alvin Kamara coming up short of the first down marker. It's 3rd down and 2. Neil on YouTube says, 70 entries? Welcome the Sharks, LOL. Yeah, it's great news. Smash that like button if you're excited.
Glash, I have 3.7 points in our contest.
Oh, there you go, Michael Thomas, buddy.
Did you just call me buddy?
Yeah, there you go, buddy.
Why it's so hateful? Why the hate, Glash?
It wasn't hateful at all. I said, there you go, buddy.
Calling me buddy is one of the meanest things you could have ever done. What is wrong with you?
Hit win.
What, you think you're better than me? You want to talk down to me and call me buddy? Come on, don't be condescending to me. What have I ever done to you?
I literally just called the play live. The X was under his feet. And I said,
and then you called me buddy. There was no need to call me buddy. There was no need for that kind of language.
Okay, what would you prefer then? There you go, Kenny.
Yeah, my name. How about that? Or guy or man, dude. How about any of those?
Hey, I remembered you rostered Michael Thomas. I guess that's not good enough for you?
Buddy is an act of aggression when you call someone buddy.
That is not true.
Absolutely is.
Oh my God. Daniel says the New Yorker and Kenny coming through.
Buddy is like you're talking down to someone. All right, there you go, buddy.
That's not how I said it. Go back and watch the tape.
Buddy, calm down, buddy. Here, buddy.
That's not how I said it.
To me, that is really an act of hatred and aggression when you call someone buddy. I think that nothing says...
This is straight out of the episode.
Nothing says, I am above you, you are a little person, more than calling someone buddy.
Oh, I better write that
Emerson's
down.
Peloton set says St. Kenny sounds worse. It doesn't sound worse. I wouldn't say it sounds nice, but it's better than buddy.
This is straight out of a Curb episode. I was complimenting your lineup, and it gets turned against me. All right.
Unbelievable.
All right, man. I was going to say, he threw it right to the wrong team.
Oh, buddy, what are you doing? Hater. I like Kid. Nothing wrong with Kid.
Hold on. You can't hate Buddy, but not hate Kid.
Little Kid. Yeah, it's like you're encouraging me, you know. It's like we're on a baseball field. Come on, kid. Right here, kid.
That's the same thing as Buddy.
It is absolutely not. Buddy is so mean-spirited.
Okay. All right.
So mean.
You don't mean that.
I would never call you Buddy.
You don't mean that.
I absolutely do mean it. I hate when people call me Buddy.
You don't mean that. I was literally saying, nice job, buddy. You played Michael Thomas. Great job, kid. Now, if I said calm down, buddy, I get your drift. Drew Brees, first down. Traquan Smith. I want Jared Cook to catch every pass now.
Also, you said, there you go, buddy. Like it was almost like you were like, oh, there you throw your bone there, buddy.
James Farrell, call him Slugger. My dad would say that like in Little League. Hey, there you go, Slugger. Choke up on the bat, Slugger.
So you want to know what happened? So last night, of course, I lose to
a buddy
to Kaufman, right?
A buddy.
And here's what I get. 58. What was that? And Kaufman then 10:52 a.m. We should play again. 5:26 p.m. after I didn't respond. Sent you NBA.
Oh, dude, you're in the vortex now.
No, I don't want to be.
No, it's too late. You already are.
Little buddy, even better, says Rick. Yeah, little buddy.
You've opened that door.
Relax, buddy. See, I'm cool with the chat saying, because right now we're just like everyone's saying it ironically, like it's a joke. But the way you said it like there was nothing wrong.
No, I didn't. Go back and listen to it.
There you go, buddy.
That's probably the nicest way someone could ever use the word buddy. Ever.
No way. It's like when, you're sitting there in the play-by-play chair. You got your DraftKings T-shirts.
Here we go.
You have your nice life. You're one of the main Dream Stream hosts. You were just talking about how we have the sim anniversary, and of course I wasn't here. And then now, I'm big and important in Sandland, buddy. Hey, oh wow, maybe you got one catch. Congratulations, buddy.
Kenny, I can't tell if you're serious or not, but why do you die on these hills? Why?
Because I like to run up hills. It's a good exercise. Daniel says, I think Kenny is still mad about you calling him out on eating. I thought the rest of that sentence was going to say, Kenny's still mad about you not sending him a T-shirt, which is absolutely true.
There's no way.
But the calling out on eating, there was no place for it, Glash. There was no reason. There was no reason for that kind of call out. What did I ever do to you for you to just be like, oh, hey, you're eating? Look, when we're on our Zoom calls and the people aren't looking at us, you go eat. You eat, you turn the mic off, you have a little snack, and no one had to know. No one would have known. I was muting while I was chewing, and I was popping in to say things.
Well, in the past, I'd have a Brandon Cristal on or a Christian DeAndrea. Christian will run up and grab a drink of water. Oh, Christian, where are you going? Where'd you go? Oh, well, hey, Christian's gonna get up and and you know what? I've said it on the air every time, and they don't have a problem with it.
I don't like it.
Yeah, clearly there's a list. I got to start writing these things down. Can't call you buddy. Now I'm going to think about this every time I talk to my friends. What's up, buddy?
You should, because you'd be surprised that I'm definitely not the only person out there that doesn't like being called buddy. And I don't call people buddy because I know that I feel this way. And I'm like, there's definitely other people out there who feel the same.
I don't know about that. What? Oh, another night.
Ricky Robbie says, Ducey, we can hear you eating. The mute doesn't work like you think. Actually, the mute, what does that even mean? The mute mutes you. You can't hear anything when you're muted. It's just when, like, maybe I'm talking or I have it unmuted when I'm eating. But that's not the mute's fault. It's my fault if you hear me. But what does he think? When you mute yourself on Zoom or you mute your microphone and a little bit of sound gets through? Does he think I'm, like, covering up the microphone and not actually muting it? I don't understand what he's talking about.
DJ says, hey, Kenny and Glash, I'm Canadian. We call everybody buddy. Oh, boy. Did not think this would be a topic ever. The best part was I was complimenting your lineup. That's why I'm this is throwing me off so much.
You complimenting my lineup. What's wrong? What's going on with my lineup? I'm 116th place out of 173.
I mean, you rostered Michael Thomas. I said, there you go,
that's
buddy, Michael
what
Thomas.
You're complimenting me for. There's nothing to compliment me for.
Okay. All right. So now so you should insult Jared Cook and call him buddy because he ruined your curse take. He has 6 catches. Hey, we got about 400 watching on YouTube. Twitch fam, 50 plus on Twitch. Ducey is not doing well in the free roll. Neither am I. 160 seconds. Not great. Russell Wilson, run for your life! Oh, way to come back for the ball. Tyler Lockett. Peace of mind. Does anybody, spelled differently as you would, does anybody know who scored the last touchdown? Michael Thomas, right? Yes. Michael Thomas. Couple field goals too.
Victor Oladipo out tonight. Does that mean he's getting traded?
Maybe just to kind of hold him back, right? As they don't want to get him hurt, you know.
Probably.
To answer your question, I mean, yeah, you could get traded by tomorrow. 3 o'clock's the deadline.
Yep. No, I think he is going to get traded here.
Question is it going to happen like tonight? Great question.
It could. That's generally when these things happen on deadline day, right?
Do you think he'll get moved? Like, where do you think he's going? You have a thought?
I would say no. I have no thought actually. I don't know. All right. Yeah, I really don't know. I mean, he's obviously going somewhere because they're that confident that they're going to trade him or that he's already been traded. Again, I think that, the Knicks are certainly a suitor. I'm trying to think of the other teams out there. Your Celtics are in big need of some help, but I don't think Oladipo really helps them all that much. I think they're looking more at what Aaron Gordon is the guy, right?
Well, God forbid they give up Marcus Smart because, the grit.
They wouldn't do that.
Huh?
I don't think that they would do that.
No, they won't. That's the thing. Like they seem to forget. The Celtics seem to forget they have to actually give up something to get something. That's something. Right. That's how it works. I doubt it. We have a solo leader in the $250 free showdown contest on DK. Tanked Fortua or tanked for. That's better. Tanked for Tua. Nicely done. Jared Cook in the captain spot. Drew Brees.
The Dallas Mavericks. Sorry.
Drew Brees, Michael Thomas, Sanders, Lockett, and the Saints D. What about the Mavs?
Maybe the Mavericks for Oladipo. That could be a fit.
They always seem to be in on everybody. They give up some of those young pieces to put around Luka and Kristaps. Are they going to give up Kristaps? Weren't there some talks about Kristaps being in a deal?
I don't think so, but
a few weeks ago.
that would be funny if they traded Porzingis. I'll tell you what, that team, the picks that they gave the Knicks could actually end up being good picks.
So would you rather the Knicks be like really aggressive or kind of stand pat?
I would like the Knicks to make a trade, but I don't want the Knicks to give up anybody of importance. Like there was talk that they might give up Kevin Knox to get Andre Drummond. I don't think Andre Drummond is the guy that they need, but I do think that they could use another dog, another scorer. I like that team though. I like Alec Burks. They just need to add maybe they added Rose. Obviously, they need to add like a wing shooter. Like if you could upgrade from Reggie Bullock, then that would be good. I mean, Oladipo would fit the bill as a guy that they could use to upgrade at the wing, but I would fear that he would command too much money or too much of an ask rather. Like again, I don't want the Knicks trading RJ. I don't want the Knicks trading Mitchell Robinson. Those are guys that I'd like them to keep. Ntilikina and Knox, knock yourself out. I mean, quickly is like this franchise centerpiece right now, so definitely not quickly out.
Knox, knock yourself out.
That's right.
Abby Rizzle, will Buddy Hield be moved? Ducey. Is that even a legitimate thing? Like Buddy Hield might be traded?
Yeah. That's the thing.
NBA trade deadline, if I remember right, last year there wasn't a lot of movement.
Well, right, because
this time. Actually, it happens in February every year, not March. Come on, Russ. What do you got?
Russ, what are you cooking up here, Russ? I appreciate it.
There's Lockett for a first down. Lattimore on the stop. Feel the breeze. THA in the. Feel the breeze leading our free roll. Jared Cook and the captain. It's the same build as the... Oh, maybe not. Well, a little bit less. Cook captain, Wilson, Breeze, Sanders, Dorsett in the Saints defense. Saints D, 1.7% owned. Got producer Michael here with us, Glash and Ducey, Daniel on the ones and twos, Jim from the Game Ops team. Once again, check out the 30K Madden anniversary, 1 year anniversary special available on DraftKings.com. 30,000 in total prizes, 10 grand to first place. It's a $15 entry fee.
What a move!
70 max entry. There's Russell Wilson to the red zone. And what do you know? Seahawks have a pulse. Congo Cab says Devontae Graham and Norman Powell are who the Knicks have their eyes on also.
Yeah, Norm Powell for sure. Anything that's not gonna cost them a lot of money. Carson, there's another big run for Carson.
Come on, $2,800. Give us all the value. First time playing Fortnite on Twitch, wants a Lockett touchdown. Trips to the right here. Come on, Russ.
No, it's not gonna happen.
Russ cooking in the rain. Not easy to do, but he does it. Larizzi on Twitch. Nope, not going to see Carlos Hyde here.
Wow.
Muhammad says job description. I manage the ones and twos. Daniel, do you approve Muhammad's assessment? Muhammad, his literal sentence was job description, I manage the ones and twos. All right, 13-7. Nice drive for the Seahawks. Straight from my resume, says Daniel. 27 rushing touchdowns for Wilson. I feel like rushing touchdowns from the quarterbacks, way more apparent in the weather sims. Joe Burrow had one last sim. Quarterbacks are just more, I don't know. I feel like there's more rushing touchdowns from the quarterbacks in the weather sims.
A lot of running that's being done for sure.
Yeah, they're too afraid to throw in the elements in crucial situations, especially by the goal line. All right, let's see what that did to my lineup. Now I'm in 141st out of 173.
All right, buddy, there you go.
Yeah, man. Feeling good.
Hey, buddy.
DW Nasty in 12th. He's been in the YouTube
Gross.
chat.
Gross.
Did you move up at all?
I did a little bit to 77.
Oh. There you go.
Oh. Oh. Hey, yeah, that's right. I'm moving up.
There's Manny Sanders. Drew Brees trying to prove to doubters he can throw in the elements. Noah Moon, good question, because we are playing each other head to head. I'm not, what's the deal with Giannis? Is Giannis playing tonight or what?
Don't know. I don't. Oh, you know what? I think he is active, actually.
Okay. I've been looking around.
Let me check out my DK Live app.
Great product.
Sexton out. Yeah, I don't think there's word yet, actually.
The game is in Milwaukee, so I don't think they tip till 9. Celtics and Bucks. Ashley Edwards wants a Kamara touchdown. JL took the wrong quarterback on this one. Cater, Cook rolling into the grass. Well, hey, man, he's got 6 catches. Good matchup. Like I said, if this one was in New Orleans, of course it wouldn't be a weather sim, but we've had that before. We've had games on Wild Weather Wednesday take place in a dome, therefore no weather. Oh, we got a flag, though, after the catch by Kamara. Roughing the passer. It's Jordan Reed. Mr. Hawk, great job. I've only entered the Glash free roll and not the main one. I have 0 reason to be here. Guess I'll finish making this puzzle work. Mr. Hawk, you're building a puzzle? What kind of puzzle? 500 pieces? 1,000 pieces? Second and 8. Breeze. Jared Cook, catch number 7. Holds on to the rock. He's always due for a fumble, but maybe that's not till the end of the sim. 8 catches now, pardon me, and 8 now for Jared Cook.
Yep, that's the curse I'm talking about.
You call that a reverse jinx. You were just trying to help people that have Jared Cook. I think. Maybe. Is there another one? There's another one. Wow. Number 9 for Jared Cook. See, he's another one. Like typically when I play him, it doesn't go well. And of course, when I don't play him, he does well. Oh, nice catch. There we go. Is that him again? Holy crap, Ducey, he's got 10 catches.
Yeah, you know, just once you catch the first pass,
Like, you have to weigh in now.
you're done.
This theory of yours is not off to a. This can't be the first day you've proposed this theory. I mean, maybe it is.
I mean, look, every theory has outliers, you know.
You got another one? Oh, Sanders. Okay. Oh, well, Daniel says Cooper Kupp lined up with the theory yesterday.
It normally lines up.
Kicking Club says yesterday,
no reason.
You said the same thing about Kittle. Kittle was 1 point short of his average.
Yeah, okay, that's ridiculous. He had 2 catches and he had 1 at the end of the game in garbage time. That's not the same thing at all.
Oh, Traquan Smith scores the touchdown.
Traquan, baby.
Yeah, see? I'm telling you. Gotta play Traquan, man. 10-yard score for Traquan Smith.
See, I have Traquan. Are you going to congratulate me on being in 82nd place?
Nice job playing Traquan Smith.
I don't want your congratulations. I don't want your pity congratulations, buddy. Oh! What was that?
Clearly going for 2.
Where was that ball going?
Kicking Club comes back at you and says, check the stats. He didn't...
Unbelievable, these people.
Careful.
What's your hat of?
What's that?
What's your hat of? North Face? Nice.
California heritage since 1966.
Normally I wear North Face sweatshirt. Right, I've worn a North Face sweatshirt before on the air.
Hero says, Glash, send Kenny the DK shirt you promised last year. No.
Please, Glash. Please.
Absolutely not sending it anymore. Nope.
Promises are just that. They're promises.
Mm-hmm. No chance.
Make good on your promise, Glash.
Get out of here with buddy being an insult.
It is.
No, it's not.
It absolutely is.
You can call me buddy all you want, and I won't mind it one bit. Daniel says you should send the shirt and put on the back, have buddy printed on it. Robbie Noble says, do Buddy Perkins. Yes, Chip and
Can you explain to me the whole Skip Chip Perkins thing? What is that?
Nope, you can go find out on your own, buddy.
No, I tried to find.
No, we had Skip Perkins come on. He goes back to 1914. He lived to be 107 years old, and he was tortured by Adam Kaufman and Christian D'Andrea by the like button. Skip has an old timey. Daniel says you're live, buddy. Skip Perkins way back in the day. Oh, Skip, great reporter. Sunday Simland Times you can find in the market. Gives the old time scores, and of course you gotta go to the market, cut out your coupons, and grab yourself some groceries from the market. Get some nice cold milk in a jar, buddy. Skip Perkins was a buddy.
Real wise guys, eh?
Yeah, Skip Perkins, and he had Skip Perkins and a twin brother. His name was Chip Perkins, and Chip is missing. This is me, Skip, coming from heaven, speaking to all of you. And my brother Chip is out there somewhere. But he is gone. And Skip would call people buddy.
Buddy.
Skip had a lot of buddies. But so it's just one of those things, and we really do miss Skip being here. And hopefully Chip can find his way back. That's the moral of the story. Just an old-timey sports reporter. Really likes being here in Simland.
Okay.
Skip is why you became a writer. He was an influence to a lot of people.
Yeah, of course.
He really set the framework.
They call me Skip Ducey for a reason.
Mm-hmm. See? And that is not an insult.
Oh,
that
Skip?
is being called Skippy. people, when you hear someone say, hey, Skippy, it's because of Skip Perkins, man. Rossi's for a cat, milk in a jar. Put me down for a pair there, buddy.
Hyro says, Glash has Kenny supporters censored. Proud Kenny supporter. Thank you, Hyro.
Why does it matter to you if you have supporters or not? Just who cares?
I mean, if I have supporters, that's the point. You're censoring the people out there who want to say good things about me.
I think so.
Just like Kaufman. You don't read positive Ducey comments. You only read negative ones.
I'm not sure about that, buddy. I can't help myself.
Someone said here, I thought Skip died. Now Chip is
you know
missing?
what? Hold on a second, Kenny. I'm the one who's promoting your Dicky Ducey thing and having a blast and the impersonation.
Then it says,
funny how that just goes in one ear and out the other.
I
all
thought
of a sudden.
Chip killed Skip.
Well, we worked twice this week, and I'm like, yeah, man, the impersonation, it's fantastic. And I'm reading the positivity, the positive feedback about Dicky Ducey. And that just goes in one ear and out the other, all the positivity. But call you buddy in the first quarter on a Michael Thomas touchdown. I read the negative stuff about me. What about my supporters? Come on, man. What about my supporters? Read about my support in the chat, Clash. Come on, Clash. Read my support.
When did you turn into Woody Harrelson?
Out the window. Out the window. That just gets forgotten. What about my supporters?
All right, Woody.
Who's Woody?
You just sounded like Woody Harrelson right there.
Okay. See? Now I'm emotional because I was thinking about Skip Perkins, and now that he's dead, I just miss him so much.
Skip dead, Chip missing.
Do your Dickie V if you want. I should make sure I ask if it's okay, and I don't want to make you do something.
No. Scott saying Ducey should be banned from these sims.
I do not support that.
Thank you.
I even had your back earlier because I was telling everybody it's been 1 year of marriage. DK Sims and us as announcers, and someone was like, "Oh, well, can we divorce Ducey on Sunday?" And I said, "No, it's a full package. You have to take all of us."
Come on, man.
DJ says it's okay. Flash, buddy, are you triggered? What the hell? What the hell?
Flash, buddy. Deputy buddy.
I'm a little triggered because I've never heard someone complain about being called buddy. Ever. But only you would be upset with buddy.
It's bad, man.
It's not bad.
It's not. It's a hateful thing to say to somebody.
It is not. Do you watch Friday Night Lights? What about poor Buddy Garrity? His name's Buddy.
Yeah, but if your name is Buddy, it's different than calling somebody little buddy.
I didn't call you little. Didn't say that.
Oh, buddy, it's okay, buddy. We'll find you, buddy. Buddy, we'll find you a drink, buddy. Don't worry, you get another one, buddy. You dropped your soda. We'll get you another one, buddy. Don't worry, buddy. Oh, buddy, don't cry.
Scott, there is not a good energy in the sim. I am not saying there's a good energy in the sim. Nope, not doing it. Not happening now.
Oh, wait, he spelled buddy I-E. That's a new one.
Oh, is that okay? Does the spelling matter now, too?
No, it's just funny.
First time playing Fortnite, just start calling him Squirt. Hey, Squirt. Oh, look, it's squirting from the sky. Raining here in Simland. Hey, Russ, nice throw, Squirt.
Russ just threw it off the goalpost. Did you see that?
Yeah, Bud. How about Bud? Is Bud okay, or is that not allowed either? Bill Hamilton, you have your next TikTok theme. Don't call me buddy. Daniel on the ones and twos. Rumor, Skip Perkins was sliced up by a coworker for calling him buddy. Oh, there we go. Metcalf, touchdown. Nice. Very good. Do you have Metcalf, man? Dude, bro, squirt, pal. No? Get nothing? You want to talk?
No. Nothing.
You can play Metcalf? All right. It's really great. There's awesome analysis of the touchdown. It was really good.
I played Metcalf.
You did. Nice. Wow.
Wow.
1914. The year Skip Perkins was
1914, sir.
1914, the year I was born. Skip from heaven.
1914, sir. So since you're a TikTok guy, you know about all the TikTok songs, right?
Yep. By the way, you've got 2 minutes 36 seconds to work with, so let's
So you know the one that's like what you know about rolling down in the deep.
Yep.
That one.
Mm-hmm.
So when I first heard that song,
okay,
I thought that was Kid Cudi. Didn't you?
Kind of comes off. Isn't it Frank Ocean?
No, it's like some random guy. Giannis is in.
Giannis in. Good for him.
No, it's not Frank Ocean. It's some like random country rapper or something.
I used that in a video though recently. I should know who that was. Fine, I'll pull it up.
I'm gonna listen to it right now. Masked Wolf is who it is.
Oh, Masked Wolf. There you go. Boom.
Yeah. Do you ever listen to music when you do Sims? In your headphones? We don't have headphones on.
Do I ever have headphones on? I used to, and I'm like, hey, you know what? I'm just gonna let the sound be broadcast throughout the building and in the room.
I sometimes will listen to music in the back, like while I'm calling the sim, because it helps bring energy. It helps you stay engaged. It helps roll the sim, and it puts it can put you in I told you I'm gonna listen to that song. Because a lot of times when people stream video games on Twitch, as an example, they'll have music playing. That's, it's a compliment. And we don't have the crowd sound. I don't know if people know that. When we call the games, we don't hear anything. We just hear silence and us talking. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we just hear each other. So it's even worse.
Couple of buddies,
for Glash.
Back and forth.
He doesn't have anything to break up the...
I don't need it. I got the chat. We read the chat. So, like, do you pick a different song every day?
I don't listen to music every day, just sometimes.
At what moments do you feel, I need some energy? This hasn't been enough for you, Ducey, today? This last hour?
No, I don't. It's not that I need energy. I just
like music necessary at this stage.
It makes the sim better, And I like to pretend that other people can hear it, even though they can't.
It would be cool if we could hear the crowd noise. Just going back and listening, it's pretty cool. You're like, oh, all right, this sounds legit. In the moment, you're like, oh, I hope that sounds all right.
Right.
Hey, if anyone's inclined, hit that like button. We're only 25 away from 300. 400 plus watching on YouTube. Ducey's just... Am I allowed to tell people you're jamming out, or is that private?
Well, considering I said it out loud, yes.
Okay. I'm gonna run it by you. Now I think I gotta run everything by you before I say it.
That's right. Good rule of thumb.
That's okay. This kick's 54 for
Gosh, what are we supposed to do without March Madness?
What were we supposed to do?
Good. Yeah, we don't have any games till the weekend.
Watch whatever you were talking about earlier, the Miami Open.
That's true, yeah.
There's a lot going on. Like you said, baseball's here next week, and NBA, NHL. I mean, March has always been a long month. It was the worst month as like a grade school student because there's no like day off. You didn't get like a holiday off, and sometimes Easter would fall in March. You know how those random years when Easter would fall in March?
Yeah, I remember that. Wait, isn't that every year?
No, it's in April this year.
But isn't it normally March?
No, it always bounces around. It's weird.
I could have sworn it was always March.
Nah. All right, Seattle's got a chance to win this thing. They got no timeouts. First down and more. Oh boy, they're gonna have a real shot based on that missed field goal. But the clock is ticking.
Tick 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 tick.
Did you move up the leaderboard at all, or are you still middle of the pack?
55, Glash, 55.
Mavry 47 is in first place right now.
Carlos Hyde helped me out a little bit. 4 catches was big.
That was Hyde. That's a good call. He 4 catches, 23 yards.
I have my captain spot. Yeah.
Could use a little more. All right, way to get out of bounds. Nope, actually didn't get out of bounds. Clock's moving. 20 seconds. This could be the final play. From the 33, Russ.
Oh,
That's it.
That's it. Who was that to? Jared Cook? Lockett.
Tyler Lockett. Not Jared Cook. See, Jared Cook, your take worked on Jared Cook in the fourth quarter. I don't think he had anything in the fourth quarter.
Another catch for Jared Cook. Well, that'll help me. Now I might crack the top 40 here. Let's see. Let's see what I got here. 46, 42, 42.
No.
Okay. Yeah, 42. Let's do player of the game.
Dwayne says, "Not my kid award now should be called the Not My Buddy Anymore award." I mean, we need Billy Delaney. We need the babysitter to get back in on these Sims.
Is he really a babysitter? I didn't know where the origin of that came from.
He babysat Koff's kids.
Oh.
Billy was being a good buddy of Koff and helped him out.
So. Player of the game.
Eero says, Ducey the GOAT. There's a positive comment for you.
Let's see. I think my player of the game is going to be, let's give it to, no, let's not give it to him. I'm going to give it to Russell Wilson. Nope, I'm not. I'm indecisive. I'll give it to Tyler Lockett. Tyler Lockett, he doesn't always show up to the Sims. He's not a very popular option. He was just about like a quarter owned in these lineups, and he's very boomer bust. You know, we've seen like 4-point games out of him before, 2-point games out of him. This one was a good one though. He pushed for 20 points. He finished with, I believe, 16, and he had 5 catches, 78 yards. Very solid performance from Tyler Lockett. I'm gonna have to give him my player of the game.
Tyler Lockett, very good.
How about the not? The not.
Go ahead, dude.
How about that? The not VP will go to Well, I would say probably for making me look bad, Jared Cook. No,
it's a good.
Okay, you know what? I'm
spike call.
gonna give it to Jared Cook.
Come on, you can't do that. You can.
I can do whatever I want. I can do whatever I want. I can give it to him if I want to.
All right.
$7,400, 10 catches for 66 yards made me look awful. Jared Cook LVP. Locking it in.
Wow. Put an asterisk on that one because the curse didn't work out or something like that. It's actually will go down in history. It will be one that will be remembered. That is for sure, Ducey. It's a good way of looking at it, actually.
Yeah. Hey, I just try to give you something different here on the Sims, right? Who else? Who else is gonna do that?
Yeah.
Jared Cook, not my kid of today. It's my award. I can do whatever I want.
No, it's not your award. It's not named after you, but might as well should be now after the buddy take. I'm going to need a little bit to process this still.
Not my buddy of the game. The Not My Buddy award.
Unreal. I still can't believe it.
Oh, believe it.
I can't. I just can't. It's not there. Mike Avery is on the YouTube chat right now. Yeah, that is who won the free roll, titled "Hard to Cook When It's Raining." And just so you know, whenever you and I work together again, every free roll will have "Buddy" installed in the name. It's coming. That's absolutely happening. Just so I can keep reading it. Mike Avery, 47, first place finish, 96.65 points in the contest. Next sim is at 8. Titans, Steelers in the snow. Last 2 sims of the night in the snow. We will have. Are you on the next one? No.
We're done.
Okay.
I have a fantasy baseball draft tonight.
What pick you got?
So I'm in this is an NL only league. It's a keeper league. Max 9 keepers, minimum 6. I'm keeping the minimum here. I had spent the last 2 years rebuilding. I had, I would say probably 7 keeper players, but I'm going to keep the minimum because at the number 1 pick, I was last place. And I'm going to pick Francisco Lindor. So I'm going to add Lindor to my squad tonight with the number 1 pick. Everyone's mad. And then I'm going to try to add some of the guys that I was going to keep after Lindor. I have like Carter Keyboom, Jake Cronenworth was a guy. So that's, I'm gonna try to make something happen. Try to work the magic here in the fantasy baseball draft. I'm very excited about it.
Nice. NL only. I've never heard that.
Well, yeah, you got AL only and NL only. You just only pick guys from the NL. It's very fascinating.
Are you doing 2 leagues?
I'm in an AL only and an NL only with the same people. It's a very difficult league though, Glash. It sounds fun, and then you're like rostering guys. Like I had like Ildemaro Vargas last year. Like you're rostering guys that, have like 30 at bats.
So you're not having fun doing it. That's not good.
I'm having fun. It's just like, it's tough. It's hard. It's a challenge. So it requires a lot of work and research.
All right. Well, good luck to you in your selections. Rossi and Freeze Pops will have you the rest of the way. 2 snow sims.
Frozen fruit juice. Tommy Frozen fruit juice.
He's a good buddy.
That's what I call him. Yeah.
All right, buddy.
Thomas Frozen fruit juice. All right.
Good stuff. Let's send it to another buddy of ours, Tarolyn Asak, here to tell us what else is going on at DraftKings and the DK Sportsbook.
Yay, let's go, buddies. All right.
Yeah.
Rain turned into snow. 8 p.m. Eastern. Steelers hosting the Tennessee Titans. Glash, Kenny handing things off to the team of Rossi and Tommy Freeze Pops for the showdown, which is featured in the Madden Stream 1K Flea Flicker contest. If you haven't smashed the like already for Bozo 1 and Bozo 2, aka Glash and Ducey, smash it now. They did a great job. $5 entry is going to get you a shot at a $150 top prize in the free contest for that showdown coming up. Has a $250 prize pool with $25 going to first. Here on the Dream Stream, we routinely have our friend Ross Tucker on to help break down the NFL. But one of the things we like about Ross is his versatility. So right now, here's a clip from his Even Money podcast looking at the upcoming matchups for the Sweet 16.
All right, so I think the big takeaway there for us is just when there's a limited non-conference schedule, we really can't feel strong about conference superiority or conference strength because we really don't know. I'm not going to put too much into the location part of it. Certainly seemed to me like Michigan having those fans there helped them against LSU last night. So it's hard for me to sit here and say that it's not good to be close to home or it's not good to have fans there because, you know, the Michigan players really fed off the energy of having a lot of fans at that game to beat LSU last night. What are the takeaways, not takeaways, what are the lessons, if any, you have for people that want to bet on the Sweet 16, Steve?
Well, I think that going back to the more of the same, when we saw the Big Ten struggling and the Pac-12 kicking butt, and then we had a game yesterday morning where we had Oregon against Purdue, and we had a buy-on conference, against a buy-against conference, and I was on Oregon. I did get that one right. But here's the situation. You had a 5-point underdog. I'm not so sure if those teams, if they didn't play tomorrow, I'm not sure that the line doesn't move 4 points based upon that one game. Oregon was clearly the superior team. As far as to answer your question, going into the Sweet 16, you know, this is a weird year. We're not going to play again until Saturday. Now, normally the basic strategy is take the Cinderellas and it strikes 12. They go home and they celebrate. They've overachieved. Their year is a phenomenal success. So you want to fade those teams. Typically, I don't know about this year. I don't even know. I got to research the schedules. Ross, do you know how many of the teams are going back to their campuses? I assume most, but I haven't even researched that yet in this COVID year.
No, I think they're all staying in Indy.
Wow.
I think for like procedure policies, for protocol, for testing, for CBS wanting to make sure those games are on TV, I think they're all staying there because it looked to me like when I saw Cam Crutwig on some shows yesterday, he was in a hotel room. You know, he didn't go back to Chicago. They didn't drive back. He looked like he was in a hotel room in Indianapolis. I think they're all staying there, Steve.
I think that really helps the Cinderellas because think about it. What's going to happen if Oregon State goes back to Cornwallis? They're going to absolutely be inundated by – they're going to suddenly be rock stars, and that distraction is not good. So the fact that everyone's staying, you know, in Indiana, I think favors the lesser teams.
Steve, what is the prevent offense that's been costing teams?
Yeah, so the prevent offense, Rutgers runs it. That's where you outplay a team for 36 minutes. You build a lead, you're the superior team, and you're going to win. But no, we'll go ahead and stop doing what we're doing. Similar to an NFL team that goes run, punts late in the third quarter and stops trying to score. And you see that so often in college basketball. I'm going to make a bold statement. I would think most teams with the lead would be better off not even knowing they had the lead, not even running any time off the clock because it disrupts your offense. Now, I get it. You don't want to force up a shot really early in the shot clock. But so often, Ross, teams get the lead and they're so conservative. And even in the final minute, if I see one more game where a team's up 2 and there's a minute to play and they dribble 22 seconds and then they chuck some horrible 27-footer or get a shot clock violation, just score. Just run your offense. You score, you win. You go up 4. It's completely misguided. Directionally, it makes a little sense, but if you look at the actual results, it fails.
So there's no question that it's not wrong to shorten the game. What's wrong is to shorten the game at the expense of giving yourself a chance to score. You know, I'm okay with them taking 10 seconds off, but then get into your offense and get a good shot. You know, I see it all the time, Steve, in these end-of-game situations where they end up just giving the ball to one guy who's isolated one-on-one, and he ends up taking like a fadeaway 3. They get off some of the worst end-of-game shots. Like, those are the worst. Why would your end-of-game shot be the worst shot you've had the whole game when you had 12 seconds to get it off?
Yeah, what's happened is that teams are so paranoid, rightfully so, about letting the other team have a shot that they wind up shooting a horrendous shot. And this is just, you have to practice it so many different times. If the game is tied, I get it. You don't want your opponent to get a shot off. But if your opponent's out of timeouts They're not going to get a shot off. You can shoot with 4 seconds left and you're fine. If they do have a timeout, shoot with 3. Give yourself an opportunity to get the putback. And you're right. Teams get into their offense too late in that situation. And the bottom line is that, oh my goodness, I could write an entire book about it. It's like these college basketball players. I'm convinced half of them have never seen an NBA game because they don't even understand a 2-for-1 situation at the end of the first half, which is just obvious to, I don't know, 9th graders playing. So I don't know why college basketball players, maybe there should be a class, basic basketball strategy. And if I see one more game at the end of the first half where a team scores a bucket with 37 seconds left and the team rushes to input the ball, hey, the game clock is running. The shot clock is not. Stall so you can have the final shot at the end of the first half. I digress. Let's talk about something else.
Well, the thing I'll say, and I said it earlier, I'll say it again, 100-to-1 odds right now, DraftKings. Get the DraftKings Sportsbook on your phone. If you haven't yet, take one of these basketball games, Sweet 16, 100-to-1 odds. Now, the max bet's $1, and it's new customers only, but get in on it if you haven't done it before.
Let's talk hockey, but, well, there's not a lot of it to talk. Unfortunately, we have just a 3-game main slate with, of course, the Oilers and Canadiens postponed. He's Jeff Ulrich. I'm Adam Kaufman. So, Moose, let's talk about what we have left, I suppose. And if you're talking about paying up, normally, if the Oilers were involved, as they were supposed to be, we'd be looking at Connor McDavid, Leon Draisaitl, usual suspects here. But because they are not available, who do you like?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we have limited options on this slate. You know, I mean, Sabres, Penguins, Jets, Canucks, and Kings, Sharks. So, you know, Jets, Canucks obviously have a 6 total attached to it. A couple teams who can definitely get hot offensively. But realistically, you look at how this Sabres, Penguins game is set up, and it kind of feels like you almost have to play Sidney Crosby tonight. I mean, the Penguins are coming in completely banged up. They're playing, a Sabres squad that obviously have lost 14 games in a row. Now, they're just terrible, quite frankly. You know, they allowed the 3rd most goals against. And Sid is definitely trying to carry the Penguins right now. He's averaging 3.3 shots on game over his last 10 games. He's averaging a point per game over his last 10 as well. So, you know, at under 8K, I mean, you just kind of got to eat the chalk here. It feels like you can play him with Jake Gunsel if you need to. You can still find value on the slate because there's not a ton of other guys to pay up for. I mean, I think you can definitely go to Winnipeg's big scoring line as well. Pierre-Luc Dubois playing alongside Nick Ehlers and Kyle Connor there against Vancouver. Vancouver banged up as well. They still allow a ton of shots on goal. So, again, I like Sid as the kind of anchor play, but if you're paying up for like a line stack, I definitely look to that Winnipeg scoring line. They've jumbled things up a little bit, but again, Ehlers, Dubois, and Connor looking like a pretty good stack tonight against a weaker Vancouver Canucks team.
Jeff, just to prove to you, we do pay attention to the words that come out of your mouth. In similar situations, small slates like this, and for this one, it's a 50K twine contest available to you, 10K to the winner. Normally, when you've looked to value, you've gone to the Kings side of things. Are you zeroed in here on Los Angeles again?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit. Again, I don't want to get too crazy with this game. I mean, again, they played to a 2-1 game, you know, the first game of this series. And I do like the Kings over the Sharks. I mean, I think they're the more quality team. And thank you for pointing out that you're paying attention. I'm glad someone does. But, you know, again, I do think that if you're looking at this game, like going for the extreme values is the way to go. I don't know if you want to spend all your salary on the Kings or anything like that because they can be a hit or miss offense. Kevin LeBanc on the San Jose Sharks is a nice target for the Sharks. One of the few guys that I definitely kind of, you know, look towards for value on kind of a nightly basis when the Sharks are out there. This is a guy who's consistently under 4.5K on DraftKings, you know, averaging right around 10 DraftKings points over his last 10 games. He gets first-line power play time. He plays with a scorer and Evander Kane. He's a pretty good setup guy as well. And look, the Kings still allow a decent number of shots on goal and scoring chances. So I think for what you're getting for a guy like LeBanc, especially on this kind of slate where we don't have too many options, he's a great value. But the other guy I take note of in this game is Andreas Athanasiou. I probably mixed that up completely.
No,
but
it's really well done.
This is a former 30-goal scorer. I mean, it was a few years back, but ton of speed. They've bumped him up to the second line. He's averaging right around 16 or 17 minutes. He's only 3K. I think Athanasiou, again, probably mix that up. Very, very good value tonight. Yeah. Extreme value play. You know, a guy who can definitely get you a multi-goal game if he gets hot.
He needs a nickname.
I just call him Double A. I mean, you know, it's
perfect. Yeah. He's the battery. Let's just go with it. When you're thinking about goaltenders here tonight, and obviously, one, they're not all locked in at this moment as we chat, and two, there aren't that many options to go with in general. You mentioned how horrid the Sabres have been, and we know that. So are you thinking about just the win bonus and locking in whoever it is for Pittsburgh, or are you going somewhere else?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the Sabres starting Dustin Tokarski tonight, you know, a guy who's got some NHL experience. So maybe he comes in and you know, breaks the streak, so to speak. But you look on the other side, Tristan Jarry, a .924 save percentage over his last 10 games. He's really picked it up as well. You know, him and Sid trying to carry the Penguins right now. They're not getting a ton of scoring, but they're still winning a few games. Sabres just beyond awful. I mean, you know, last in goals per game. They just have no offense. They're allowing a ton of scoring chances now. Their goaltenders are all hurt or gone, right? So it's a pretty tough spot not to just want to eat the Tristan Jarry chalk. I will say this. The Kings are likely going to start Cal Peterson tonight. You know, they started Quick in the last game. That didn't go well because Quick lost them the game. Peterson's been their better goalie. He's only in the mid 7K range in terms of salary. He's got a .926 save percentage on the year. I mean, he's only allowed 1 goal in 3 of his last 4 starts. It's not like the Sharks are much better than the Sabres. So it's a really good matchup for Peterson as well, assuming he gets the start. And I think he likely will here. So I think that for GPPs, I would lean Peterson just to get off that Jari chalk in case we get the once in a blue moon Sabres win. And it also saves you a lot of salary. And I think you're getting similar upside there.
Let's go from DFS to the DK Sportsbook. Again, just a few games to work with here tonight. But is there a bet you like at plus money?
Yeah, so there's nothing that super sticks out. I mean, I think the Jets on the puck line is kind of interesting at plus 170. The Canucks are very banged up as well. Bo Horvat may play tonight or he may not. They're super banged up at center, though. I think for the Jets, I'd rather go to the money line, though, at minus 139. If I'm looking at a puck line, I would go into the Kings again. I would go to the alternate puck line on the Kings at plus 240. I just think with those kind of odds and the Kings, to cover the minus 1.5 puck line, the Kings are just the better team here, in my opinion. And I'm not saying the Kings are world beaters, but the Sharks just aren't very good. They allow a ton of scoring chances every night. They got a good game out of their goaltender in the first game of this series. Their goaltending has been consistently inconsistent all year. So I really like the Kings. Plus 240 can go in. You got to look under the alternate puck line on the DraftKings Sportsbook, but it's there. And I like that bet. Again, I think the Kings bounce back here with their win. And it wouldn't shock me if they cover that puck line either.
Game totals tonight. Are you drawn to an over or under from any of these?
Yeah, again, the Jets Canucks could be a bit of an interesting over at 6 there. The Jets have been scoring at a pretty consistent rate, but I don't know if I want to trust the Vancouver offense. I would rather look to the under in that Sabres-Penguins game. The Penguins have hit the under 6 goals in 6 straight games now. Again, you look at Pittsburgh's offense right now. If Sidney Crosby doesn't score 3 points, I mean, where are they going to get offense from? Malkin's out. They lost Patrick Hornquist. Their secondary scoring is so dried up. You look through that lineup after the top 6 or after the top line, and it's not good. And then you've got the Sabres, who are just the Sabres, obviously. Now, Tokarski, in my opinion, he's probably going to be starting here for the Sabres. He's really not that bad. He's a guy with some NHL experience. We just went over how good Tristan Jarry is playing. I think the under 6 goals here is a very good play for the over-unders tonight if you're targeting one on the slate.
Last thing for you, do you have a favorite bet tonight from these 3 games?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think the under on that Penguins-Sabres game probably going to be my favorite of all the ones we mentioned. You could go back to the Kings money line as well, but I don't want to overemphasize my Kings love here. They did kind of let me down the last slate, so I do like that under on the Penguins-Sabres. But again, let's look into the player props here, because the one that did hit for us on I think it was Tuesday was Dustin Brown over 2.5 shots on goal. The San Jose Sharks allow, their bottom 5 in terms of shots allowed. They allow a ton of shots on goal. They allow a ton of scoring chances. Dustin Brown is averaging 3.9 shots on goal over his last 10 games. He had 5 shots on goal in the first game against the San Jose Sharks, so he hit that bet easily. He's minus 125 to hit the over here tonight. Those are great odds for a guy who's averaging well over that per game. So give me Dustin Brown over 2.5 shots on goal. And give me the under in that Penguins-Sabres game as well.
All right. Enjoy the games tonight. I guess there won't be too much channel flipping, but take what you get. We'll be back at it later. Thanks, Moose.
Thanks.
The WGC Dell Technologies Match Play event is already underway in Austin, Texas. That doesn't mean you have missed out on PGA Tour DFS for this week, though. There is also a tournament that tees off tomorrow in the Dominican Republic. That is the topic of our DraftKings Dream Stream Play of the Day. So you can play the PGA Tour 200K flop shot contest. It locks at 6:45 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. So this classic contest is for the Kraus Punta Cana Resort and Club Championship and is just $15 to enter with a top prize of $50K. Head over to the DK lobby and get those lineups in before the tournament tees off tomorrow morning. One of our usual golf gurus is Pat Mayo, but once in a while, even he needs a break from golf. Here's Pat Mayo and company, including Chargers superfan Jeff Feinberg, talking about the Bolts and their decision to not re-sign Hunter Henry.
Jeff, we're going to give you a Chargers show come football season where you can be the crazy person who rants about the Chargers. Then you're just going to be the people that you hate.
No, but these guys, like, they think they know the GM. I know.
But you do.
No.
You just DM with them.
No, I know I don't know them. I know I don't know anything. These guys just talking these weird absolutes about player. Like, I don't know. And then there's these internal, like, one Chargers podcast hates the guys in the other Chargers podcast.
That's awesome. Like, I can't stand the absolute stuff. There's no way they're getting rid of Hunter Henry. Like, those types of absolutes.
You want to know something? I don't want to get into this now, but I'm thoroughly shocked about that. I should have seen the writing on the wall there a lot before the franchise tag because of how we operate. That never should have gone to that late in the game, Tim. But I quit. You say if I'm the 65th best Charger fan on Twitter, I'm curious if any of those 64 people in front of me can name me an instance where the Chargers drafted a player as high as the second round or within the top like 4 rounds who showed the type of high-end play despite setbacks, who didn't get contract number 2 for the Chargers. I could name you a bunch of losers that we gave contract 2 for, that showed medial life. So he's the only player in my memory bank that we drafted that high who we did not want to continue the relationship with. And in closing, when I saw the final numbers and the numbers the Chargers had available to them, they clearly made an organizational decision. I don't know whether it's part of the new coach and how he wants to run things, that was not something they were going to value. I'm upset because I think Hunter Henry hasn't even played his best football in the National Football League.
Because he barely plays.
And you want to pay guys.
Doesn't.
You want to pay guys for what they're going to do, not what they've done, which is what makes free agency dangerous. But I think Hunter Henry.
In that case, Derwin James should get $500 million.
I think Hunter Henry.
You can't pay him for what he's done.
I
think what you think he might do.
I think Hunter. Well, I just mean you don't want to like guys going for contract 3.
Yeah,
it's a dangerous
but here's the
game.
thing: maybe
Hunter
they
Henry's
assessed the
production
situation.
is replaceable.
Maybe they looked at the situation and said, "Oh, we can pay Hunter Henry, or we can go get All-Pro Jared Cook."
I used you
used all your capital to get Anthony Lynn fired.
Yes, I wanted so badly to go back in and beg to stay away from Jared Cook, but I knew that would be unbecoming of me, and that was me.
Well, that's probably why you got left out of the top Chargers fan bracket. You didn't do what was best for the team.
I was overstepping my boundaries.
You did beg for them not to sign Tom Brady, who won the Super Bowl.
You're right. I don't think he would have won the Super Bowl with a coach that couldn't tell time. Brady had one moment where he didn't know what down it was. That's like every moment of every day in Charger land. And I will say, God willing, we can win our Super Bowl. And that turns out to be this really fun, like back channel moment of remember when, and we both won Super Bowls with Tampa and the Chargers. I'll own that. You could freezing cold takes me on the Bucks. But even when I bashed them from go, I was like, it's set up for something perfect for them. With the extra playoff spot, they could just lollygag through it, and they're going to play their best football late. And even when we saw that happening, I was like, the Bucs are scaring me. I'm not betting it, but they're that team that's really talented that hasn't played its best football. I'm upset about the Jared Cook thing. It really put a damper on an exciting free agent period for me. I went from.
You're going to be such a fan.
I went
in week 1. He's going to have 8 catches for 200 yards and 3 touchdowns. Then he won't do anything the rest of the year.
Do you know what I'm going to do week 1? That doubleheader Monday nighter that I'm sure we'll be playing in. I'll bet Jared Cook to score first touchdown.
I think you're getting the opener. Oh no, not the opener. You're getting the Sunday night opener at Arrowhead. That's what you're getting.
Oh.
You kidding me? Mahomes,
that's not
Herbert,
fair.
Prime time. That's 100% what they want to do.
At least I don't have to
You're getting
drop
the
a
opening
banner.
Sunday night game.
I don't want to be at Arrowhead.
No, they'll drop, as Tim would always say, they'll drop the AFC Championship banner.
No,
I don't think
Tim would love that.
I don't think they'll do that in Kansas City.
But no, I think Chiefs Chargers. That's what you're getting that opening Sunday night.
So I'm really upset about. He's such a next man to me. I love tight ends. I don't want to be here like Tim, because my level was like 2, and I never want to ever do this. But like, I played tight end. I just like tight ends. Alfred Papuno. Alfred
I played
Papuno.
center and tackle football.
I'm not using it as a comparison to how good or skill that's. I'm not saying like I know what I'm doing
position.
out there.
No, I understand.
No,
I
it's
agree
just
with you.
a position I have an affinity for. Even more loser comment. I incorporate the tight ends, Pat, into my Madden schemes.
So do I.
Well,
with
that's
Gates,
that's what
with
NFL
Hunter
teams
Henry,
are doing right now.
But I don't want to incorporate Jared Cook. I don't want to throw him the ball.
Well, you have
now.
So
now I gotta draft a guy. That's my problem. I need a 2nd or 3rd round pick now at tight end. I do not like my tight end depth chart.
All right, people, our next Madden Sim is coming up, but first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. We have a 5-game turbo slate with an 8 p.m. Eastern lock in the NBA, which means you still have time to lock in a lineup for the NBA 30K pull-up jumper contest. That's a $10 entry fee that could be turned into $10K. And also locking in just a few minutes is the NHL 50K twine contest. A $10 entry fee is going to get you into this classic contest, which has a top prize of $10K on a 4-game slate. And of course, the NCAA tournament has reached the final 16 teams. Go check out the odds for those games and tournament futures right now on the DK Sportsbook. Plus, you can check out up-to-the-minute odds and lines for the PGA Tour, UFC, NASCAR, and more. Let's get back to some wild weather Wednesday fun, though, as the snow has started to fall in virtual Pittsburgh as the Steelers host the Titans in our 8 p.m. Madden Sim. Here with the call are my two buds, Jason Rossi and Tom Carroll. Take it away, guys.
Slancha to our girl, Tara Lene Zach. What's up, Tom?
Hey, man. What's up? What's up?
You know, I'm going to be honest with you. When Tara Lynn introduced the game, I nearly, my breath was stolen. I was like, oh, crap, Steelers? But I forgot because I didn't even think about the Steelers all day, Tom, because my mind has been all about Tennessee, a little bit of Houston. And why is that, Tom? Because when these two handsome mugs rally together this offseason, we talk Mount Rushmores of individual organizations. We've already done the Steelers. We'll recap that later on. We'll save this all for the second half. But Tom slid into the old DMs. By DMs, I mean old school fashion of texting me before the game and said, dude, first of all, when he first came out of nowhere with I started on my iPad, so I don't have the numbers on my iPad, so it just shows up as a number, a 9-digit number.
You got hit with that 401 number.
Yeah, I didn't even know. It just said, I know we don't speak, and that's all I read because the preview. I said, oh boy, what X is coming out of the woodwork right now? What is about to go down right here? I was like, oh no.
Oh, it's amazing.
I'm like,
oh, that's
no.
so good.
Oh, but anyways, and then as I read on, it said, about round rushers, yada, yada, yada. So we don't ever collaborate before we get into these about it because I don't want to be swayed because you do a lot more research than I do. And then I do research during, and then I start getting angry. And I end up winning all the battles for absolutely 100%. No reason.
Yeah.
It's really populous. Dumb. It's really bad. But with that being said, tonight, we're a little something special. We're here for the 8 p.m. Eastern, and then we'll also have your Madden After Dark. We're going to do the Tennessee Titans and the Houston Oilers. Because Houston Texans doesn't fit the Houston Oilers, right?
Right.
So we had to think of this through, and it's let's go with both. So we'll figure out when we'll do which. But yeah, so we're going to do both. So really dust off the old Oilers. One of the greatest logos of all time, by the way.
Oh, great unis, dude. Absolute great unis. Yeah, and I was talking with Michael a little bit about this before the broadcast, and we can get into it further, but you can't have these all-time great Oilers represented on the Titans. They're too far removed from that franchise to be associated with a Mount Rushmore that's dedicated to Tennessee. And it's different than the Colts moving from Baltimore to Indianapolis, where they kept the same uni and team name. When you switch over completely to a new thing, it doesn't correlate the same. So I'm excited to do both here in the second half. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, we're going to have a blast. As Tarlin mentioned, it is Wild Weather Wednesday, so we will... Oh, excuse me. That was didn't see that one coming. Did not see that coming. We are gonna see the snow play into the elements here. We get the Steelers starting off. We're gonna talk lineups in a moment, but we got to give a shout to our outstanding fans here, the fam, my brothers and sisters, my mothers, my fathers, my nieces, my nephews, my grandma, my grandpa, my papa, my nana, and everybody else in between. Does that cover them all? Almost.
I think so.
Sorry about that burp, everybody. Excuse me. So we got Justin Choker, El Paso Kicking Club, Yvonne. We got Steven. We got a great crew. Incredible crew here as well with our fam. We also see you homies over there on Twitch. Yo, it's Derek, Heavy Kevy, Smash Lana. What else we got in there? We got Merc Cuban, Banded. Jim is our ops. Daniel's our technical advisor. Michael's our producer. Our eyes, our ears. My breath, my sound. Follow Tom over at your boy TC Fresh on Twitter. Check out Great Dane Nation. Get in that pub. Saw your boy.
Yes.
what was it? Why do I always call him
Paul Feinbaum, baby.
Feinbaum, thank you. Actually, you know what's funny? I watch that show quite often because, with non-cable, like the random sports networks that are just like randomly. He's on CBS Sports, right?
That would be on the SEC network.
SEC is just as I said. But I will occasionally see him, and I'll listen to him. I dig his style. But that was a real nice little pub they got for the pod.
Yeah, that was great. I mean, when you get Barkley talking Auburn in any way, that's going to resonate with his audience because he's just like Mr. all about SEC, Alabama country, just any way you can fire up those collars on that show, got to take advantage of it.
Sure do. So, yeah, I'm at Jason D. Rossi over on Twitter. You can check out Great Day Nation, the podcast Tom hosts, or is part of, at least, with our guy. Would you say the greatest kicker of all time?
I'm contractually obligated to say Morton Anderson is the greatest kicker of all time, yes.
We're going to get a 4th and 22. Bad start to this beginning of the game here for the Steelers. But you can check out the podcast I am a part of with Babysitter Billy. It's called The Pop Culture Pile Driver. Counted down the top 11 female television characters.
Yes, I love that it's a top 11.
That's so. I'm going to tell you the origin. Remind me if I don't remember, because might as well give you a little bit of what's going on in the game, and then I'll tell you where the origin came from. And we got some of the news you may have heard about what's going down this Sunday as a part of the 1-year anniversary. We'll get to that as well. Even though Steelers are punting, James Conner, I don't even know who the 24 crazy people that threw him in your roster are, more owned than Samuels, which I find very striking. And disconcerting. Deontay Johnson's in there, 38%. Juju, 51. He stinks. 48% for Ebron. Big Ben at 55. So, you are the father. We are all the father here.
Interesting. I'm very, very surprised by that James Conner rostering, but it could be a situation where they think about the Steelers in real life. Even though he ended up teetering out at the end of the season, he still is their running back one, so he is going to get the majority of the carries in real life. But here in Simland, not much of a factor. I went with Derrick Henry in the captain spot. Bell cow guy. I know that I typically try to look for value there, so then I can have more dudes on the back end. But I said, you know what? Derrick Henry's a beast. It's snowing. Let's just get him in there.
I like your style. So what's the rest of the lineup look like?
So because of that, I didn't get my lineup looking as sharp as I'd like, because I was like, I'm just going with Derrick Henry and seeing what happens.
He's at least top 3 most expensive captain, I believe.
Yeah, he was 15,300, so he's up there.
Actually, maybe I thought he was more for some reason when I was looking.
He's up there, but yeah, there's definitely a few guys that are a little more, but. Rest of the way, got the Boz in there. Steelers kicker Chris Boswell. AJ Brown, who I think is really undervalued in Simland at $7,800. Corey Davis, again, not really sure why I did that, but here we are. Eric Ebron for $8,200 and Deontay Johnson for $7,400. So the Corey Davis rostering, not my finest work, but hey, maybe it works out for me.
Well, take that as you will. My captain, Deontay Johnson, got Roethlisberger, Henry, A.J. Brown, Corey Davis as well. So I got both those receivers, and then Steven Gostkowski. So I went the opposite way with the kicker. But Deontay Johnson was kind of my...
So we're both rooting for Corey Davis here. My thing is, it's the snow. I rostered Henry. So why did I put 2 Titan wide receivers in my lineup?
Because you're feeling... a big night for them Titans. So we'll see here. Mark Cuban says, Connor, captain, please take everyone else. LOL. Tennessee Mount Rushmore. I must approve of this, El Paso. So El Paso will do that in the 4th quarter. You can throw your names out. I see them. But we'll talk about them in the 4th quarter. We'll do Oilers. And I know there's some bleeding over. So I think, I think for the Oilers... maybe we go a little bit like classics, like not even players that played.
There's for me as a big market tease here. Please. One guy on both.
What do you mean?
There's one guy on both Mount Rushmores for me.
Okay, all right. No, then you know what? But don't put parameters on a creative son of a gun like Tommy Freeze Pops. So I know you guys have been patiently waiting. I'm sure the news has been out and you have heard. but we do have the information about this Sunday's 1-year anniversary contest. It is going to be the $30K 1-year anniversary. So there is a prize pool. See, after this, look at Big T's as Henry talking about prizes, trying to beast his way. Doesn't get too far. So $30,000 prize pool. Entry, $15. First place, $10,000. It's going to be in the night show classic. So you have San Francisco and New England at 6 Eastern, Kansas City, Tampa Bay. Those two have played each other, I've heard. And then at 8, and then New Orleans and Houston. So you're going to want to get in on the action, I believe. And it is. The contest is open in the lobby. So you can check it out as I speak. Check it out later. Again, it's the Madden Stream 30K 1-year anniversary prize pool. It is going to be amazing.
I'm into it, man. Got to do it big for the 1-year anniversary. Let's go.
I'm excited. I think I'm on...
Straight cash, baby.
I know I'm on the 6 o'clock game.
LaMarca and I are closing out the night, actually.
Oh, my God. What a way to end it. Well, you got a touchdown. It's a receiver. It's... Oh, Jonnu Smith.
No, yeah.
Jonnu Smith.
I know. Really? Come on.
The New England Patriot says he's excited to be coached by Belichick, but here he's excited to get into the end zone. First touchdown of the game with 2:52 remaining.
Wow. Really, really like a roller coaster of emotions there over the course of about a half a second when I thought it could have been one of the two receivers that we both have. And then, nope, it's just the tight end who has receiver-like skills. I mean, that's why I'm so excited. Ooh, booth review.
No, don't even bother. Just skip it, Daniel.
Rossi?
No,
maybe.
Never. Nope, not a chance. Never does. Don't even bother. Doesn't matter.
See.
Don't even look.
1.
Nope. You could count to 10.
I don't know. I think that's only 1, Rossi.
We're going to watch it all the way through, and it's going to be a touchdown.
Here we go. Let's see.
It's a touchdown.
Okay, all right.
Never fails.
I think it's closer than you would than you're saying, Rossi.
Doesn't matter how close it is. Madden knows. Madden's just playing foolish games with us.
But what I was saying with Jonnu Smith, I mean, to get a guy like him in this Patriots offense with a quarterback at this moment that doesn't really have any sort of throwing ability for my money, it's good, right? Because tight ends, they're good for that quick strike, up the middle, up the seam type of throws. And, you're not asking Cam Newton to take it off the top with a guy like Jonnu Smith in your offense, although he's capable of that if a rookie quarterback, say 6 games down the line, takes over for Cam. So he kind of helps you in both regards, right? And Hunter Henry, same way as Jonnu Smith. So having that dual tight end set up for a guy like Cam Newton is really exciting to me.
Excuse me. Yeah, it definitely is. It's going to be exciting. We still have moves being made today. And Ndamukong Suh. So me and Kenny were talking about this the other day about where he would be the best fit and how much money you think realistically is his max offer. Now, obviously, $10 million is the number with Tampa Bay. If you haven't already saw it, he re-signed. But I was like, when I see $10 million, I know there's bonuses involved, but man, I was like, $10 million. This guy is finding a way to make bank every year. I thought Cleveland Browns should have went out and got him. I thought he would be.
That dude has been getting paid
forever,
large amounts of money for a long time.
And he doesn't have an agent.
He's a culture setter, though. That's a good point. No agent.
No agent, does it himself. I agree with you, though. I think he is a culture creator, and there is some baggage that comes with that. But if you're the reason I thought Cleveland, because they want to be that rough, tough defense, and they're kind of lacking. Myles Garrett. Aside from that, incident there with the tomfoolery there with Mason Rudolph, he's a dude. He's a really good ball player and maybe a future defensive player of the year. But I still don't think he has that striking fear yet. Some of
he's
the
a pacifist.
DNs I think we'll be discussing that. Yeah, but he's gonna get there. But I think if you had Ndamukong Suh in the middle of that, front seven, Garrett coming off the side, I think now there's a little bit of swagger. There's a little bit of thinking twice if you're a guard or a center.
Yeah,
on that offense, especially a pulling guard. So, but anyways, he's back with Tampa.
Sue is a guy that I feel like after this Super Bowl, people didn't really talk all that much about how it's great for his legacy to get a ring. I don't think that he is in the first ballot Hall of Fame conversation, but he's a guy like years down the line, I think could be in discussion to get in to Canton, and having that ring under his belt definitely helps.
I agree with you. Don't forget, he did go, he went to the Rams for 1 year, went straight to a Super Bowl, didn't win.
Right.
Didn't make it. We have Yvonne says Rossi, and we'll say and Tommy. Anytime somebody points to one, it's both. With the moves Washington and the Giants made, who has the edge to take the division, if any one of them? So my gut tells me there's still something there about the Cowboys. I think both of these teams are great progress. I really like what the Giants have done. They were just saying, you know what? They needed that guy in their offense. We don't know the future of Evan Ingram. We don't know the health, especially right out the gate for a guy like Saquon Barkley. To get Kenny Golladay, who also not always healthy, but to put him there, they got John Ross, they get Sterling Shepard. You have a good core of receivers there now. Daniel Jones has all the tools. And by the way, go back 2 years. I know they made the playoffs, but remember Josh Allen was kind of we'll see. Just a little bit. Here's Daniel Jones's opportunity. Right up.
It's a very good comp. It's a really good comp.
It can mobile, but kind of relies on his legs a little too much. Doesn't set his feet enough. Doesn't deliver. Yep. They signed the best they made a trade with the Vikings to get Stephon Diggs. Turned the whole season. They were in the AFC title game. So I'm not going to be naive not to think that can't happen again with the Giants. But I really, and to compliment, I do like what Washington's doing. I don't really think Fitzpatrick, I think that could be a potential step back instead of maybe, depending on what they do with a rookie, if they draft somebody.
Yeah, I love Fitzpatrick, but it just screams 8-8 to me. But I mean, granted, 8-8 could win the NFC East, depending on what year it is. But I'm with you. If the Cowboys are healthy, I'm still riding that train. I'll happily be wrong, but I just think when you have Dak Prescott healthy, Zeke not having an offseason where he's dealing with COVID and everything else, I like their tools the best. If they don't have a big step forward this year, I think Mike McCarthy is 2 and done in Dallas. I really do.
Jerry ain't gonna stand for no playoff,
No, yeah, it was bad last year, but he gets a pass, right? Because of no Dak, and then obviously what happened to the Red Rifle. But I agree with everything you're saying with the Giants, and for some good perspective on the Giants, check out Great Dane Nation. Our guest this week, Jason Garrett, the offensive coordinator of the New York Giants. So a lot of good NFC East talk, has great perspective on his time in Dallas, says some interesting stuff about Dak, Zeke, Saquon, Daniel Jones, that gives a nice, really long, in-depth answer about Daniel Jones and where he is as a pro. So you're going to want to check that out. Great Dane Nation, Apple, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcast. Jason Garrett, one of Morton's favorite holders of his career. 1 season together in New York.
I just want to say this. This is why I give respect to kickers. I don't think you might be up there with me just due to what you're doing.
Totally. It's newfound respect for me.
Okay, well, I've been there since day one-ish. And I'll tell you that the respect, right there, you hear one of his favorite holders, you laugh, right? It's just the way we are with fantasy and things. But the importance of the kicking game, I will never not tout how incredibly important it is. And look at most games in the NFL if a field goal was hit or missed at one point would be a gigantic swing in the entire face of the final 3 minutes of a game.
The whole mechanism of long snapper to holder to kick is so impressive, and it's something that I never really, like you said, respected until I was boys with Morton here, and I've heard him talk about it so much. Everyone involved in that, big tud there. We're looking at Corey Davis. Nice. Okay,
there it is.
I stand corrected.
Finally,
he
gets in.
Better for me. They know how many times the ball rotates. Excuse me, from the long snap to the holder's hand. That's insane to me. They know exactly how many spins it takes to land in the holder's hand perfectly. So he one spins it, laces out, kick, field goal's good. That is so hard to perfect, and to have the expectation to be money within 50 every single time with that, it's really, really cool.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there. And again, it's just every athlete in sports is super impressive. Corey Davis, by the way, 44% owned, including other goofballs. The stats were good through one. Before that, Jimbo's updating things. It's been 14-0. It's been all Titans. But I think that's like, we always joke like, oh, if you could be anything like a lefty reliever in baseball, like we want to joke about things like this, but to get to be a professional, like what is that? Like 0.001% of people have played a professional sport.
Right.
Like there's billions of people on this planet, and there's sports across all, like Olympic, like there's crazy sports, like things that aren't even super athletic, like professional eating. And I'm not saying that like we know what that takes, but like every time you want to joke about something, like it is like darts. That's a perfect one, Daniel. Darts, chess. But like, I am not there. I will never be there. That still takes a certain mindset in embodiment. But going to the NFL, like something we watch, like you take for granted, like, oh, field goal. All right. Like if you feel good about your kicker, you're just like, oh, here's 3. Like Justin Tucker, you're just like, oh, it's 3. But like the process to hit that field goal from 68 yards out is not just,
it's so
Tucker's
absurd.
Leg. Yeah, it's not just Tucker's boot. There's so much more.
Exactly. And it's funny. The first probably 5 minutes of the interview is them joking about Morton like being his boss as the kicker to holder relationship.
Yep.
And not to give it all away, but I think this is a funny thing to throw out there to get people to go listen. Morton fired his holder on the spot mid-week 1 in the 2001 season against the Giants, when the Giants were, I think they were in Denver that opening night.
He just booted him later?
Booted him mid-game. It was the punter. I think his name was Rodney Williams or something like that. And he was awful at holding. He didn't put the time or the work in because he was focused on his punting. So Morton missed an extra point because of an awful hold, and that's unacceptable for a Hall of Fame kicker. So he goes to the sidelines and he puts his hand right in Jason Garrett's chest, who's playing backup quarterback for Kerry Collins at the time, and says, "You're my kicker next week. Congratulations. You're my holder next week. Congratulations." And Garrett's like, "Oh man," because he knows how demanding Morton is with his holders. And he's like, "I already have to, as the backup quarterback, prep to be almost the starter every week because that's what you do is the backup." So on top of that, he has to add this to his plate. But it was a hilarious conversation, and you guys got to check it out. It's if you're a football nerd, that type of stuff is fascinating.
Yeah, I'm football. This is why I love like what you do, the podcast, because yeah, like you'll get guys like I talk to Michael Irving anytime, like I'll listen to him. He's more like top line stuff where this seems like we're getting some in-depth, like nerdy football talk. Fumble there from Ben. He's been sacked.
Oh, did he fall on it?
Pick it up, big fella. Oh, another fumble.
Go.
Picked up by Tennessee.
Go. Wow.
Oh,
I can't believe
what a turn of events.
I can't believe he tried to run. What are you doing, dude?
Oh man.
That's benchable.
That is a double fumble. Roethlisberger fumbles. Big old lineman comes up. Look at it, 77. I got this. Gets blown up. Looks like he stepped on a grenade. Dive on the grenade. Don't pick it up.
My Lord.
Smash land. I can't repeat every word, but he just says, "What the ever-loving blank is occurring?"
Incredible.
Oh.
That was awesome.
Whew. Good times. Oh, flag on the play, too. All right, so yeah, I agree. Like I'm all about like nerding out when it comes to football. Like I love a good like offensive lineman conversation too, because there's so much nuance there that people will never understand. I should say never unless you listen or have been coached. Yeah, it's good stuff.
Love the intricacies.
Yeah, here comes the big fella, Derrick Henry. By the way, I did want to mention. So when I said top 11,
yes,
what happened about a year and change ago. So I've done a lot of wrestling before we switched over to the pop culture pile driver that encompasses wrestling. I was strictly a wrestling podcast. It was Rossi on Wrestling. And so we did a top 10 intercontinental champions of all time. And during it, like me and Babysitter Billy, we both create lists. You do math out of it. So we rank 20 each. Number 1 gets 20 points. Number 2 gets 19, so on down. So eventually we're going through the podcast. We're going through names. I forget where we were. And Billy goes, hey, you forgot Mr. Perfect. I'm like, no, I didn't forget him. Like, just moving on. Like, but I did. I messed up the math. So we realized we had to enter him there. So at that moment, it started. The top 11 was born. So now that is because we, deep ball. So that is now called the Podcasters Dozen. So if you and Mort ever want to do a top 11, you call it the Podcasters Dozen.
I like that. That's a good idea. And I thought you were just doing a play on like how Bill Simmons is always like, that's one of the 17 best shooting guards of the last 12 years. He's always just creating random rankings for things. Yeah, that's one of the 6 best bassists of the last 40 years.
It's Gostkowski from 40. Knocks it through, 17 zip. Daniel, yes, The Miz was on the list. Jericho was. I can honestly tell you, it's been so long, I don't remember who number 1 was.
Ooh, wow. Okay, so why don't you do the list right now? From what would you
remember?
No, but like as you sit here right now, how would you rank them?
Oh, Christmas. I'm not good at this.
Put me on the spot. I obviously have no opinion because I'm not a wrestling guy. So here you go.
I believe our number 1 was Randy Savage. Even though it had 1 reign, it was for like a year and change.
Macho Man.
Yeah.
Randy Savage.
So like for a long time, the Intercontinental Championship was like the booster to get you towards the main picture, like go up against a Hogan in the future. So I know he was on there. Honky Tonk Man. For me, I still like he's mentioned The Miz. Like he's the current day best Intercontinental Champion. He's a guy that made you believe in the title. Chris Jericho, one of the best, holds the record for the most. Who else am I missing? Like, I think I had Dolph Ziggler on there. I think guys like, I'm trying to think from like the 90s. Like, I didn't have The Rock. That was like another title he had before he made that boost. But yeah, it was a heck of a podcast. You can look through the annals of the history of our episodes on the Pop Culture Pod Drive. So that's where, again, the top 11. The Podcasters Dozen. Feel free to use it in any of your other favorite podcasts.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Go back into the archives and try and find this rankings for Rossi here, and then tweet at him. Tell him what you think.
You dummy. I see you, Frederick. He says, Jason and Tom, is there anything for those who cannot join the 30K contest? Is there a free roll for us? I want to say yes, and if there isn't, we will always create our free rolls. Like, there will always be a free roll. Michael confirms there will be. And he's the godfather of Madden Sim, so he knows. Shawn Michaels was on there. Yes, sorry. Owen, go ahead. As you were.
I am an 83rd.
Oh, yeah, free roll. We can start to look at that. There's been 3 scores. I was doing with BK the other day. It's like 3-0 after 1. He's like, I'm in 3rd. I'm like, there's no point in looking. You goofball. Yeah, Michael confirms free rolls will still be in play.
I don't know why that got to me.
What happened?
You just BK. So I'm in 3rd after.
What are you doing?
I don't know why that just hit me.
Yeah, because you've worked with him and you know how he is. He's a goof, in a good way. Like, listen, I say it a million times. Everybody is so different. We're so unique in our own ways. So that's what's fun when you get to work with everybody. And for the DK Sim fan listening to us. Ops notes. This is gonna be important. Ops notes from Jim on the weird fumble sequence. This is from Daniel, from Jim, from Jason Rossi's voice, and Tom's going to mimic it as well. It'll probably show as a fumble loss for the offensive lineman since it was recovered by the offense after Big Ben fumbled, but I have it in as a fumble loss for Big Ben right now. Again, from Jim, one of the hardest working sons of guns. The fact that he actually took time to explain it. My God, I want to give that man a hug. Smash the like button.
Respect it.
Me too. That's awesome.
I very much so respect that.
Love that, Jim.
I'm curious to see how that plays out.
We'll find out. We'll see if Big Ben.
I can't believe the guy picked it up and tried to run. I've never seen that. In Madden, of course, we've seen it in real life. It usually doesn't end well.
It usually ends just like that. So we'll see Steelers getting shut out. 2-minute warning here in the second quarter.
When I was
Again,
playing
so
high school football as a right guard, my coach always said that if you're touching the football, it's a problem.
Yep.
Bad things
Always
are happening. Fall down and stay there.
Yep. Get it under. What I was always told is get it between your gut and your pads. So there's less likely, because if you try to grab it by the side, that's going to be a touchdown.
Yes!
Steelers. Is it? Oh, Ebron. I mean,
yes, he's in my
Eric
lineup.
Ebron.
Yeah.
He's looking for a little bit of that Deontay Johnson touch, but
I would have taken that as well, but I'll take the Ebron.
yeah,
Okay.
Ebron gets it in there. Big Ben bouncing back here after a rough start. Rossi's Fat Cast says pause and click the lick button. Get it there good. Appreciate that, Rossi's Fat Cat. Always appreciate you.
Get it because it's a cat.
Yep. Get it. Tuna break up. Taking a little break there. Noah Moon's pumped. Says yes. Or yes, sir. If I could read.
Difficult when all of them are pushed together like that.
Yeah. Also, one of these days I'll get those glasses.
Oh yeah. Still haven't been delivered, or you just haven't gone to get them?
I haven't even gone to get them.
Ah.
Real procrastinator over here. real not good.
Hey, it's
Happens.
fun to see. I will say that.
I can't wait. You know what it is? I'm just really trying to let this squinting style, scrunchy face probably get more lines in my forehead as I enter the later portion of the 30s. I really want to get that going first.
Yeah, makes sense. I get called out for squinting by Morgan all the time when we're watching TV and there's something to read on the screen. She'll be like, "You're squinting." I'm like, "Yeah, I know."
It's like when people suggest, "Hey man, you should check this out." I'm like, "Oh, cool. I really want to tell me a little bit about it." They tell you about a show and "Oh, it's all in subtitles." I'm like,
out. That's why I won't watch Peaky Blinders. Everyone keeps telling me to watch Peaky Blinders for years.
Wait, that's foreign?
Well, everyone says you have to watch it with subtitles because
I talk with such thick accents.
And the Peaky Blinders.
They talk about the brokes and the brokes and you go deep do dot. Like what?
Just can't do it. That's why honestly I couldn't watch Game of Thrones because of the ridiculous accents and all the things that were going on there. Just out.
Little spoiler: 2 characters from Game of Thrones were on the top 11 female television characters.
Oh.
Check it out at the Pop Culture Pile Driver. Minute 48 to play. Tannehill, the worst pass in the game. Why do they do those?
Doggone SS saying you got to respect Fat Cat's dedication to the bit. I do.
Oh yeah,
no doubt. He's in character at all times.
All
day.
Oh yeah, he probably is a cat. Michael says Rossi will need a walker before he gets the glasses. It's probably true, dude. Probably true. Yeah, I appreciate all the gimmicks, all the fun we have here.
I saw today that someone made a Glash parody account. That's got to be one of the highest honors.
Dude, this dude is a baller. I know who it is. I don't know if they keep revealing themselves or not, but they're more on the Twitch side of the thing.
Okay. Yeah, they tagged me in something today.
Yeah.
First time I had seen it. Glendon Brasheen or something like that.
Yeah, Glendon Blasheen, yeah.
That's and he took Glash's old Twitter handle, which is such a power move.
It's a baller move right there. Dude,
really good stuff.
Mac Lyon over here says Rossi doesn't want to get glasses because he has trauma with anything 2020. It might be. Maybe that will be the reason. Kareem says Peg Bundy top 5. I'll be honest. Kareem made both Billy and I's list, but did not crack the top 11. We didn't even mention her on the podcast. Yeah. She
not
is
even a mention.
No, because we could go on forever. I personally, we're talking 2 different types of podcasts, and I don't know how the DK Sim fan fails. That's a nice catch. By the way, we are a minute 23 seconds left in this half. Third quarter, we're going to talk Houston Oilers, Mount Rushmore. But I personally, as someone recording a podcast that isn't with a hook of a Morton Anderson or these big guests, I think I like 45, 50 minutes, an hour tops. Once we dip over an hour, I have anxiety, and I get anxious.
Yeah.
And it's not because I don't think our content's good and not worth listening to. I just know going into something, it's like a movie. Oh, a movie's 2.5 hours. I'm not watching. The movie could be the best movie ever, but That's my stand. So whenever we get there, so what I always say is when we're going to do our honorable mentions, 3 in and out. Just mention people, move on, because stick to the list. But
I agree with you. Anytime we go over an hour, even on Great Day Nation, I am not happy with it. Because people did attention spans, and I know how I consume content too. I want things to be under an hour.
Ben,
nice catch.
got a receiver, goes up and gets it. Who is it? Oh, wow, Samuel's going deep.
He's a factor in the pass game sometimes, man. That was a big
I've never seen that. That was just a streak down the middle. We're going streaking.
Wow. Just outran the dude.
Yeah, it's someone I was really trying to roster, but financially did not fit. See if Ben can get them in the end zone, down to the 4-yard line. Timeout called by Pittsburgh. Last one they have. 16 seconds remain. Will they get Hoyer?
Oh, God. I hate thinking about that. Why would you bring that up?
Because I say it every time. Rossi's an alien, and Ewok microwave meatballs definitely an alien. Sean.
Okay. We're all aliens if you think about it.
Oh, this is true.
Just think about it for a second.
You ever really think about it?
We're all just aliens.
We really are.
Oh, he missed him. He's wide open. Oh, he
got
caught
him.
him.
Come on. Oh, no. Is that Juju?
Yeah.
I mean,
Juju.
touchdown, Juju. By the way, love Juju saying goodbye to the Steelers on Twitter on Tuesday. A week later, re-signs with them. I don't get this guy.
He's just out there, man.
You know what he realizes? I don't think anybody else really likes me, and I don't think I'm that good. So let me go to a guy who actually can throw me the ball where I like it, because I kind of stink.
Look, I don't think that there is a single player in the NFL that is as good that gets less credit than Juju Smith-Schuster on DraftKings. These broadcasters I work with, on the whole, all neg the crap out of Juju Smith-Schuster constantly.
Because he's not the guy that you wanted him to be. He's a good receiver. He was well fit to go somewhere else and be like a good number 2 or 3. Just saying. I think that's where he fits. And there he is, goes back to Pittsburgh, tail between his legs. I'll play again, I guess. Because he also saw the market, and they're like, dude, we don't think you're that great. The market
All
was
I'm saying is he's 24 years old, big-bodied dude, has had moments.
Big-bodied dude?
Yeah. He can get up and
he had moments when Antonio Brown was on the other side, and he could just eat him up. And
I'm just saying, I'm not selling my Juju stock yet.
That's fine. I don't even want. I never even had it. I denied it. I said, free money, no thank you. I'd rather be the guy who poos Juju. Listen, he is a talented receiver. I just don't think he is a game changer. I've said that time and time again. I try to keep it on the positive, but
hey,
not a Juju guy.
Keep it consistent. Really loud motorcycle outside the apartment just now. Not sure if you heard that. I know. Dude, we usually hear the. You hear that?
Look at that. That's an alien spacecraft.
Usually we hear the tugboat out here on the Mississippi, but yeah, motorcycle just going nuts out there.
That's the nuts guy right there. He's at your boy TC Fresh on Twitter. Check out Great Day Nation. He was teasing you about it. I'm at Jason D. Rossi. Boys and girls, strap in. It is time for your 8 p.m. main event, because we are going to talk Mount Rushmores. But before we get into, so it's a little something special for you. We already have done the Steelers. So we're going to do Houston Oilers in the third, and then we are going to do the Tennessee Titans in the fourth. But Mr. Freeze Pops, if you don't mind, you don't have to have it readily available. I do. Remember the Steelers. What was their Mount Rushmore?
Art Rooney, Chuck Noll, Franco Harris, and one Mean Joe Green. And I can say personally, it was the toughest Mount Rushmore we have had to do. You can probably make 4 legit Mount Rushmore's worth of guys with that franchise, maybe more, honestly. I mean, it's incredibly talented.
Really is. So we're going to do the Oilers. Yeah, we said, were they the ones? I think we said we could almost do decade by decade. Aside from the 80s, like the 80s wasn't great, but like 70s, you could potentially fit
70s,
a
90s, 2000s, and now even.
Yeah. Now.
No.
Maybe Roethlisberger. Well, yes, Roethlisberger, but he could also fit in that 2000. I think you go 70s, 90s, aughts.
Yeah.
Maybe just
I'm
odds.
thinking more now because, I mean, look, if we're saying now, that's only 2 seasons. 2021 hasn't happened yet. 2020, they had an 11-0 start and ended up teetering out. So, yeah, my mistake.
No, but if you want, like, Mike Pouncey's in, like, one of those, like, dudes for them, and you've had these, like, different...
Marquise, actually, the other Pouncey brother.
Yeah, him too. They can all play. That's fine. Both retired, I believe. Yeah. Oh, Michael says, I have my 4 Oilers. Just so you know, off the top of my head, I have 3. I couldn't even tell you a 4th. Now I did a little bit of research before. I have a few names, but I'm going to be honest. These are just guys that I'm being told are good, if that makes sense.
Okay.
But we'll get into it once we hit the 3rd. We'll give our guy Jim a moment to get the stats updated. Big Ben and Ryan Tannehill have both thrown not 1, but 2 touchdowns. So we got ourselves a good one, 17-14 Titans, as we'll head into it. So you could throw out your suggestions, if you will. It's Chris B says Rossi can't sit still. I'm all excited, dude. This is when me and Tommy get together, dude. It is like an exercise of excellence.
Yes,
we just come out and bring all that energy. So yeah, we'll talk. So yeah, like just so you know, the way I did, I was like, okay, Oilers. One is super obvious. The next one is very obvious. The next one, I don't know. I'm going to be surprised what you do. I think knowing the way your brain works.
There's 3 obvious ones for me.
Okay, so let's see if we both have the same 3. But we'll start. You go. We'll ping back and forth.
Okay.
So you nominate
let's just
first.
go with the most obvious answer here first. Earl Campbell.
Yes, that was the above
iconic
obvious.
Running back. Dude was the next iteration of Jim Brown after Jim Brown was done playing. I mean, going right from being the best college football player in the country to being one of the best running backs we've seen in the NFL. People still try and emulate his playing style. A guy in this game, Derrick Henry, is often compared to Earl Campbell. 5-time Pro Bowler, 3-time first-team All-Pro, was the MVP of the league in '79, 3-time Offensive Player of the Year, Offensive Rookie of the Year, 3-time rushing leader. His number is retired with the Titans, even though obviously never played for them. It's with the Oilers. 70s all-decade team, 100th anniversary all-time team. Stud. Go back and watch Earl Campbell highlights if you've never done it. So fun to watch. He's obviously in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, he's another truck played running back. He was the very obvious one to me. Like the no doubt, don't even think twice, like amazing, like incredible player. Like he's just awesome. Another, like you said, he was a perfect way. After Jim Brown, Campbell was that next like obvious dude. So I think that's locking step, like Earl Campbell, one of the best.
Easy.
For me, I thought the next one down, very obvious player, played with Houston from 1984 to 1993, had some remarkable seasons elsewhere, but nothing quite like this run. We're talking Warren Moon, the greatest. So this has nothing to do with his resume. I'm just letting you know. When I used to play a little flag football back in the high school days, I played much later than that, but his drop back motion, I still don't understand why more people don't do it, because once I understood what it meant. So he would drop back. He is right-handed, but he would drop back like he was a lefty, turn his body to throw. And you have to watch highlights of it or really explain. Like, he doesn't do it all the time, but for the most part, when he takes a snap, you'll see his right shoulder almost pointing towards the middle of his body, because it's basically what it did was it showed him the other side of the field more consistently without turning his whole neck. But obviously couldn't deliver a 2-second pass. The game's changed drastically. But anyways, Warren Moon, come on. This guy is an incredible ball player here. We're talking by the way, also played in Canada in the CFL and won like championship like every year.
Edmonton Eskimos, baby, 78 to 83. He played professional football from 1978 to 2000.
23 freaking
played
years.
in 4 decades.
Yeah, he's
right.
Yes,
I mean, come on.
We weigh this very high in our standards. He was a Walter Payton Man of the Year, AFC Player of the Year, NFL Offensive Player of the Year. He was a 2-time NFL passing leader, both with Houston. He has his number retired. He's in the Oiler Ring of Honor. He had the Bart Starr Award. This guy which one thing, he's also first team All-Pro just once. He was a 9-time Pro Bowler, all but one of them, so 8 times there. Never, again, there's a lot of big-time quarterbacks, the Marinos of the world, the Elways, so he's competing with some of the best, but when it comes to the Oilers, those are the 2 names that, jump off the page to you.
And the thing that's disappointing about it is that 4 years of his prime were spent in the CFL, when the guy is clearly talented enough to play in the NFL. Played his college football at Washington, was excellent at Washington.
Yes.
Maybe one of the most baffling things in the history of football is the fact that Warren Moon had to play 4 years in the CFL, because he is one of the best quarterbacks of all time.
Yeah,
if you're playing football in 2000, when your rookie season of professional football was 1978, that tells you everything you need to know about how talented this dude was.
Yeah, Michael drops, he would be on the Edmonton Eskimos Mount Rushmore, whatever mountain they have in Canada. I don't know, Mountie Rushmore.
100%. Speaking of Canada, by the way, Rossi, just a quick aside, I made a Canadian baseball Mount Rushmore the other night.
Yeah, I just want to talk about that.
Koff.
Koff's my new arch nemesis because there's been a thing going on. One day I randomly noticed he didn't follow me on Twitter. Does it really matter?
Yeah, he doesn't follow anyone. It's kind of messed up.
But does it really matter, Tom? No. But here's what happened. So the other day, he followed Steve Buchanan. He must have passed the threshold of fame.
Oh, that's not cool.
So I see that, and I just screenshot and I said, finally, this guy's getting around to follow. Because I said something on one of our broadcasts together. I love Koff. I have no real problem with him. But this is more fun.
I do. This is messed up.
Well, so I said to him, I go, hey, man, why don't you give me a follow? Not really caring, but he was like, he was so awkward, which is kind of weird, I guess, to ask somebody that. But I was like, okay, he's being super strange. I'm just going to move on. Then I saw he followed Steve Buchanan, so then I screenshot it and said, must be follow season. Steve Buchanan automatically hits the follow button on me. Koff likes the tweet. I said and I screenshot the 2 last things on my phone said Steve S. Buchanan 24, whatever it is, follows you, and the next one says Adam, M. Kaufman likes this. I said one of these is not like the other, and I have not played him in NBA since, and I will not play him in NBA.
I like it. Yeah, no, look, Koff has a weird thing about it. He says that it's because he uses that feed for work stuff. So
that is
going
nothing,
there for information.
That is absolute horse manure. You can follow whatever you want, work stuff. You don't get paid on Twitter. Remember that. You do not get paid on Twitter. But anyways.
Yeah, I don't know what it is with him. But so back to the Oilers Mount Rushmore. Oh, no, I wanted to mention this Canadian baseball Mount Rushmore.
Oh, yeah. But that's why I have beef. I'm like, he's stealing the gimmick. He's stealing the. Luckily, you were there, so it makes me feel like at least because it's not mine.
It sort of came out of nowhere. To be fair to him, I don't really know what got us going on that front. I think. Oh, here's what it was. I had the bat that Justin Cravens from the DK Sim Fam made
badass.
For me, and someone in the YouTube chat said I looked like Matt Stairs. I said Matt Stairs, one of the greatest Canadian baseball players of all time. Led us down a rabbit hole, yada yada. I text Jason Bay. He gives me his Mount Rushmore, which was so random. Never heard back from Ferguson Jenkins. Salty about it. Anyways, we can get back to the Houston Oilers here because I think the next one is an obvious one as well. We're both going to have this guy, Bruce Matthews.
Oh, Koff, wait, there it is. Let me just say, I swear to God, he is Bloody Mary. He is the bloody G.D. Mary of the Sim Fam. He has got people here out of nowhere. I'm just looking at the chat, monitoring what people are talking about. Then I just see, I didn't read the name. It's just, I love you both dearly, and our relationships are not defined by social media. I'm like,
I respect
who wrote
that. Look,
no, but I go, who wrote that? Earl? I'm talking about Earl. Adam Kaufman. The man lurks in out of nowhere. I swear to God, he has someone monitoring at all times. Or one of these people has his burner account.
I've told him this. I respect the fact that he saves his feed for work information. That's what he does.
Nope.
But I do think it's really not a big deal to throw a couple follows to a few coworkers.
I could care less if he followed me or not. I just don't want to hear some BS. I'd rather him just say, "Nah, I'm not going to follow you," and then I'd be like, "Cool." I'd be like, "You got it, dude."
It is weird that he followed Bukes though. That doesn't really follow the code for me.
You know what? Koff.
Anyways, whatever.
We're
talking too much about
that. Put the kids to bed.
Bruce Matthews.
See, this is where it's going to get interesting. Okay.
So you don't have Bruce Matthews?
I have 3 locked in. He was not my third. He's in.
Okay.
He was, quote, as Tommy would say on his gravestone, he's in the conversation.
Okay, so I don't think it's even close because the guy is arguably the greatest offensive lineman in the history of the NFL. Okay? So before we even get to the resume stuff, this is the thing I found most interesting. He played every position on the offensive line, and we're not talking like one start here or one start there. 99 games at left guard, 87 at center, 67 at right guard, 22 at right tackle, 17 at left tackle, and was the long snapper for all special teams plays. Played from 83 to 1996 with Houston, and then spent an additional 5 years with Tennessee after that. First ballot Hall of Famer. Is one of the patriarchs of the Matthews family that has populated so many players in the NFL. I just think he's an absolute lock, the quintessential offensive lineman of the modern era.
So,
and I mean, I'm not even talking about the All-Pros and the Pro Bowls and all that stuff. I mean, he's just got it for days.
Like the fact that way you just brought that up, he played all these positions, like, and again, he's a Hall of Famer. He's probably going to be in it, but let's not lock him in just yet. And I know we have 2 minutes and a half here to play, and then we'll get to the Tennessee Titans. But for me, the fourth one, I think there's the debate here, and it depends on what you believe. I'm going Mike Munchak. He's been a guy
if you're going Mike Munchak over Bruce Matthews, come on.
You're right. I'm not denying this yet. I left my fourth spot open. All right, so this was just my third. I wasn't saying it was over necessarily, but played his entire career as a Houston Oiler, 9-time Pro Bowler, 2-time first-team All-Pro, 6-time second-team All-Pro. All-American doesn't count. All 80s decade team. Number retired with technically Oilers, but Titans because of where they are. And then he's also in the Ring of Honor. Munchak is just an incredibly talented guy. And here's the thing that really stinks for him. And I want to take this just a quick moment. I wanted him to be successful. He coached the Titans. They got Jake Locker. You're thinking, all right, this guy who left everything on the field for this team. A Hall of Famer for this team. Or I don't think he's Hall of Famer.
Yes, he is. He's in the Hall of Fame.
Hall of Fame. Sorry,
he's on my Mount Rushmore too. By the way, just to jump, he's in my 4.
So, but with this, I wanted him so badly to be successful, and the team stunk. The team stunk. So that might be our 4. The reason I had to debate was I did see Matthews. I didn't go as deep into what positions played, and that's epic. I had Bum Phillips just because I feel like he has the vibe of the team, but I feel like we may have our 4.
Yeah, I think we have the 4 as well. Bum Phillips, obviously iconic with the Oilers, dressed as a cowboy on the sidelines. I mean, come on. I mean, Morton played under Bum when he was in New Orleans to end his career, and I hear a Bum Phillips saying every single day. So I can only imagine, what he was doling out in his prime down there in Houston. Legendary head coach, but when I weighed his resume against Munchak's, it wasn't he didn't coach in Houston long enough to jump one of the best guards in the history of the NFL. So that's why I went Munchak over Bum Phillips. So he was my first one out. Another guy, since we only have under a minute here, and I think we locked our 4, I just want to throw some shout outs. Robert Brazil,
that's
the linebacker. His nickname, maybe one of the best nicknames in the history of the NFL, Dr. Doom.
Dude,
I mean,
how is that not more known? How is that not, I feel like he doesn't have that, hit that everyone knows, because that would be world famous.
Robert Brazil, first of all, fantastic name, and then has an amazing nickname to go along with it, Dr. freaking Doom. A few other guys, Elvin Bethea, Ray Childress, Drew Hill, who is one of only 2 players to catch a touchdown. One of only 2 players to catch a touchdown in 3 decades. Actually, one of only 3. It's him, Jerry Rice, and James Lofton. And George Blanda had an amazing 7-year run with the Houston Oilers in the middle of his ridiculous career. And I need to share this because anytime we talk about George Blanda, which we haven't done a lot of yet, but I'm positive then when we get the Raiders, we will mention him. Maybe not on the list, but as an honorable mention. His rookie year, 1949. His last year, 1975. That's what happens when you become a quarterback that can also be a kicker. So George Blanda, honorable mention, purely because he's just a beast.
And he probably smoked a pack on the side while just booting field goes, tossing touchdown passes.
Have you seen the images when Brady, they were showing Brady at 43 versus George Blanda at 48? Yes. And Blanda looks like 65 years old.
Blanda looks like Brady's dad. All right. Yeah. It's unreal. Oh my gosh. That's great. Ashley, we get a shout out there.
I'm really happy we did both because the Oilers are one of those teams that since the Titans became a thing, I feel like just don't get talked about enough because they never won a Super Bowl. Had they won a Super Bowl, they probably never leave Houston, right? I mean, you win a Super Bowl in the state of Texas, you're going to be celebrated forever.
That's the thing I still wanted. My mind is how did a Houston how does a football team leave Texas? How does it happen? Obviously, there's money and financials and people.
Houston is a cursed NFL city for how bad the Texans organization has been. They lost the Oilers. It's almost like the Cowboys have put the hex on the city of Houston. You're never allowed to have, fun on the professional level in football. This is our state. Get out of here.
Yeah, seriously. So we're gonna
Texans awful. I hate the Texans. Whoa. I don't even want to do a Mount Rushmore for them. Least favorite organization in sports.
In sports? So you take Arizona Coyotes?
Oh, they're pretty bad. I mean, with their whole stadium situation they dealt with. Yeah, I am. I'm because the Houston Texans have had. Listen, you're in Houston, Texas. You should be able to have a successful franchise there, and you can't. You haven't made it work. You've had so many.
They've had some good years, though.
But dude, it hasn't been consistent enough, man. And I know it's still a newish franchise, but for the amount of talent that has come through that building to not be consistently good every year, it's embarrassing. And the AFC South has been bad most of the time the Texans have been around too. It's been theirs for the taking, and they never really went and grabbed it. And you hear all this sketchy stuff from behind the scenes about the Texans too. The way that they treat employees and I'm out. I'm out on the Texans. Out on the Texans.
Right, let's get into the Titans. Let's get in on the Titans, the team that took their franchise. Now we will jump over here for the Tennessee Titans. That started I just lost 1997. No, it was after that.
No, it was either 96 or 97.
Thought 90. Oh no, you might be right, because I just know that the one thing with the Oilers, when you talk about their storied history, they should have had that big win, but the Bills had that miracle comeback in the playoffs. But
yeah, so 97 was their first season.
Okay,
as the Titans.
So you can kick it off on this one. We'll ping back and forth with players that we want to nominate for the Mount Rushmore to be erected in the wonderful state of Tennessee.
All right, so we're going to go with Steve McNair first. Steve the Air McNair was a 3-time Pro Bowler and was a co-MVP with Peyton Manning, which I always found hilarious that in the modern era there was a co-MVP. Doesn't that just scream 1965 to you? But no, for whatever reason, we decided to do co-MVPs. He was second-team All-Pro the year that he won MVP behind Peyton.
Do you think he should have got it over him? Just quickly, do you think he should have?
No, I think Peyton should have won it outright. But for whatever reason, there was Peyton fatigue, which I get. I mean, it happens with voters. I don't think it's right, but it happens. The guy was incredible with the Titans. See, I'm talking about the Texans so much. I almost said Texans. Came in with the Oilers and then defined what the Titans were for the better part of a decade, brought them to a Super Bowl, clearly the best quarterback in the history of their franchise. I mean, rest in peace.
All right,
dude was an absolute legend for that franchise. If you're a Titans fan, you have a Steve McNair jersey.
Yeah, I agree with you. Now, I was wondering, because you said something earlier that made me think, like, where is he going with this? You said there's one on each, but I think the next one here, he started with the Houston. I think it's the obvious follow-up to that would be Eddie George. Eddie George. I had him on here, so there's a lot of people, because there's a really good, like, I don't know where you're going to go, and don't say anything if you did, but there's also a guy by the name of Chris Johnson that was a running back here. Now, obviously, had maybe the best 3-year stretch for a running back, or 2-year stretch for a running back in Titans history. You also have Derrick Henry right now, who could be, both these guys are in the conversation, but I think
in the conversation.
There it is. No, listen, I'm all in now. I joked about it. It's like everything else. I make fun of things in like a goofy way, and then I do it. But the combination with Eddie George, Steve McNair, come on, that made this team a completely relevant team for years. We get a touchdown here. There is again. Corey Davis, baby. Give it to him. They're going to go up by 10.
How dare I ever say that he shouldn't be on a Titans lineup here.
Yeah. Just so you know, here's why he's the greatest Titans running back. His numbers in total, he had 2,733 carries as a Titan. 10,009 rushing yards, 2,144 receiving yards, and 74 total touchdowns. He's in the College Hall of Fame, doesn't count here, but just an amazing running back. Again, he earned a trip to 4 Pro Bowls, and you just don't see the durability like he used to have. Like from 96 to 2003, this guy was rock solid, played almost every opportunity, almost every snap available to him.
Yeah, no, Eddie George was incredible. And, this is a weird thing to count for resume here, but I think it counts because we are doing this on a Madden simulation. Eddie George, the first non-John Madden cover person on the Madden video game. Up until Eddie George's appearance on Madden, John Madden's face was on the cover of every single one of them. Eddie George, the first cover athlete. So I think that counts, man. I think that should matter here.
It really should, because what are we doing? What are we calling Madden? That is such a good call. So Eddie George, I think
lock him in, baby.
Lock him in. 4.5 to go. Who do you nominate next?
So this is where it gets interesting. I'm probably going to get pushback for this, but whatever. Let's go. I'm going Bruce Matthews. This is my crossover guy. He only was in Tennessee for 5 seasons, but in those 5 seasons, 5 Pro Bowls, 3 All-Pros, and that's from age 36 to 40. The guy was still an absolute monster at the end of his career, and he's, for my money, even at that advanced age, the best offensive lineman in Titans history. Was just destroying dudes. Eddie George, a lot of the success of Eddie George and the Titans at that time was on the back of Bruce Matthews. So I have him on there. I'm willing to concede that spot to a few other people, depending on how the conversation goes. But for me, he's in that 4 just because he's that important to the history of the game. And I think the resume speaks for itself.
Yeah, I agree with you. I see Valdeway says, I hated the fact that Murray didn't get a championship with the Titans. He made the way for Henry. Why would he get him they didn't have a championship. I know what you're saying. Listen, great running backs as well. There's a lot of good running backs here in the past, but none of them even come close to Eddie
Is he talking
George.
about DeMarco Murray?
Yeah, I think so. I'm guessing.
Huh. No, DeMarco Murray not in the conversation.
No, not even close. He had those weird years. DeMarco
he had
Murray,
one really good year with the Cowboys where they ran him like 600 times in a season.
And then that's Chip Kelly's like, yeah, I want that.
Yeah, the Cowboys knew they weren't re-signing him. They're like, we're going to run him into the ground behind this amazing offensive line. And then the Eagles just outpaid.
Dude,
whatever.
Just quickly on that, that's what I thought was going to happen to Leonard Fournette this year. Instead, they did that with a rookie that was undrafted, which is amazing. Anyways, for me, so this is where it does, like, this is where maybe bias or just vision, like me watching. I just look at the aura of this guy. Maybe not as much as his play. It was really a 4-year stretch. Came back from one final season. He had 74 total quarterback sacks with the Titans. 22 defensive passes. Too. It's Javon Curse, the freak, dude. This guy, 14.5 sacks, forcing 8 fumbles. He's like he was just unbelievable, snap by snap, always consistently double teamed. He is that dude when it comes to this team. We talked about a guy like Ndamukong Suh with that brings, having that guy, what I think Garrett's going to turn into, Myles Garrett's going to turn into. This is the player you want to be. He came right out the jump. That first year they go to the Super Bowl, his name was plastered. He became the freak. Javon Curse, I think, is the defensive player that, using Matthews right now, like everybody else will concede, but like I was toying between him and Keith Bullock. And I really like Keith Bullock, but I think Javon Curse had the aura about him, and his playmaking ability was that just a little bit more than a Keith Bullock. So that's why he made my 4.
I have Javon Curse in my 4 as well, just because of everything you just said. When he was in his prime, was an absolute stud, top tier pass rusher in this league. So yeah, there's no reason for me to rehash it. You hit all the points there with Javon Curse. Keith Bullock is the guy that I was sort of debating having in my 4 as well, because he just did it for such a long time. Tackle after tackle after tackle. He's got over 700 tackles in his career, which is nuts. My one knock against him, and I know these are kind of subjective, but doesn't really have a ton of All-Pros or Pro Bowls to his name. I believe only 1.
Yeah.
So that, look, if we're just going, we're talking resumes and eye test and all this stuff, and just when it comes down to it, that's what sort of pegged him down for me. But look, I could be convinced Keith Bullock could get in there over Bruce Matthews, if you want to make that argument.
Well, yeah. See, this is where, and then like the other guy, like this, I didn't have like a shoe-in 4th guy. There's
a lot of dudes. I have a list of dudes.
Yeah, so there's 2 guys I was fighting about, and I thought, I don't think this guy gets enough credit for what he really did with this organization.
I know who you're about to say, because you tried to put him on a Mount Rushmore for another team.
No, it's not who you think. It's not who you think. I was going Albert Haynesworth.
Okay, I have him on my honorable mention list. Dude, people only remember him at the end of his career being a fat, lazy dude that didn't try and like couldn't make the team he signed with because he just couldn't do the off-season conditioning workout. But from a D tackle standpoint, in his prime, few dudes were more impactful on the game. Like, you had to game plan for Albert Haynesworth. He was in on every play from the middle of the line of scrimmage. It was incredible.
Yeah, and if you're wondering if why he never played again, in my opinion, 2008 was his final season, he should have been the freaking defensive player of the year that year. He was a monster. He loses that to, I believe it was James Harrison, and it broke him. It did, because that was the year. Then he goes to the Patriots. They cut him. He goes to Tampa, cut him. I think
he tried to make the team with Washington first. That's what it was.
Oh,
he went over to Washington.
He did make that team, right?
They sent him. I don't remember if
he did. I think he played a year or two.
But Dan Snyder paid him like all of the money in the world, but then he couldn't make the team for like most of that offseason. It was ridiculous. Yeah, 2 seasons with the organization. But yeah, he was, dude, I completely agree with you. I remember being a young man at the time thinking Albert Haynesworth was going to be the defensive player of the year and being shocked that he wasn't.
Yeah, because it very rarely goes to an interior defensive lineman. Usually you need that like flexibility of going to the outside, and obviously James Harrison being like a D-end outside linebacker. Usually, like Aaron Donald's starting to change the game, but he has some of that. He lines up outside at tight ends at times.
Yeah, he's just a freak. Yeah,
he is. And Haynesworth, I just thought that was it, and I just feel like that broke him. Like that was the end. Like we could potentially see that in a TJ Watt, who didn't win Defensive Player of the Year this year, and everyone's saying he could have. Like things like that sometimes play into your mind. I just want to say one thing. Jay Duncan says Mike Jones kept Dyson from being on this list with a tackle.
Yeah, well, Dyson was great for a while, but
he's fine. Derek Mason.
I'm just gonna. So, are we gonna go and see? That's who I thought you were gonna say.
Yeah.
Derek Mason. You tried to put him on the Ravens, which was awesome.
So
do we want to lock in the 4 of McNair, Eddie George, Bruce Matthews, and Javon Curse, or do you want to play with that Bruce Matthews spot? I think we can lock in Curse, McNair, and George.
I don't have enough of an argument because I guess next technically in the pecking order would be a Keith Bullock. But I think for everything you said about Bruce Matthews, I think he could be I think it'll be, and it's also a deserving guy for what he did. And there's no one else that really comes close to him in his position. Maybe a Michael Ruse, who's still on this team, I believe, or still, being a part. There's a couple of guys I was thinking about, trying to think of more, like a Derrick Henry we talked about.
Delaney Walker was fantastic at tight end for them for a long time. Definitely an honorable mention. Chris Johnson, like you mentioned, Derrick Henry already in that conversation. Frank Wycheck, an incredibly good tight end for a long time there. Jeff Fisher, honestly, a lot of 7 and 9 and 8 and 8s, but
Mr. 808.
The best coach in the history of that franchise, definitely in the conversation of honorable mentions.
Stash too.
So I think that's our 4. And here's, as a kicking fanatic, I want to just point this out. Please. Titans haven't been around all that long, but their kicking legacy of just dudes that have been in the building, Rob Baronis, Al DeGreco, Gary Anderson, the other Anderson, and now Steven Gostowski there as a mediocre kicker, but still an all-time great kicker nonetheless. That's 4. If there's a kicker Hall of Fame, all 4 of those dudes are in it.
Definitely Baronis for a while.
I just think it's worth mentioning.
Absolutely. Speaking about mentioning, 24-17 was the final here. Titans got it done. So lock it in real quick. Mr. Tommy Freezebobs, who are the official DraftKings, according to, the unofficial DraftKings Mount Rushmore for the Houston Oilers, Tennessee Titans, as brought to you by Jason Rossi and Tommy Freezebobs.
Steve the Air McNair, Eddie George, the original cover athlete for Madden, Bruce Matthews, and Javon Curse. And for those that didn't hear earlier, the Oilers Mount Rushmore, Earl Campbell, Bruce Matthews, Warren Moon, Mike Munchak.
Nice. Good stuff there. Who's going to be, for this game itself, who is going to get your Tommy Freeze Pop freaking awesome player of the game?
Man, Derrick Henry 1 yard short of the bonus. So that's kind of crazy. Corey Davis has to be the guy for me. 2 tuds.
Absolutely.
After we just negged the crap out of him. Well, really me. So he gets the wooden nickel. Congratulations. If you're ever in St. Louis, that entitles you to a free ice cream cone.
He finished with 20/20. It goes back to my eyesight. By the way, Kaufman texted me saying that he's getting worried about my eyesight. 2 people in the chat said it. I guess it's time to get those glasses. But speaking about things we can't see, who will be your producer, Michael, Daniel, technical advisor, Jimbo, crushing it in ops, not my kid award?
I'm going to give it to James Conner because so many people own him.
That was weird.
And he doesn't do anything. So because of the ownership on James Conner, and he didn't do anything as he normally does, he's going to win that award for me. Not my kid, not my problem.
Nope. We're going to be back in less than an hour. We're doing the Packers. Oh,
sneaky
my. There's
easy.
Another one.
Sneaky
it
easy.
Should be, but another one that could have multiple years and decades and things we can do. But we'll talk all about that in Madden After Dark in little less than 50 minutes. On behalf of Michael, Jim, Daniel, Tommy Freeze Pops, go follow him at your boy TC Fresh. Don't pull a Kaufman. I'm at Jason D. Rossi. Here is, as I got to keep remembering you're wrestling, the gorgeous one, Tara Lynn Azak.
Why, thank you. At least somebody around here puts respect on my name. All right, you're going to have the same duo, Rossi, Tom, Madden After Dark, coming up 10 p.m. Eastern. They'll be calling the showdown between the Panthers and Packers as the snow continues to fall in Wisconsin. Well, the game is featured in the Madden Stream 3K Flea Flicker contest. That's a $5 entry for a shot at $1,000 top prize. Also, the free contest for that sim features a $250 prize pool with $25 going to the winner. Earlier, you heard Ross Tucker discussing the NCAA tournament in a clip from his Even Money podcast. But right now, Ross gets back to what he knows best as he gives his Tux takes on some of the top NFL stories, including the NFL draft.
Let's talk about the draft. Downtown Cleveland with fans, with prospects, with Roger Goodell and more.
Right. Sounds like it'll be a masked up event in Cleveland where people, I don't know, they're going to try to get as many fans there as they're allowed to legally. And the fans, I think the fans will all be vaccinated fans. It's my understanding, Bri. I don't know if they'll make sure the players have been vaccinated or not. You know, the draft hopefuls that'll be there. Goodell will be there. So we'll have some return and sense of normalcy to the draft this year. Last year didn't bother me, so I don't really care. I mean, it's cool when there's a big group of people, but I also would understand if they waited one more year for that.
Tux takes. Let's get to some of the signings. The Titans signed wide receiver Josh Reynolds. Raiders signed center Andre James to a pretty nice deal. Colts signed former Chargers Sam Tevy. Packers re-signed Kevin King. And the Giants give Adoree Jackson big money deal, 3 years, $39 million.
So the Titans obviously needed a receiver after losing a couple guys, including Corey Davis. They lost Jonnu Smith. Reynolds had a decent year for the Rams last year. I kind of like that bargain shopping by the Titans. Andre James, I don't know much about this guy other than the Raiders evidently love him, think he's going to be really good, and we're willing to pay him pretty well without much of a track record. Sam Tevy, I think, is probably best served in a swing tackle role, but the Colts, I believe, are getting him before the draft just so that they don't have to take an offensive tackle. Kevin King's not a bad corner. He just had a really, really bad NFC Championship game. And I don't understand the Giants giving Adoree Jackson that much money at all. Not at all. I mean, I think he's been hurt 18 of the last 32 games, or maybe he's only played in 18 of the last 32 games, and he got cut by the Titans, who didn't want to give him $10 million for 1 year, but the Giants give him $39 million for 3 years, including over $20 million, fully guaranteed. It just goes to show, like I said on Twitter, at Ross Tucker NFL, that Dave Gettleman realizes the Giants need to win this year, or he's in trouble.
Tux takes. On the college prospect front, Alabama wide receiver Devontae Smith says he weighs 170 pounds and he is not going to do anything at the pro day, while Virginia Tech cornerback Caleb Farley underwent a second back surgery.
So a lot of interesting things here. Alabama had their pro day. Devontae Smith didn't do anything. Said he weighed 170 pounds. I don't know if they actually weigh him, but that's what he said he weighed. And he didn't do anything. So no combine, no Senior Bowl, and no pro day. I wonder if this is going to be sort of a precedent, Bri. If, there are going to be more guys that just say, listen, I'll do the interview so you can get to know me a little bit, but everything you need to see about me is on the tape. It's on the field. Because he's literally doing nothing else in the pre-draft process. No workouts, nothing physical in the pre-draft process. I also thought it was funny that Mac Jones' agent came out and said he's going to come out and he just loves to compete. He's going to throw. He doesn't have to. He's going to throw because he loves to compete, which is basically the same as saying Devontae Smith doesn't love to compete. And then Najee Harris getting all kinds of praise because his flight got canceled, so he drove from Dallas to Birmingham. You know how bad it would look for him if he wasn't at the pro day? Even if he was not going to do anything, still a bad look if he's not there. So let's not act like he's doing this all just to support his teammates. I'm sure that's part of it. I think you realize it's not a good look. You could say that the flight got canceled because of lightning or whatever. People are going to still wonder why you weren't there. As for Caleb Farley, this is bad news, Bri. I mean, according to our guy Dane Brugler, this is a second back surgery. That is a problem. That is very much a problem. This one's a microdiscectomy. He didn't even play this past season, and he had to have a back surgery without even playing. I would tread very carefully when it comes to him. Plus, there's other corners out there now. Steven Nelson just got released by the Steelers after he wanted to. Kareem Jackson did go back, however, to the Broncos. It sounds like Marcus Mariota is going to be staying in Las Vegas with the Raiders. Took a pay cut down to $3.5 million. Look, this is how some teams do it, right? They got to the point where Mariota realized there wasn't really more out there for him. There wasn't more money out there for him. There wasn't a better role out there for him. Well, I don't know. I guess I'm kind of surprised he didn't try to go somewhere like Philadelphia, where if Jalen Hurts falters, maybe Mariota could have gotten some playing time there. He'd rather stay in Vegas. I think that's kind of interesting to me. Speaking of interesting, we still got it. 100-1 odds over at DraftKings Sportsbook. Just use the code Ross on any of these Final Four college hoops games. 100-1 odds glorious. We got the Sweet 16 coming up this week. It'll be the same next week with the Final Four. Bet on any team, 100-1 odds. Amazing. I love it. Use the code Ross.
Well, it's hard to believe, but we have reached the end of our tour across Major League Baseball, going division by division with opening day only about a week away. Talking with Steve Buchanan and Gary and Thorne, our MLB contributors. I'm Adam Kaufman, and we saved, in my mind, guys, the best for last. That is the American League East. How are you?
Pretty good.
Fine. Great. Very excited. I know. All right, let's go to the Rays, guys, who, of course, last year took this division, advanced all the way to the World Series. You have Randy Arozarena, the Rookie of the Year favorite, picked up the slack of Brandon Lau late in the year after he went cold. Who is the standout fantasy option on this team, Garion?
I mean, I guess from a pure upside perspective, it has to be Arozarena, because when you start looking at the positional players on this team who have the potential to do massive things, like Brandon Lau, even someone like Austin Meadows, who I think is pretty primed to have a bounce back season. Like, people forget that he was as good as he was in 2019, and that he immediately was in the COVID intake last season during summer camp. Like, it was a cursed season for him. So I think he's actually in a nice buying window at his current ADP. But Arozarena is the guy who can give you 25 home runs and 20 stolen bases. He's the only one who's going to provide that speed. Whether or not he can do what he's done for his career across a whole season is another matter. But, he's got a 167 WRC plus in 99 career regular season plate appearances. It's even better in the playoffs. So I don't know. At this point, I just kind of got to trust him. He seems super talented. And if he's going to give you that 5 category potential, I think he's someone you have to invest in.
Bukes, any better options?
No, I mean, I think Gary nailed it there too. And just to kind of keep going with Austin Meadows. I mean, this is somebody in 2019 who had 33 home runs. Like, I think people forget that he has that type of power because of, and a lot of people had issues last year. Like, you look at 2020 and there's just so many players who you can say crumple up that year, start fresh, because that's not who they were. And I think Austin Meadows is a perfect example of that. And the window to buy low on him is absolutely present for you to take right now. So Austin Meadows has that power potential, can do a little bit on the base pass too as well. So those two guys, I think, are perfect answers for this one.
Rays lost a Cy Young winner from 2018 this past offseason. That's Blake Snell. They do have a guy on their roster, though, in Tyler Glasnow, who on the DK Sportsbook has a plus 950 odds to go out and win this award. Bukes, how do you actually like his chances, though?
Well, go back to the tape. I've already mentioned this like 3 or 4 times already. But sure, ask me the question like this is the first time. This is one of my favorite guys to win the Cy Young. You look at what he did last year. 38.2% K percentage through 11 games, 14% swing and miss rate. Both of those were new career highs. Now, obviously, the sample isn't as, abundant as we've seen in past years, but you look at the American League landscape as it is, I wouldn't say the Cy Young race is really like a tight one compared to, over like in the National League. This feels wide open. And somebody like Glasnow, who's going to get all those sexy strikeouts, is somebody that's going to catch people's attention as the year goes on. So as long as he can stay healthy, as long as he can keep getting those bats to swing and miss, he's definitely going to be in the conversation. And at the odds he's at right now, kind of feels like a steal in my eyes.
So, Gary, and what kind of season should we expect from Glasnow here?
Yeah, I mean, Cy Young's interesting because I don't think it's quite as narrative-driven an award as MVP, but at the same time, you can really talk yourself into Glasnow having an amazing year and writers saying like, oh, wow, the Rays lost not only Blake Snell, but also Charlie Morton, and suddenly Tyler Glasnow leads them into the playoffs or to an AL East crown or whatever. Like, it's there. The path is there. And as Steve talked about, it's really strikeout-driven at its base. That's the most important thing here, that 38% strikeout rate. But the thing that I can't unsee when I look at Tyler Glasnow is just how, from like an analytical perspective and from his profile, he looks a lot like Shane Bieber to me. I mean, the one area where Shane Bieber tended to struggle prior to last season was he gave up hard contact. He gave up barrels. Sometimes when people didn't swing through the fastball, they hit it really, really hard. That's really Glasnow's only fault. And I think if you're going to kind of model your game after anybody, Shane Bieber's not a terrible guy to choose from. And also Glasnow is a prime candidate to be someone who benefits from the changes in the baseball. Like if the baseball's not flying as far as it was last season, that really helps someone who's got like a 17% career home run to fly ball ratio. So I think everything's trending in the right direction right now for Glasnow.
Rays, as you would expect, right there in contention to go out and win this division again. But don't discount the Yankees, especially with all that talent on the roster. And let's start with the lineup here, Gary. And you've got DJ LeMahieu, Aaron Judge, Luke Voigt, just to name a few, obviously. But in terms of fantasy value, who stands out to you?
It's Stanton. I mean, Stanton is just incredibly cheap right now. And obviously, we all know the kind of risk that comes with drafting someone like Giancarlo Stanton. But right now, drafting him outside the top 100 picks, it really mitigates a lot of that risk. I mean, he's just someone who has the potential to be a top 15, top 20 fantasy bat, even without stolen bases, because we've seen it before. You go back to the start of 2015, only Mike Trout and Joey Gallo have a higher isolated power. And in Stanton's last 2 full seasons, 2017 and 2018, he finished those 2 seasons combined first in home runs, 4th in runs scored, and 4th in RBI, hitting in the middle of this potent Yankees lineup. They've already said like he might sniff left field like once a month, but he's DHing. Like, we're going to keep this guy healthy. He doesn't have to do anything aside from run the bases. Like, just stay healthy and get to 650 plate appearances. And if he does that, I mean, it's not a question of if he'll return value, it's how much value he'll return.
What about you, Bukes? Who do you like?
If I told you that there's a player that, aside from last year, in the first 2 years that he played, hit 62 home runs and knocked in 167 runs batted in, you'd probably expect him to be hitting cleanup for almost every team in the major league. Gleyber Torres is going to be hitting 6th in this lineup. You are not going to get Torres at a lower buying point than you are coming into this season. 2020 was not a great year for him. They said, Brian Cashman said he wasn't ready for the second spring training that they had. His conditioning was off. That is going to be the complete opposite coming into this year. And you talk about the RBI opportunities that this guy is going to have batting 6th in this, like Gary just said, this potent Yankees lineup. Gleyber Torres is in an amazing position to bounce back, to keep racking up those runs batted in, to hit the ball out of the park. And people are overlooking him because of how poor his season was last year. Don't sleep on Gleyber Torres. This is going to be a monster bounce back spot for him in 2021.
Steve, the Yanks are second only to the Dodgers on the DK Sportsbook in terms of championship odds. You can get the, New York right now at plus 550. I guess the thing that gives me pause, though, is, especially after talking about the Rays, is New York definitively, in your eyes, a championship contender?
This is so hard to say because there's no doubt they're going to get on base. There's no doubt they're going to score runs. But what are they going to be giving up on the other side of the ball? And that's really where the big question comes for me, because that rotation is going to dictate if they're a championship team or not. Because truly, after Garrett Cole, who do you feel good about in this rotation? I don't really feel any good about anybody there. The ceiling for this rotation is sky high, but you have such a shaky floor that you're on as well. When you're relying on guys like Corey Kluber, Jamison Tyone, who've had their immense amount of injuries over the past few seasons, that's a shaky ground that you're on. So if they can get the ceiling, absolutely, they will cruise to the World Series. If they start to have issues in that rotation, it's going to be a tough season for the Yankees.
What do you think, Aaron?
I think it's fine. I think right now around baseball, aside from like the Padres and the Dodgers, who really does have a good rotation? Who really has a rotation where you go 1 through 3 even? You're like, yeah, stud. Like maybe the Nationals, but even we're talking about Patrick Corbin maybe having a bit of a rough 2021 season. So I think what they did was smart. I mean, yes, it's a little scary to come into a season with 4 or 5 pitchers who didn't even throw a single pitch or basically threw 1 pitch and got hurt in the 2020 season and haven't thrown a whole lot since 2019. But when you're talking about Kluber and Tyone and Herman Marquez, Jordan Montgomery, even they'll get Luis Severino back at some point this season. Davy Garcia is hanging around. They might go to a 6-man rotation at some point. Like, at the very least, these are guys with talent and upside, which is more than you can say for some other rotations in this division. 2 teams in particular who might be fighting for a wild card spot. So I think if you have 2 of these guys even pan out and not even reach like 100% of their potential, but 85% of their potential, now you suddenly have a 3-headed monster rotation heading into the playoffs with this offense. So I think given the circumstances, they did the best they possibly could, and banking on upside when your offense is as good as theirs is, I think that was a pretty good strategy.
Okay, people, you know the deal. Time once again for the play of the day here on the Dream Stream. The WGC Dell Technology Match Play event is already underway, but you can still play PGA Tour DFS on DraftKings with the PGA Tour 200K Flop Shot Contest. Locks at 6:45 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. So this classic contest is for the Corrales Punta Cana Resort and Club Championship, and it's just $15 to enter with a top prize of $50K. So head over to the DK lobby and get those lineups in before the tournament tees off tomorrow morning. And the Corrales Punta Cana Resort and Club Championship may not feature some of the bigger names taking part in the WGC event, but it could still offer you some value. So here with some insight on how to approach this tournament are the guys we know as the Tour Junkies.
Now let's talk about Corrales Punta Cana in the Dominican Republic. This event was just held in September. Hudson Swafford won. And by the way, Pat Perry right there, that guy right there, had Hudson Swafford written up as your first round leader at 100-1 that week. Well, guess what? He hit at 100-1. And then yours truly had him written up on my betting card on tourjunkies.com at 150-1 to win. And guess what? He won. So Corrales Punta Cana, big week for us. We got some special vibes cooking up with Punta Cana. I'm excited about it. It's an alternate field event, but you know what? There's a lot of opportunity here. A lot of hungry guys. You know, still a PGA Tour event. You got some Corn Ferry guys playing in here. You got some scrubs. You got some veterans on the PGA Tour playing in here. It's going to be an interesting event. It's a coastal course. It's a scoring fest. You got to be on the lookout for wind. You got to hit some greens. You got to putt well on these Paspalum green surfaces that we hear are running pretty pure. So that's what it is. Let's get to it. Pat, why don't you talk to me about the shorter end of the sportsbook range? Tell me where you're starting it off.
Well, for me, I think you don't need to go too short here because this event is one of those where I definitely think you're going to get a longer odds guy that is going to end up winning. But I do like Charlie Hoffman at 18-1. Where's Charlie Hoffman? Where the hell is Charlie Hoffman? He's 18-1. 18-1, Charlie Hoffman. We've seen him play very well recently. Look, he is number one in this field in strokes gained approach, number one in this field in opportunities gained, which means he's converting some birdies. And I like that for Charlie Hoffman at 18-1. So if you're going to play a shorter odds guy, he, to me, is the best value there outside of all these other ones that are up there in that same range. And then I like Johnny Vegas at 30-1, you know, a guy that we just saw on Paspalum as well in Puerto Rico that finished, second or third. He probably should have won, made a few mistakes down the stretch there. So I like Johnny Vegas at 30-1. Outside of that, on the shorter end, those are my favorite guys. I think there's a couple that you like here that I'll save for you, and then I'll go to some of the longer odds guys.
I like Nate Lashley at 35-1. Flashing a little bit of form, finishing top 40 or so last week at the Honda, which is good enough for me for Nate Lashley. Won here in 2017 when it was a Corn Ferry Tour event. Finished fourth in 2021 in the fall. So I like the Nate Lashley number at 35-1. I'll take that. PGA Tour winner and Corn Ferry Tour winner as well. So, you know, at least if he gets there, he can close the door. And then I guess I'll work up to Chase Seifert at 50-1. Finished third at the Honda just this past week. Finished 15th, I think, in another event previous to that. Finished 12th at the Amex earlier this season in 2021. Gained 8 strokes on approach last week at PGA National, which is tough to do. That's a tough golf course. So obviously he's striking it well. He's confident. 50-1 for a confident Chase Seifert, I'll take. Will Gordon at 55-1. He's a player that I think is coming into it a little bit. I think we tried to rush it with Will Gordon back in the fall. We ended up betting him a lot, playing him a lot on DraftKings. It didn't work out, but he's coming around. He's been a little more consistent. Good to see him playing well on tougher courses where you have to leave the driver in the bag on a few holes, which is good to see because he's one of the longest hitters on tour. He scores a lot in a birdie fest. I like it. So Will Gordon at 55-1 is interesting. So that's kind of the mid-tier range for me.
Well, I will close out the mid-tier range with Tyler McCumber at 50-1. I like him. He finished second here last year. We've seen him play extremely well on the big tour this year. He makes a ton of birdies, is a very aggressive player, so I like Tyler McCumber. Also in that same range, I like Steven Yeager at 55-1. He finished fourth last week on the Korn Ferry Tour, but had a great season last year also on the Korn Ferry Tour, but he also has a lot of experience on the PGA Tour as well. So at 55-1, I like that number on him as well. And then at 70-1, Peter Uihlein is another guy that I think is very interesting. Had a good finish last week. Had a couple of years where he had a stint on tour where he finished okay, and never was able to keep his card. But I think he's coming back around. So yeah, like some Peter Uihlein.
progressing behind the scenes right now.
All right, my people, Madden After Dark is coming up next. But first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. The main slate and turbo slates have already locked in the NBA, but there's still a 2-game night slate available with a 10 p.m. Eastern lock. You can play that slate in the NBA 200K fadeaway contest. That classic contest features a top prize of $50K with an entry fee of just $15. There's also a 2-game late slate in the NHL that is included in the NHL 10K Sticks contest, locks at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. An $11 entry earns you a shot at a 2K top prize. And of course, the NCAA tournament has reached the final 16 teams. So you can go check out the odds for those games and tournament futures right now on the DK Sportsbook. Plus, you can check out up-to-the-minute odds and lines for the PGA Tour, UFC, NASCAR, and more. One more Madden sim to go here on my favorite day, Wild Weather Wednesday. The snow is continuing to fall. Yuck. As the Packers welcome the Panthers to the frozen tundra, baby. Let's send it to the Madden After Dark broadcast team. Jason Rossi, Tom Carroll, take it away, guys. I will see you back here next Wild Weather Wednesday.
Later, weather woman, regular woman, Tara Lynn, appreciate you. Have yourself a wonderful night. Get some good Z's, all right? Because them partying ain't gonna get itself done. You gotta get them Z's in the meantime. Tara Lynn, we'll be back with you sooner rather than later. But Tommy Freeze Pops, we take it away the rest of the night. Madden After Dark. We're gonna talk the Mount Rushmore of the Green Bay Packers. Get the cheese heads out, dude. You a big cheese guy?
Love cheese. It's my favorite food.
Oh. Is cheese a sandwich?
Grilled cheese is a sandwich.
Just kidding. All right, we're gonna get Panthers. We got Packers. We're gonna have some fun with that. The lineups have locked. We'll talk about ours. We'll talk about everything. We got Jimbo at ops. We got Michael, our producer, is with us. The eyes, the ears, the sounds, and everything in between. The man that makes the world go round. We got Daniel inside the internet right now, making sure that everything technically goes well. We're super pumped to be here. He's at your boy TC Fresh on Twitter. My head, I look like I have the biggest forehead ever right now. Look at this thing.
No, I'm digging the kind of the frat boy backwards cap look. That's a good call.
You know what it was?
It's classic spring hat attire. I like it.
I know.
Long sleeve tee too. Good look, dude.
Thanks, man. That's all.
I respect your fit right now, bro.
Oh, you know me, Rossi and fit. It's like peanut butter and jelly, or maybe I just eat too much of those. But yeah, I don't even know where I was going with. Oh, my hat. I didn't shower today. That's when I wear.
Yeah, I wear the hat because when I get out of the shower, my hair is all wet. I don't feel like quote unquote doing my hair, so I throw a lid on. It's fine.
Oh, you go post shower hat.
Yeah, because you don't want to come on here with all messy, wet looking hair. It doesn't look good.
Throw
the lid on.
Fascinating. We got the DK Sim fam with us. Tara Lynn, still chatting it up with them. We got.
No, she's leaving. She's getting out of here.
Well, I see her currently in there. Carter. We got Justin. We got Obi-Wan. Rossi's Fat Cat. Tommy Freeze Pops is in there. I'm in there. We're gonna have a blast. And we also
we're out here, fam.
We out here. We got the great crew over with our Twitch fam as well. First time reads. All right. As I was, I say things my own way. Thomas, you've worked enough with me here. I say my own words. So I was calling Reed's Tea, did you know? But it's Reed Teas, did you know? But I'm sticking with Reed's Tea. Just sounds better to me. Anyways, and he's cool with it. Kenny got all like mad at me yesterday. He's like, you're saying that wrong. I was like, Kenny.
Shut up, Kenny.
Yeah, seriously. Like, who cares? You know how many times people say things wrong?
Dungeon Ducey.
Yeah, there it is. My buddy, my pal, Bud. Kenny is my buddy, though. Kenny also told me to tell people he said hi when he could easily do it himself. Anyways, we got Bandit, Wes, the controversy crew here, just crapping on other DK Sim fan members. Our announcer fan, Koff, got the run last time. Now it is.
You think, Koff, if you're still listening,
he is.
Bark twice if you're in Milwaukee. What'd you do with your lineup here?
Honestly, couldn't tell you. I said it a couple hours ago. I don't even think I sent this one to you, but you're smart enough to find it. I will tell you right now, Tom, as we get Teddy Bridgewater and another team potentially looking at Deshaun Watson as a trade, we got ourselves, it's a live contest. I'm currently in first. Everybody, I'm in first.
Wow, congratulations.
Screenshot it. Okay, lineup looks like this. Devontae Adams in the captain. Rodgers, Robbie, Anderson, that is. Mercedes Lewis, newly re-signed 2-year, $8 million deal. If you told me this guy retired 5 years ago, I believe you. Ian Thomas.
He was good last year.
And Panthers D. I will repeat. Well, I won't repeat. I will let you know. I faded Christian McCaffrey.
Okay.
It's your line.
Brave man. I was not brave enough. I know that he has been inconsistent of late. I was not brave enough to do the same. And I was dumb enough to not include Devontae Adams, even though I told myself I would have him in my next Packers lineup. But here we are. I have Devin Funchess in the captain spot, 12 grand, 14.5 sim. Aaron Jones, Aaron Rodgers, Alan Lazard for $1,400. Maybe the best value you can get in Madden 21.
Good call.
And then Christian McCaffrey and Curtis Samuel. So we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. Good stuff there. Oh, deep ball here. Teddy Bridge going for it all. Has a man. It's caught. Down at the 23-yard line. Good connection with DJ Moore.
Okay, I got a question for you, Rossi, and for the chat.
I have an answer.
Okay. So you know how your armpit is called an armpit, right? You know, it's
I'm
the
aware.
area right between your torso and your arm, in between, call that an armpit.
Yeah.
What do you call the area behind your knee where the top part of your leg, your thigh, connects to your calf? Right behind your knee. What do you call it? You call that a knee pit?
I call it the back of my knee.
So why isn't the term knee pit more in vogue? Like, why don't we call things knee pits when we call them armpits?
Well, because I actually think, I don't know.
It's the same thing.
No, I feel like the armpit has an actual pit to it because it's like mostly
Yeah, but you kind of have a little pit in the back of your knee, no? It's sort of the same thing.
I like where your head's at. I like this. This is like how did they know to call something a toaster when there was just bread at one point?
I actually have another question about toast for you. It's weird. It's so weird you brought that up.
Sorry. You had me rolling at something you said after the sim last time. Literally, like, you broke me, so I'm in a giddy mood here. There's a touchdown. The cats are out. Meow. That is
Curtis
DJ
Samuel?
Moore.
Oh.
Kurt the Squirt, no, still sitting on the sideline.
Dang
It's been the DJ Moore. Girl, put your records on. Tell me your favorite song. DJ Moore scoring some touchdowns. Yeah, so there is your first.
So I looked it up. Knee pit is a term. Like, it's a thing. It's like, if you Google this, people use it, but it's not a widely used term for some reason. I want to bring knee pit into the common vernacular.
You says, I joined the show at kneecap comment, LOL. Yeah.
It's a fancy
degree
word for
on my
it.
kneecap pits.
We don't need to get into that. Knee pit. We're making it happen.
Okay, I'm in. I just don't know if I'll remember. It doesn't roll. Back of knee pit. Because, yeah, I guess you could, like, underarm.
Back of my knee is much longer to say than knee pit.
I don't know when I would ever really bring it up. When do you ever talk about that part
Well,
of
it
your
came
body?
up
When it's
because,
tight?
well, I was hanging out with Morgan in between Sims, and she's like, "Oh, my back of my knee is itchy." And then we were looking
that means
at,
you're
we were
coming
like,
into money.
We were like, "What do we call that?" And we looked it up. Knee pit. It's your knee pit.
I'm into this.
Oh, good question, Bad Boys of Pop. What about the elbow pit? It's kind of the same premise. Great call. Really, really good call. Is your elbow pit technically also an armpit?
Is your knee... Wait, what?
So your elbow, it's the same... This part of your elbow, I'm pointing to Rossi here off camera.
Yeah.
Yep. That's the same concept as your knee pit. But is that also an armpit?
Elbow pit.
Do we have 4 armpits as humans?
Do we have multiple elbow pits?
Well, you got 2 elbow pits if you got 2 arms.
Okay.
I think that
Also-
wow, big brain stuff happening right now.
Is it big brains? Is it big brains? All I know is that my favorite part of everyone's body is the opposite of the elbow pit. Is the extra skin on your elbow.
Weenus.
The weenus.
Yes.
The weenus. That is the
Yes.
greatest term on your body. Don't care, man, woman, we
100%.
all have weenus.
So is the elbow pit the reverse weenus?
Yeah, it's Weenus. Rewinus. I don't know what it is.
I don't know. Hey guys, just doing some big time thinking here out in St. Louis in between sims. So figured I'd bring it to the table.
I'm over here signing refinancial papers. Oh, look at Aaron Rodgers. What just happened? He got sacked by a ghost. Look at this. Ghost!
He's seeing ghosts. Sorry, I want to pull up this specific question about toast that I had earlier.
By the way, you almost got me. I've done really well with catching anything that could have gotten me, we'll just say. And I don't know, Twitch, there's some crazy stuff going on. There's like another potential account. Oh, nice pass. First time asking me to make a follow, I said it. And then there's a new, I guess, Twitter account says, I want both Jason D. Rossi and Jason D. Rossi to follow me.
That person followed me. Yep.
So we already have another.
The Jason Rossi parody account followed me today.
Oh, boy. I just see it right now. I'm not going to make any moves on that one until I see at least a tweet to see what happens.
Oh, here we go. Here's the question. Is pizza toast?
Don't do this to me.
My argument is no.
No, it's not toast.
I would say no.
No, this is ridiculous.
I would definitely say no. There is people out there that believe that pizza is toast. My argument for that is
toast is sort of argument.
There's
Who is
people
making this? No, there's not.
The depths of food Reddit. You got to just dive in. There's conversations being had on the internet. I would say that toast, it's different than calling something a sandwich, and maybe I'm being a hypocrite here, but for me, toast needs to be, it speaks to like the way it's prepared, right? So whether you're using a toaster or a toaster oven, or I don't know, throwing a piece of bread on sort of that like the diner top thing they cook everything on, whatever. Like that's toast to me. Like it's a preparation thing, whereas pizza goes into a pizza oven,
Use this if you burn pizza, I would consider it toast. Yeah, like you throw it out.
I would say no. I just wanted to throw it out there.
Yeah, no, I'm fine. I like all of this. This is making us think here as we're going to get a punt on the second drive for Carolina. Green Bay, after the ghost sack, is getting it punted as well.
So
pizza is a pie, says David Georgie.
See, people get kind of upset when people call pizzas pies outside of certain regions. I myself am fine with that. If you want to call pizza a pie, it's sort of a colloquial, I never get that word right, thing. Do your thing, people. But so, I'm having this toast conversation with some pals on the old iMessage group chat, and a question was raised. They said, okay, Tom, if that's your definition of toast, or how you believe toast is categorized, then is French toast toast? Because you don't technically throw French toast in the toaster to make French toast.
No. Well, you griddle it. So I think it falls into I would say yes, because it's in the name. It's in the damn name. Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't play this sick game with me. Don't start asking me if a quesadilla is a sandwich. Don't do it.
Continue.
I don't know. Don't do this. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. As long as it's delicious, I'm in. By the way, today's National Burger Day, I believe.
What?
So.
Okay, that changes things.
I'm just letting people know. I like a toasted bun. That's where I was going to go with it.
Same. Okay, what's the best burger you've ever had in your life?
So fun fact for you, the DK Sim fan, Michael Daniel Jim, as Aaron Rodgers might get a safety here on the 3rd and 10. We're going to talk Green Bay, Mount Rushmore in the second half. And we're just going to have wild conversations till then. Oh, come on, Devontae. It's my captain.
Madden After Dark, baby. Get weird.
Yep, sure it's coming off sooner or later. So you can pay for DraftKings Dream Stream Plus to see the full stream of me and Tommy just oiling up when you guys can't see right now. But
eating burgers shirtless.
You could I do it for free. So I, for a long time at a radio station here in Boston, formerly known as 92.9, Radio 92.9, is a rock radio station, then alt radio station. Now it's a
it still is, right? Did they flip?
Yeah, but they flipped like 5 times, but now they're just more of like a classicer rock.
Oh, anyways, okay. I did not know that. That makes me upset.
Yeah, it makes a lot of people upset. I once was running a a program, a part of that station called Rossi's Burger Club. So
Wow.
Tommy, as a part of this, once a month, sometimes twice, sponsored, paid for events by clients, we would go to a burger joint. It would be me, a couple of the people on my team, and we would invite 10 guests plus. So we would have like a special room where they would have a reserved table for 30 people. And they would give us a burger to try. We would score it, come up with a cumulative score for the quote Rossi's Burger Club. So I, my friend, know a thing or two about the burgers.
Wow, this is incredible. I believe I've told you about my history with buffalo wings. I feel like you are sort of on that same level with burgers. So I'm honored to be in your presence. And
it used to be a great website.
And awesome. I'm so jealous of this, and I need to know everything. Okay, best burger you've ever had, best burger in Boston. Just give me what you want to give me here in honor of National Burger Day.
Yeah, so everyone drop in yours wherever you live too. So I am partial. There was a burger at the Beantown Pub. It is a bar right near Boston Common. It's you're never gonna have
I've
this
been
burger.
many times.
But here's the deal. They made this burger with chuck beef, bacon, and filet, and they grinded it together. So I was like a F-tier Guy Fieri for a while. So there's a lot of videos out there. I don't know if any of that one's going in the end zone. I don't know if any are actually still out there because the old station ripped all the videos off YouTube like a bunch of morons.
Wow.
Yeah, even if it's old content, it still gives you clickability and searchability.
That's
you
a
can
sin.
Turn on stuff. Yeah, they were really dumb. So
That's
my whole
bad
website got
SEO
turned
right
off.
there. Bad SEO work.
Hey, there's the guy who gets it. So anywho, yeah, so I was there. So they grabbed a big chunk. They wasn't the cut up bacon. It was like actual, almost like Canadian bacon looking bacon, but it was actual like, Americanized bacon, if you will.
Like a good thick cut.
Yep, and they grinded it with chuck beef and in a pound. I've never seen ground or meat that was prepared to be ground that was filet. And they mixed these 3 beefs together, a little proprietary, little salt, little pepper. Guy handmade it, the patty, put it on both sides. I'm telling you, Tom, I've never done this in my life. I scraped the cheese off. I didn't want it to dilute the taste.
What?
Took the bun off, the toast, if you will, and I went all in on just the beef. It was the best burger I've ever eaten. Went back without them knowing I was going because I wanted to, they gave that to me for free as part of it.
Yeah.
Wanted to support, not even close.
Wow.
They must have done the specialty for this.
So they did a special burger for you.
Well, there was also this event. The reason I had this burger club is there was an event in Boston that still goes on last year, obviously not due to the pandemic, but called Best of Boston. So Boston Magazine puts on the best, a burger event every year So anyway, so that's to me the best. But when you can get, and people have gone to, and this is a little controversial in some people's eyes, the 5 napkin burger. It's only in certain cities. Excellent burger.
5 napkin burger. Okay, and where do you get the 5 napkin burger?
This one was there's a place called 5 Napkin Burger, and it is in the Prudential Center. But yeah, I don't know. It's mostly in New York, I believe. Okay. But they made one in Boston. It is unbelievable. Another great patty. Got to get it cooked medium. I'm sorry for people that don't like a little bit of more juice. I understand why you don't. But most burgers, cook it medium. Let it sit for a little while if you want it to get some more. I'm not saying medium rare, but that's the way I would always tell you. Anything that's good in beef. If you're going to just like a random joint in your city, maybe then you want to get it like medium well just because you don't know what the beef is. But if you're going to a pretty quality establishment, always go medium. Let it cook. Let it sit on your plate for 20 minutes for all I care if you don't like it.
I love it, man. Best burger I've ever had is in St. Louis, Missouri.
Ooh.
It is a restaurant called Max Local Eats. And it used to be just a little food stand in a bar here called Tam Ave. It was just a window. You go up, walk up, and it's now at a brewery, actually pretty close to my place. It's a sin that I don't go more. I've used that word multiple times now, sin. I only talk about sinning when it comes to burgers. And
I hear it as sin, so you're fine.
It's a smash burger. You know how you get that really, really thin smashed down patty, but they do multiple patties because of that. So you're getting all that delicious, juicy, smashed down, sort of toasty like taste. All of the ingredients are local. It's a simple burger. Cheese, homemade bread and butter pickles, and onions, ketchup, mustard. Very simple, delicious. I like to add bacon because when you can add bacon to anything, why not?
Can't go wrong.
It's a life-changing burger. And if you're ever in St. Louis, you got to go. Max Local Eats. MAC''S Local Eats.
Really good stuff there. Boston Burger Company, if you're coming to Boston. They have like crazy burgers. Been on all the Food Network shows. Let me see a couple things from the DK Sim fam. The bearded guy says definitely top 5 would be green chili cheeseburger in Albuquerque at 66 acres.
That sounds
Bill
great.
Bill Hamilton says best burger I ever had was at Wine Burgers in Arizona, with of course made with wine in it. Yeah. Oh, there's a skipping pass. Let's see. Somebody else said, Drexler says the best burger you ever had was from McDonald's earlier. Hey man, good on you. What a day.
I like McDonald's, man. Look, we did the McRib thing here. We respect McDonald's and what they do and what they mean.
Oh yeah, listen, I am not a hater.
We're not anti-McDonald's here.
I'm not really anti anything. It's going to be a punt here. Real tough day start, at least for Green Bay. We'll talk about their Mount Rushmore when we hit the third. Hatch green chilies or any burger just became the best burger. Yeah. Rossi, do you have a painting of your cat? Yep, that's my wife did that behind me. Yeah, it's a paint night back in the day.
The bearded mage saying, I've made a stuffed mac and cheese with Jarlsberg, bacon, jalapenos, and heirloom tomatoes, but I use a 75-25 ground beef mixed with group short rib. Dude.
I'm going to be honest, take the mac and cheese out. Your beef is too good.
I was literally just going to say,
Put it on the
you
side.
might be doing too much because all that other stuff sounds incredible. Yeah, throw it on the side. But
I'm not a big stuffed, unless it's like I've had like a Gouda stuffed because it's just a different type of cheese that I would have put on top. That's good, but I don't really like stuffing a burger.
I have said this as well, man. We are just cut from the same cloth here, Rossi. Because it kind of takes away from the taste of the meat and the cheese to me when you stuff the cheese in the patty. And I believe those are called Juicy Lucy's. Not a huge Juicy Lucy fan. And maybe I just haven't had a really good one, but don't stuff my meat with cheese. If you wanna, if you wanna stuff my meat with like jalapenos or
season it up with things,
maybe
onions,
some garlic
peppers,
or
garlic,
that type of stuff, that's fine. But I don't need cheese inside my patties.
If you want me to tell you right now, if you're going to make some homemade burgers and you're not as fancy as you bearded Merge or Marge,
Bearded Mage,
Marge, here's the way I look at it. Doesn't matter your beef, doesn't matter if you get turkey, doesn't matter if you get chicken. Get a onion soup packet, like a Instant or a Lipton, whatever you got. Just go to your store. It's like $1 for like 3 packets. Take whatever you get, the pound of beef, pound of meat, put it in a bowl, rip that puppy open, pour it on there, mix it up. Don't have to do anything else to it. That is and it crisps if you grill, because it is grilling season. We're getting there at least. And it is the best way to make a homemade burger. If you're just going for super low maintenance.
I like
that.
that.
Amp says the best burger is the Whopper. Don't at me. All right. I'm not going to at you.
Whoppers are great.
Nice mix of the light mayo. Mayo only Burger King has, very liquefied. Don't understand it, but I like it.
Gascar888 saying Dexy's in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Never heard of it. Gonna have to try it.
Been there. Very good. So again, as part of this, I went to a lot of places.
I love it, man. I'm so jealous.
Honestly, like if I could go, so like there was a Twitter, there's still an Instagram account out there somewhere of it.
I'm gonna have to creep on that.
It was like Rossi. Let me see if I can still. I don't even like it's under my usernames, but I don't even like log.
While you look for that, CEH mentioning Steak and Shake. Steak and Shake is great. I didn't have that until I moved out here. Fantastic. It's one of Morgan's favorite spots.
Yeah, it's Rossi's Burger Club, just straight. That was
awesome. I got to look that up.
Handle. So go way down into it because there's like some.
I'm gonna go
dumb
deep.
Stuff that
I'm gonna create a list for myself.
If you look at these pictures, like I was doing this in 2016. Pictures like this today, forget it. I mean, Instagram famous. Yeah, like
Earl Sparks saying 10-ounce burger with double bacon, double cheese, Howard's onion rings, and
10 ounces. Nice. That's a lot.
Drizzled with Sweet Baby Ray's. Love Sweet Baby Ray's.
Oh, you gotta get on GUs. You a GUs guy for barbecue?
GU's, never heard of it.
All right, sugar-free.
Okay.
So, just saying, it's maybe a little.
That's fine.
Like I like to say, I might die younger, but at least my coffin's going to be a little smaller. So we get a 3rd and goal here. I faded McCaffrey.
It's called GU's?
Yeah, I'll explain it to you. Oh, I just walks in.
There it is.
Just wallets in, just like Tommy's going to do this weekend when he goes to the grocery store, picks up his GU sugar-free barbecue sauce. Yeah, he's got all flavors too. Hickory, sweet and spicy, which is the best one.
Okay.
Maple brown. Yeah, check it out. GU's. He served in war. He's like a 5-time vet. He's a man. Yeah, you got to put a little G's on top.
Living in St. Louis, there's a lot of local BBQ sauces that sort of control the.
You might not
the BBQ market
shelves.
out here. The shelf space is it's a competitive out here.
Yeah, that's a good call. I didn't realize who I was talking to. Yeah, you might have trouble finding that.
Yeah, ship me some sauce, dude.
I will absolutely.
I'll try.
What's up, Germ? Germ checking in over on Twitch. P. Fooligan, Wes, first time. We got all of our peoples. What do we got here? Valdeways, you can't demand. Oh, I don't know. I thought we were still talking burgers there.
We got some love for White Castle.
Never had an actual White Castle. I've been so desperate for White Castle. I was the guy who got the frozen ones.
Yeah, they suck.
I just don't imagine that's what it's like. That's all.
They're not good. So White Castle, to me, a little overrated by those movies, Harold and Kumar movies. There's a lot of them out here. I think it must have started in the Midwest or something. There's so many White Castles out. There's literally a White Castle like shouting distance from my place. Not a huge fan. If I'm gonna go to a burger place that does the sliders, I don't know if you've ever been to Crystal's. A lot of those in the South. Yeah. Crystal's is really good.
Dude, I've never. This is literally like there's no point in me plugging this because it's useless. But I'm looking through my old Ross's Burger Club picks and like the places I had been to and some of these burgers, dude.
And you're just getting hungry.
I'm just mad. That's really what it is. There's a burger on here. I forgot about this one. Eagles Deli in Brighton, Massachusetts.
Oh, I love Eagles Deli. I used to live in Brookline, so I've been to Eagles. It's
so
right
everybody has, everybody has something like this in their town. Listen to this thing. This has 20 slices of cheese, 20 strips of bacon, 5 pounds of beef, 5 pounds of fries, and 1 deli pickle. If you can eat that all in an hour, you get it for free.
Has anyone ever done it?
I don't know, because that's a lot of meat.
Yeah, Michael, Man vs. Food did go there. Yeah, it's in Cleveland Circle.
Yes, that's right. He did. And I don't think he did it. He didn't do it, actually. I know for a fact.
I mean, that's so much food.
Because the fries are what kills you. Like 5 pounds of beef in a big...
Yes.
You could get it, but then you have to eat 5 pounds of fries.
Yeah.
Crazy.
It's too much. I'm just looking at some of these. It's so much potato.
Dude, there's one of these. It's Pub 97 in Groveland. It was a loaded potato burger. This thing looks off. It's between mashed potato style. What the heck just happened there? Aaron Rodgers is just playing maybe the worst game he's ever played. I got you there. I see Luke. Luke, I got you, dude. Yeah, Aaron Rodgers having a day here. Will he make the Mount Rushmore? We shall see. But yeah, it's basically instead of burgers, Tom, what they did was they took a scoop of mashed potatoes, kind of griddled it on both sides, almost like a Lacus style, and made the bun out of that and put bacon bits, sour cream. So it looks like a loaded,
awesome.
Yeah. Nice presentation, too.
Tank the Chai guy saying Baconators are better than Whoppers. Baconator is a great call. Simple. Cheese, meat, bunch of bacon. I think they do mayo on it, too. I haven't had bacon.
No, I don't think they do. I don't.
So what type of sauce? Is it ketchup or is it just nothing? You just...
Grease.
Yeah. Honestly, it's Baconator is delicious.
I could be wrong. I know Wendy's, some of their burgers obviously does have the mayo, but I feel like I could be wrong. Earl says, I don't eat 5 pounds of food in a day, never mind on one meal. Earl, nobody does. 5 pounds is a lot. So that's 5 pounds is 40 ounces of beef?
Yeah, it's a ton. I did a burger challenge like that in the town my grandparents live in Florida, Palatka, Florida. It's about an hour and a half from Jacksonville, inland. It was this place, I don't remember the name of it, but it was a 3-pound burger, a pound of fries, and a 64-ounce drink. And you needed to eat the whole thing in an hour and you got on some sort of wall of fame. And I ate half of the burger and I quit because I was like, if I eat any more, I'm going to throw up. There's no point. My brother threw up within like 10 minutes. And my buddy Ryan, he chiefed his way all the way to like maybe an eighth of the burger left. We thought he was going to finish. And then he just started violently, just had to get that stuff out of his body. Good thing they provided buckets on the side because they know people throw up.
All right, what is going on here?
Cooking a burger.
Stop. What is going on? What
cooking a burger that big, Rossi, is really hard. Like
it's not good. You don't want something that big, like Good Burger. Remember the movie Good Burger? By chance? And that place across the street that had the really ridiculous.
Mondo Burger.
Mondo Burger. Good call.
Yeah.
Good call. I remember saying all the time, like when I was a kid, I'm like, I just want to see that in person. But then you think about that. No, that
it's
middle
really
must
hard
be
to cook
dead
that
raw.
meat perfectly. Yeah, it's hard. Really, really difficult. So I think that
by the way,
maybe contributed to my friend getting sick.
The animal says mayo and ketchup on the
fancy sauce.
On the Baconator.
Good call. Man, I want a Baconator now.
Mondo Burger. Meager's in on it. There's a deep pass. Looks like a lot of completion. This one. 1 minute left here in the second. Juan jumps in. What's up, Sim fam?
What's up?
There you go. I'm with you. Bad Boy says, I don't want to eat in a restaurant that has buckets. I'm with you. That's just
Look,
like
man,
ready for you.
We're talking like rural, like inland swampland Florida. Like, you know, there's really no rules.
Yeah, it's
got barf buckets at the table.
Oh, that's disgusting.
There's some funny pictures of that too. I feel like I could probably find one. I'll
sure
show
you
it
can.
when we're at the half here.
Honestly, I was having such a good time reminiscing of my days of the burgers, looking at all these old burger pictures I took, like trying to remember some, and now I just...
Now you're just mad that the whatever
sick.
radio company decided to delete all of your content.
Oh yeah, pieces of crap. Did we just get a fake? No, that's actual. Okay. I just no. After you just told me what you just told me, I'm a little nauseous.
Oh, you mean the barf buckets?
Yeah, yes, I did. We did. Oh, here's another good one: the Thanksgiving burger. I am a fiend for a Thanksgiving sandwich.
Here's a picture of me staring at the burger, Rossi.
Oh yeah, my God! Look at that thing. That thing is huge.
Yeah, it's massive. I'm wearing a "Getting Lucky in Kentucky" T-shirt.
You look like prime. That is prime TC right there.
This is senior year of high school.
Oh wow! Oh, yeah, ladies were just like lining up,
getting after it.
Kobe beef burger, medium rare, quality potato, brioche bun. Add whatever you want. Yeah, Kobe beef, dude.
This is me struggling mid-burger, as you can see on my face. And then I think this is me staring defeat in the eye.
Oh, he's going down. You're not even halfway through. That thing has just destroyed you.
Yeah. Oh, dude. And then here's my buddy that ended up throwing up right before he threw up, as you can see. Really, really struggling. Sorry, only Rossi got to see those, but I'll show one of these burger pictures.
Tweet them out.
A half here. Yeah. I'll put them out there.
Go follow me at your boy TC Fresh. You can follow me at Jason D. Rossi. You can follow my debunked burger club at just Rossi's Burger Club on Instagram.
Oh man,
good old times.
We got to start that back up again.
Oh, I thought about it several times. I tried to do it during the pandemic, actually. So before I joined DraftKings, I was working with a old friend, we'll just say, someone that is in on the restaurant business. And I was like, hey, because I was trying to find a way to also help restaurants, because you know, this time last year was like when it all started. People started realizing like, this ain't gonna be good. But it didn't end up coming to fruition, and I didn't know how much I really wanted to be going in and out of restaurants like regularly.
Yep.
And a lot of these places weren't really open to it, like in general. Like I was gonna film crew. It was a whole lot of stuff going on. But I think it might be something. You know, hey, maybe it could be something for DraftKings. Maybe I'll talk to him.
Listen, Rossi, when I live in the Northeast again one of these days, you and I need to like get some food content running. I
consider it.
I can hear the meat sizzling on the grill thinking about this.
I can smell bacon. Oh wait, I'm just sweating.
There's something here, Rossi.
I already did, by the way, Smash Lana. I don't know who it is that created this other Rossi account. There is something out there, but I haven't seen them tweet anything, so that's why I'm not I don't know if it's just going to be like we're doing it because I'm here right now, or if there's actually some content to be delivered. Oh, they actually tweeted at me.
What did they say?
They said very few things I love more than light mayonnaise. And you know what's funny? I too love light mayonnaise. Touchdown for the light mayonnaise crew. Oh, what a tease I saw for a second. I see Lewis there, but he was just blocking the camera.
Bunches of bunches.
I'll save those 30
I like
calories.
a light mayo on a sandwich. It actually I think it kind of tastes better personally.
I personally don't understand. How do you take the fat out of certain content? But I'm not gonna for me to question.
Yeah, don't think too hard about it. Honestly, then you'll scare yourself away. Tank the Chai guy saying, "Don't sleep on Fuddruckers." I've never been to Fuddruckers. Heard it's good. Great name for a place.
Fuddruckers so many times. Bomb
really?
Place. Yeah, oh yeah. I used to live right down the street from it. And there's one where one of the big movie plexes here in Boston or north of Boston was.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Jordan's Furniture.
Okay.
You know that? You remember that from here? Yeah. They made a big theater here in New England, and they're IMAX, so there's one in there. So if you're going to a movie, you're basically you're fun to get to the movie theater. You're walking.
You got to walk through a Fuddruckers.
Yeah, so you're like, I'm just gonna go buy a pound of meat real quick. Then I'm gonna get some popcorn. Energy says, love Fuddruckers. First time. Wow, Funches. Yep, he's in there, baby.
Usually Eamon Ariel saying mixed mayo with sriracha. Ooh, I like that little sriracha mayo. That's good stuff.
So it's funny. Tonight I made some chicken, and it was like a breaded chicken with some Japanese panko. Light in the air fryer, keeping it as light as I can. And my sauce was some GUs, but then on top of that I put a little sriracha and a little mayo. And sometimes I do that for my salad dressing too. Cut back on them calories.
That sounds delightful.
Yeah, 35 calories for the whole thing.
Trenton Steinke saying all about the mustard. I like mustard as well.
Yes.
I'm a mustard defender.
Dude, mustard, talk about calories or saving everything. There's like nothing in it, nothing bad for you. As long as there's no high fructose corn syrup. That's like my big.
But don't spill any mustard on your shirt. Very hard to get mustard out of clothing.
Yeah, you just
got tip for you. Little tip for you.
All right, we're here at the half. It was a real bad half for Aaron Rodgers. He must have been listening too much of Tommy talking about puking from burgers, but he did toss one there to Funches there at the end of the half for Carolina. It's DJ Moore, an awesome opening drive, and then Christian McCaffrey just decided to just waltz into the end zone doing what he does. Chris Robbins says, unlimited cheese dip, baby. Got one at Foxwoods. Honestly, don't know what you're talking about, but
is that a type of burger, or is it just you just get as much cheese dip as you want?
Could be.
Either way, I'm
Chinchilla sauce, Robbie. Look at this. This is unbelievable. But yeah, McCaffrey, by the way, also leading receivers with 3. He's tied up there. Actually, a bunch of people with 3 catches. Obviously, the standout, DJ Moore, 78 yards and a touchdown. We got a touchdown from Funches as well. Food conversation probably not going too far. Oh, dude, I didn't even see that. Daniel, he posted the I'm a dude, he's a dude, she's a dude, we're all dudes. Hey,
dude.
Oh, good times. Mondo Burger. Hey, he didn't want one either. So here we go. We are going to be getting to the Green Bay Mount Rushmore. And when you first think Green Bay, the position
of cheese.
Well, you know what I really think of? I think when I hear Green Bay, obviously I think of the Packers, but I think about like how they don't have an owner. I always think of that.
It's very cool.
And debatable in the conversation maybe.
Citizens of Green Bay, Wisconsin.
I'm just saying. It's very intriguing.
If the Packers were an awful franchise, I would say they're on there, but they're way, way, way too historical to give up a spot for them. But they are definitely in the conversation.
Always in the conversation, baby. Oh yeah, Robbie. Emerson talked about it. I think me and Tommy are definitely going to get down with the Turkish oil chicken wrestling. It's going to happen.
Oh, game.
I'm just going to pay for him to come here to do it. All right, so here we go.
I'll show the burger pick at the next one, guys.
You just tweet it. Get people. That's how you push the content.
Well, people are asking for it,
Yeah, tweet it.
I will tweet it.
That's where it is.
All right. I'm going to tweet it.
Cheese is not a hat. Tweet it. Forgot burger, Anna's Taqueria in Boston, straight fire. Sure.
Yeah, Anna's Taqueria is good. I don't think that they have burgers, though.
They don't, but he just wanted to let us know. All right, so Packers. The first position you think of, though, after you think of the Chiefs, you think of the Packers, you think of the ownership being somebody in the chat, you go to the quarterback position. Because they may have – I was thinking about this because obviously from a Patriot standpoint, they went from Bledsoe to Brady, and obviously Bledsoe now has been trumped by Brady like 50, well, let's just say 6 times.
By over. A million times, yeah.
But was a great quality, like he was a franchise quarterback. How many teams really go from franchise quarterback to franchise quarterback to and keep that travel like that going? I thought for a heartbeat San Francisco was doing it when they went from Montana to Young to Jeff Garcia, because you were like, oh, this guy's a baller for like a little bit. Then things kind of blew up and
then he petered out. Yep.
But like the transition from Favre to Rodgers is right up there with I think Montana Young. And I know Rodgers doesn't have the Super Bowls, but
I think it's firmly. Actually, you know what? You could make an argument that it's better than Montana and Young, even though. Montana is the best of that 4.
Oh, Rodgers.
I think that you can look at the longevity of Favre's career and now the longevity of Rodgers' career and say that that's a stronger body of work. Especially Rodgers has won a Super Bowl. He's won MVPs. That's a stronger body of work than Montana to Young, because although Young at his peak was fantastic, his peak wasn't very long because he dealt with all those injuries and had to retire a little younger than we probably would have expected when he was having the best Super Bowl ever against the Chargers. Yep. So I think you can actually make the argument that Favre to Rodgers is more impressive than Montana to Young.
I'll still take Bledsoe to Brady because more Super Bowls and appearances. But that's because I'm a biased New England fan. But that's what we're talking about. Going back to Green Bay. You want to start? You want me to start here? I think let's go non-quarterback first, since we know we're going QBs probably the rest of the way here. And I'm going Vince Lombardi. Vince Lombardi, the absolute face of the league. The trophy is named after him. I mean, come on. You see all of these old-timey videos. You're going to make a seal here and a seal here and a seal here and a seal here. I mean, the guy is just one of the fathers of modern football. Was the head coach for Green Bay from 59 to 68. And in that span, won 5 NFL championships. Dominated the 60s, NFL 100th anniversary team, Packers Hall of Fame, Pro Football Hall of Fame, storied career, legend, was an amazing talent evaluator to get all of that talent with the Green Bay Packers at the same time. I would argue that the Green Bay Packers are not in Green Bay still today, right now, if it was not for Lombardi. Because Green Bay, I've never been, but everything I'm told and everything I read is basically a town. I mean, it is not a city in any way. It is not a market that should have a professional franchise, but it just so happens to have one of the most recognizable brands on planet Earth for a sports team. It's sitting in the middle of their town. So if a guy like Lombardi doesn't cross paths with Green Bay, Wisconsin, that team's probably playing in Milwaukee right now. Well, it's funny. I've been to Milwaukee, and my father and I, we used to do baseball trips. We thought about making the trek, but it's out there, and we were making moves, I think, to go to like Cleveland after. Whatever. Our route was already determined, but it's way out too. It's not like it's like right next to the major city. It's kind of like, if you've been to New
it's
England,
in the middle
Foxborough,
of nowhere.
Yeah, it's like the Foxborough to Boston situation, like 45 minutes, hour out. I completely agree. Vince Lombardi was on mine too. As you said, every year, what do people want to hold up? It's not called a trophy. It's called the Vince Lombardi Trophy. It's the one trophy that has like its name, like the World Series. It's called the World Series.
Commissioner's Trophy.
Yeah, NBA. It's the
Larry O'Brien Trophy.
And in the NHL, it's Stanley Cup. But people don't. The stories there are nowhere near. It's not tied directly, and you don't think of it. No one calls it the NFL Trophy. No, not even think of it. No, like I seriously said, the NBA title. Yeah, we know Larry O'Brien, but you're not. It's not the same.
It's not like personified. I know what you're trying to say here. Like
it's a
with
character.
Like who is Larry O'Brien? Could you tell me in one sentence?
Right now,
I couldn't.
I could about a year ago. Right now, it's out of my memory bank. Doesn't matter.
I couldn't tell you who Larry O'Brien is. I couldn't tell you. Never looked it up. Don't even.
He's my
know.
neighbor.
I guess he was a politician. I guess I just did a quick Google search. Don't know who that is. The Commissioner's Trophy, generic as hell. It's a cool trophy, but they need a better
Great
name
trophy.
than that.
Yeah, seriously.
It's a really cool trophy. Stanley Cup is amazing, but
that's the best too.
Who is Stanley?
Lord
Stanley. Can anyone tell me anything about Lord Stanley?
No, but I can tell you about Lord the pop artist.
And I'm not saying that the Stanley Cup isn't cool.
Touchdown. No, I think it's the coolest. Just
I think it's
because
the coolest trophy. But Lombardi is the trophy. You know, like we all know who Vince Lombardi is. We know that hat. Remember that weird video they played at Super Bowl?
Oh, God.
Like,
yes.
what was that all about? But, like, that's Vince Lombardi, man. They're always trying to honor this guy because of how important he was to the game. So, Lombardi, lock it in.
I agree.
Easy. And I said this, I think maybe in the last pregame or earlier this game. Maybe it was off air. This might be the easiest Mount Rushmore we do. I think it's 4 absolute locks, all-time GOAT-level dudes. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
See, I don't know if you're going to like this thing because I think I might throw a wrench in you. Just something that's going to
Okay, well, why don't you go next then?
Because with the way you just described it, I feel like we know where your head's at. And mine was there.
Give me your non-quarterback then.
Ray Nitschke.
Okay.
Dude.
Interesting. I mean, he's an amazing all-time great linebacker, but I just don't know that he trumps. But I'll let you go.
Well, 15-year career with Green Bay. Played on all
Iconic.
5 of the Lombardi winning teams. Inducted into the Hall of Fame in 78. That's right, 78. This guy played from 58 to 72. He looks like Woody Harrelson today. Not Woody Harrelson in his prime. He looked when he was 22, he looked like he was 100 years old.
Yeah.
He literally is just the bruising defensive linebacker. He was a force for this team. Yes, Bart Starr is the big name. We'll obviously talk. We don't have to hide in the names that are out there. Rogers, Starr, Brett Favre. But I just feel like we would be foolish not to at least make a debate for this guy. Nitschke is that dude.
Nitschke,
fearsome.
100%, dude. Ray Nitschke obviously was in. So I had 6 people that were in the discussion, but really it was 4 and then 2 that are like the strong honorable mentions for me. And then there's a bunch of other amazing names. I mean, Rossi can see this off camera. I mean, I got 2 full pages of notes on the Packers. Just incredibly amazing franchise. But I mean, Nitschke is sort of like Butkus. Like when you think of the linebacker position, he's one of the first names you think of. So I totally understand why he is rolling off the tongue for you, that he's in the conversation. But you mentioned him, Bart Starr. Bart Starr is the name I'm going with next because not only was he the general of those teams, I mean, he was the leader of the Packers. It was Lombardi, it was Starr. They're attached at the hip. One doesn't happen without the other. Bart Starr was amazing. And on top of that, had a really semi-lengthy career as the head coach of the Packers. After retiring, which not a lot of people talk about, from 75 to 83, didn't enjoy a lot of success as the head coach of the Packers, but nonetheless, I mean, that helps your resume when we're having discussions like this, because the organization respected him so much that 3 years after he retired, with no other coaching experience, just said, here you go, buddy. It's your team now. And he did it for 8 years. Obviously won 2 Super Bowls, 2-time Super Bowl MVP, 5 NFL champions. So that's 7 championships for Bart Starr. Him and Tom Brady, only dudes that have those. 4-time Pro Bowler, first-team All-Pro one time in 1966. He was the MVP that season as well. 60s All-Decade team. Number 15, retired with the Packers, Packer Hall of Famer. I mean, Bart Starr is that dude. And just one more Starr note quickly. I was talking with, I wasn't. When Morton well, we were talking off air about it, and then it made the pod. Morton had Jan Stenerud on, one of the greatest kickers of all time, who actually is in both the Chiefs and Packers Hall of Fame. And we asked him, like, okay, this might be a dumb question, but who's the greatest Packers quarterback of all time? And he said, this might be a dumb answer, but I still give it to Bart Starr, because I was there, man. Like, no one commanded a locker room like that dude. That guy, it was no questions asked. Anytime he spoke, everyone got silent, because Bart Starr was that leader. So I got to have him in there.
So this is where I'm just going to bring this up, because obviously we know the quarterback conversation here. Does Reggie White, he's the honorable mention at best, but like, is he, it's hard here. So I don't know when we're going to get the Eagles, and I don't want to preview it, but like, he has to make one of these.
He's the Eagles. He's on the Eagles Mount Rushmore, no question. He played in Green Bay for 6 years, so that's what, it's weird to say hurts him in this conversation, just because he just didn't play there long enough compared to Rodgers, Favre, Starr. So for me, that's why Reggie White doesn't get the nod, but obviously all-time great defensive end, maybe the best defensive end ever.
Just want to make sure he was mentioned. I still think he's
definitely in the discussion, no doubt.
So you think, see, here's the thing I want to say, and maybe I'm cuckoo crazy. Like, Favre, definitely. Starr, I think you have to, like, I guess it's hard, right? Like, how do we not have the three quarterbacks? I just think Nitsky, it's like we're so underplaying, and the guy he did not make the all.
It's hard. This is it's like the
Steelers.
Team. Yeah. It's hard. It's really hard. And yes, that doesn't help him that he didn't make that squad.
Yeah, that 100. So he made the 50, the 75 didn't make the 100. But again, the these quarterbacks, all of them, also couldn't have. So
it's hard, man. But
it is.
I just think we all know how important that position is in this game. And you got three dudes on here that are probably top 35 quarterbacks of all time, right? Because Starr's a little lower on that list now, but when he retired, 35. Among 10 best quarterbacks ever.
I think every single one of these guys at one point could be argued as
the GOAT. No doubt.
A top three, like a top three without a
when
doubt.
Starr retired, 100%. When Favre retired, he had all those records.
Yeah.
And then Rodgers, eye test, people sometimes say he's the best ever.
Yeah.
So, I just said 35. See, I was making fun of Bill Simmons earlier. He's one of the 35 best.
27. He's top 27.
You know what I mean? There's just been so many good quarterbacks since Bart Starr. So I just think you got to have all three of these dudes on here. It's tough. It's like the Steelers, man. It's exactly the same problem we're having.
Robbie says Donald Driver. Yeah.
Donald Driver was amazing, honestly.
He was. He wasn't even
mention.
Yeah, but he's down there. He's not. Like,
he's the all-time leader in receiving yards and receptions for the franchise.
Yeah, I'm a huge Donald Driver guy. I love those, like, Roddy White style. I like guys that are just, like, not.
He's at the very bottom of the list.
Yeah, look, there he is. Almost getting in there. 14 all here. So I think we're good, because I don't have a good enough argument. I'm going to be mad about Nitsky a little bit, but I get at the end of the day, I really think, like, Aaron Rodgers, even looking at him, he's been to a gajillion NFC title games with this team. He's kind of had the team on his back the past several years, through coaching changes, through everything. Matt LaFleur might end up on this list if he continues.
This season really solidified his legacy for me. And I know they didn't get to the Super Bowl, but they drafted a quarterback in the first round. They tried to Favre him out of there. And they said, you're not doing that to me, man. And he did exactly what Favre did. He went out and had a baller season.
He really did.
He was MVP.
Yeah.
4 picks to 44 touchdowns?
Yeah,
or something crazy like that. Insane. The guy was absolutely locked in. The guy's a baller,
good.
Man.
Chris Adams says, these guys just keep talking with no clue what they're talking about.
Okay,
welcome
Chris,
welcome to Simland, Chris, dude. We do this 6 times a day, 7 days a week. Bunch of morons. Yeah.
Okay, and
feel
honestly,
free to throw in your arguments. We do want to hear it.
I'm genuinely curious if they're saying these guys keep talking with no clue what they're talking about, and we're talking about the Packers Mount Rushmore, and we've said Lombardi and Favre, Rodgers, and Starr.
Yeah.
where are we out of our minds by talking about those 4 guys in relation to this team? Like, where are the misses? And guys, we have a full quarter here to hit all these honorable mentions. I don't know how we can be categorized as not having any clue what we're talking about. When we're talking about the Packers, and we've mentioned those 4.
Yeah.
So,
like I said, Nitsky is the guy I would fight for. We talked about Reggie White, which again, obviously, I just had to ask that just because I was curious where your head was at, because I agree. Yeah. But, he did have some outstanding years, won the Super Bowl, as we know.
Yep.
Joe, really quick, Joe Mallet says, what's up with the yellow snow in the end zone? Dude, where are these players supposed to go?
It's in Green Bay, man.
Yeah.
It's cheese. Paul Hornung is another guy that has to be in the conversation.
Yeah, I mentioned
Super Bowl 1, 4-time NFL champ. Vince Lombardi's favorite player ever on the record. He said that a bunch of times. He was a 3-time All-Pro. He's the MVP in 1961. One of the first real versatile running backs in the NFL, a guy that could catch the ball, run the ball. One of the most famous players of all time. I mean, at a certain point in the 60s, he was the biggest star in football, nicknamed the Golden Boy. Recently passed away in November. So Paul Hornung definitely needs to be discussed here. Heisman Trophy winner 1956 at a Notre Dame. Yep. Was a stud.
Jordan says, I'm behind a few minutes, but I agree. Nitsky. He is their Buckus. Don't guarantee him a spot. So we agree on that. But if a Bears fan was to like any Packer, it's Ray Nitschke.
Yeah,
that's good.
And we mentioned that those names kind of are synonymous, right? Just because of the aura that they have, So
Don Hudson.
So that was the other name I was going to throw out here. So Don Hudson played a long time ago. A really long time ago, guys.
Oh, interception by the Panthers, but it's at the 1, so we are in safety territory. But is that Eli
Don
Apple?
Hudson played from 1935 to 1945. So we're talking about a man who played during World War II. Okay? So let's keep that in mind. This dude was playing football when FDR was president. This man was playing football when Truman was president. Like, this guy, it's just a completely different game. It's hard to keep guys like this in the fold for these types of conversations because the game has changed so much. But with that said, it is fun to look at resumes for guys like these.
Yeah.
Three-time NFL champion. He was the MVP of the league as a wide receiver in 41 and 42. Eight-time first-team All-Pro, 4-time NFL All-Star, 8-time NFL receptions leader because the Packers were the only people throwing the ball. Yeah. 7-time NFL receiving yards leader, same reason. 9-time NFL receiving touchdowns leader, again, same reason. But then here's the funny thing. The guy was also the league leader in interceptions in 1940, so playing both sides of the ball back in the day. Again,
high school.
Indicative of the times, right? And you look at his position, he played such a long time ago, he wasn't even considered a wide receiver. He was listed as an end. That was Don Hudson's position. End. Not tight end, not wide receiver, not D end, just end. 50th, 75th, 100th anniversary teams, 1930s all-decade team. Number retired,
he's
Packers
definitely
Hall of
there.
Fame. I mean, Don Hudson has the
We spent more time on
bonafides.
Don Hudson than we did Brett Favre, but he ain't making the list.
We all know Brett Favre,
I'm just saying.
Yes, I agree with you. Hudson, we don't need to talk anymore about it. Was fantastic.
Epic stuff, though. Tom's Microwave says Sam Congato.
No.
Great name. Of course not. Dorsey Levens. We should just go through all the random
Dorsey
running
Levens
backs
was
at
awesome. Honestly, Amon Green is on this extensive list towards the bottom, but Amon Green is the franchise leader in rushing yards.
He is, but that is. I just don't see him anywhere near this conversation.
Dude, I'm talking like right next to Donald Driver at the bottom.
Yeah, I take Driver. I take freaking Greg Jennings.
Greg Jennings. No, Amon Green better than Greg Jennings. Come on.
Well, yeah, legacy-wise, yes. But no, Ahmad Green also, if you go back to those early 2000s teams, with Favre, what a couple of years he had. He was overshadowed by guys. He was like the different It was the Green Bay version of Sean Alexander. Like,
Ooh,
and
I like that.
Sean Alexander, they have similar body type, similar moves, similar, second speed, third speed. Antonio Freeman was the Packers' best receiver.
Should we go through Brett Favre's resume just so we're officially talking about him?
You sure can. I don't think he's one of the only thing with Brett Favre that like he is the Green Bay Packer. I think. Like we mentioned, obviously Lombardi. His name's almost bigger than the franchise. Bart Starr, which is so historic, as we hit the 2-minute warning. But I feel like Brett Favre, still to this day, with all due respect to Aaron Rodgers, like he is the Packer. I feel like it's just. I
agree with you.
People that are like of today look at Brett Favre. I think Aaron Rodgers has outplayed him and is a better quarterback.
Definitely.
But like Brett Favre, there was everything. Like, he was like the gunslinger. He's like Clint Eastwood of quarterbacks.
Or like Burt Reynolds,
Burt.
Like just absolute stud. Gonna be hard to pass those types of legacies.
I love Burt Reynolds. He was at
Brett Favre,
WrestleMania 10.
one of the is the only person in modern NFL history to win 3 straight MVPs, and for a time was the only guy with 3 MVP awards, modern era. From 95 to 97, he won the Super Bowl, went back to another one, almost got there with the Vikings late in his career, but that doesn't count for Packer conversations. 11-time Pro Bowler, 4-time passing touchdowns leader. The list goes on and on. 90th decade team, 100th anniversary all-time team.
Yeah, Earl has a few jersey cards of Favre. That's cool.
Here's a cool little tidbit that I didn't know. He was the Sports Illustrated Sportsman of the Year in 2007. Remember, 2007 was also the year Tom Brady threw 50 touchdowns. Yeah, Brett Favre still won Sportsman of the Year.
That's a biased Green Bay guy right there. Without a doubt. What are you doing? Like, what are you doing?
But if you remember that 2007 season, the Packers, it was
he threw the interception against
down a mountain to be a Packers-Patriots Super Bowl, which I was pumped for because I know, and that's Brett Favre. That's why Rodgers is considered better than Favre, right? Because Favre will
intercepted his way out.
He'll throw that crippling interception at the end of the game. He's the all-time leader in interceptions for that reason. But as a kid, the Packers were always my NFC team. And I know they beat the Patriots in the Super Bowl, but that was the first game I have conscious memory of, is that Super Bowl. So as a kid, I was like, I'm going to like both of these teams. So I loved Brett Favre as a kid. I had a poster of him in my room, bobblehead, the whole deal. Loved Brett Favre.
Hated him because he beat the Patriots in 96. Never could like him. He then threw that interception against the Giants. Patriots went on to lose the perfect season. They would have smoked the Packers. Even though I was rooting, I never root for a team if like your team's in like the opposite position. But I like during that game, I was like, I can't root for Favre. Like I just can't.
I
think
there
it is.
So young at the time that like if the Patriots played the Packers in the Super Bowl and I was like a little bit more, a lot more going on in the brain at that time, but I was 4 years old, so I like the Packers and the Patriots.
Hey, listen, we were a kid.
I wanted to
make
everyone happy.
Always do. Tom, you make me happy. That's all you need to know.
Dude, so many names on here we didn't even get to. I mean, the list is ridiculous. That Vince Lombardi Packer run was incredible. And I know we talked about the Chiefs a few weeks ago at this point, but they were sort of the AFL version of what the Packers were doing in the NFL, basically in the same decade, where both of those teams were just getting all of the talent in the country. It was wild.
Curly. Yeah, fine. By the way, this ball game, Dunzo, Bad Boys Pop, appreciate the shout though. Appreciate everybody. This is a lot of fun. Obi-Wan, we see you, dude.
By the way, that guy never said like why we were crazy. He
just
never
because we're crazy.
He never threw out his 4.
You know
Put your
why?
money where your mouth is.
Undefeated. So here it is, your DraftKings official unofficial Green Bay Packers, Mount Rushmore. We are going to head to Wisconsin sooner or later, go to Green Bay, and probably just dust this. I'll put like a little hill of dust together because I feel like Green Bay is real small. And that'll be your Mount Rushmore. It'll be Mr. Vince Lombardi, Bart Starr, Brett Favre, and Aaron Rodgers. Tommy Freeze. We are undefeated again. We're back together. We're doing a doubleheader together. I believe it's Saturday.
Oh, yeah. Midday. Yep.
And I don't...
Early evening, midday.
Yeah, I think we have one team we can still eligible in there, and I think it's the Chargers. But
we did the Chargers. We did the Chargers because I'm still mad about...
I know. Sorry,
No, we have Broncos are on tap.
Broncos,
in the 4 p.m. sim.
They're playing the Chargers, and then
there's only one lock for me with the Broncos, off the top of my head.
I'm going to be honest, no locks. Screw them all. Everybody's on the table. Want to give you guys a show. We'll get Tommy's player of the game and fade or whatever. It doesn't matter because Sunday is the 1-year anniversary of the DraftKings Dream Stream. We appreciate you guys so much. Like, we talk a lot of smack. We have a lot of fun. We pick on people. We get picked on. But each and every single one of you have made this year super special for us. We both joined later into the game. I remember when I first came, I remember watching the first day, and I'll tell those stories because I'm here on Sunday as well. I'll bore you to death with that. But seriously, you have a lot of options and things you can do with your time and your content. Coming here and listening to these two buffoons and all the rest of us goofballs and the hardworking ones like people like Daniel and Michael and Jim who do like actual work, like, thank you. Thank you. It really means the world to us. Like, it really does. It is 11:04. I'm usually tucked into bed, nuzzled in, while I know Freeze Pops and Glash usually handling that after dark. But if I had to be doing something that's work related, it's this right here. So thank you, seriously, from the bottom of the essence that I am. I don't want to say bottom of my heart because I don't really know what that means. But the essence of me. And Tom, will you give me your essence as well? In the essence of Tom, on behalf of everybody, thank you for making this such a great year and being here. And again, you have so many things you could be doing, and to hang out with us means the world. So we're celebrating with the 30K 1-year anniversary. It's a $30,000 prize pool, $15 entry. First place, 10 G's. You could buy a lot of cheeseburgers or toast pies with that. It's all going to be happening with your late classic. It has San Francisco, New England, Kansas City, Tampa, Houston, New Orleans, all games Eastern time, 6, 8, and 10 this Sunday, March 28th. 1 year from the Dream Stream.
Ridiculous. Get in, people. Get in.
Do it. It's open right now in the lobby. Don't miss out. Get in there. Get you them cash dollar bills, y'all. So on behalf... Oh, wait, first. Hey, Tom.
Hi.
Who's going to be your freaking Freeze Pop awesome player of the game?
Teddy Bridgewater hit the bonus, 303 yards passing and a touchdown. Not the crazy ownership you would think for a starting quarterback, but it's because it's Teddy Bridgewater. He's kind of a, second-level guy. So he gets the wooden nickel, which entitles him to a free ice cream cone here in St. Louis at Lion's Choice Roast Beef, and the Babysitter Billy Award going to Devontae Adams, 1 catch.
Yeah.
Just didn't show up. Happy
that was my
he wasn't
captain
in my lineup.
Yeah, that was a bad call. Jerem, I want to apologize because every time Rossi gets loud, my cat bites me on the arm. Sorry,
What?
dude. By the way,
finished in 17th, by the way.
Oh, I don't even want to. What the heck? Might
Pretty
as well
good.
End the night. Might as well end the night depressed. Let's see. I finished in 138th out of 156.
Wow.
Fade McCaffrey.
Not great.
Yeah, that is a tough one. So, anyways, I appreciate each and every single one of you. Appreciate Tom. This is a lot of fun. We inked another Mount Rushmore, baby. It's in the books.
We did 3 tonight. That's a lot.
Oh yeah, true. I was gonna say we did 2, but you're right. We did 3.
We got a lot of carving to do.
Yeah, we do. I'm back with y'all tomorrow with my guy Christian, who I haven't worked with in over 2 weeks. After we did 6 straight sims together. I've never done that before, especially in the era where there's so many of us. Me and Christian for the first time. We're back tomorrow, 6 p.m. You get it all kicked off with Emerson and Kenny. Line up your buddy comments and let him know that he's in the, what is it? What Terrell
The dungeon. Dungeon Ducey.
Dungeon Ducey. Whoa. Ravens Colts going to kick you off at noon on behalf of the great Daniel, our technical director, and we have Michael. What an unbelievable night we had. Follow him, this guy right here, at your boy TC Fresh. Check out Great Day Nation. I'm at Jason D. Ross. You can check out the Pop Culture Pile Driver. Criticize the top 11 female TV characters when you have time. If you use it, go in the bathroom or driving your car. But more importantly, and always, check out DraftKings. Check out the playbook. Make sure you're getting all your right players in. And this trade's going to be happening. Tomorrow's going to be wild if you're an NBA guy. So, Tom, leave the people with something nice.
I love you all. I want to echo everything that Rossi just said. It's been an absolute pleasure being here, a part of this DK Sim fam, joining a little bit late, joining in the fall, but, just hopping on board to everything the people at DraftKings already created. So fun. Thank you for the continued support. And Sunday is going to be a great time. 1 year, baby. We're coming up on a birthday. That's a big birthday right there.
Sure is. You're going to celebrate it. I'm going to be wearing my birthday suit because I'm there for the 6 p.m. Hopefully Tom will follow up with his. But you guys all have yourself a wonderful night. Get some great, sweet dreams in. Put on something that makes you feel happy before going to bed. And as always, stay hydrated, smile, say positive things out there. We'll catch you all tomorrow. Good night.
Happy National Burger Day.
Eat a pie.